Hey dudes, sorry about the video length. This video got away from me a bit. This video is an in-depth look at the Magic the Gathering expansion set, Ice Age. We'll talk about every single card in this set. Since most of the cards in any set could be reasonably seen as unplayable draft chaff, most of this review and discussion will be through the lens of limited play. Whether that's doing sealed starter decks or a draft with Ice Age packs, or, more likely, some sort of cube experience. There are so many different ways to play Magic, and we definitely don't have time to discuss them deeply in this video, but just so we're all on the same page, I'm talking about these cards with consideration to limited, and in some cases, historic play. Ice Age is a really interesting set. So to set some context for the cards, let's go over what Ice Age is. Ice Age is the 6th expansion set and it was released in June of 1995. The design and development of Ice Age was handled by Scaff Elias, Jim Lynn, Chris Page, and Dave Petty. The art direction was handled by Sandra Everingham. This set contains a massive 383 cards, making it the largest set at the time, with only Beta and Unlimited's card pool of 305 and Legends card pool of 310 coming even close. Ice Age also made some interesting changes in the collation process. Like all sets before it, Ice Age cards were organized onto large sheets that had 11 by 11 cards on them. They were printed on these large sheets and then cut down to the card size we know, then collated into packs in a sort of random but not really randomization process. Unlike the sets before Ice Age, this set had a specific sheet for the basic land cards. Up until this point, the basic lands took up slots on the other sheets, and would be just another card in your pack. In ABU, you could get an island instead of a rare, which is pretty hilarious. Changing this allowed them to control how many lands ended up in a starter deck, which was a product that was effectively 4 packs slapped together, but they only had 2 or 3 rares depending on the set. The early starter decks, like the ones from ABU and stuff like that, just had a random number and assortment of lands, but I think it usually came out to being around 17 to 24. I don't have any math on that, that's just based on vibes. Ice Age starter decks had 22 lands in them, and basic lands did not appear in the Ice Age packs. That's kind of a bummer, because the Ice Age lands are so beautiful, and it's also confusing. Snow lands exist in this set. From a consumer's perspective, they are a pretty big part of the set, but they were added late in development, and pretty much every decision made about them is insanely baffling. A decent chunk of these cards don't do anything if you don't have any snowlands, and the only way to get snowlands is through starter products. It's amazing and lucky that all the snow stuff sucked, or that could have been a real problem for tournament play, or anyone that wanted to build a snow deck. Embarrassingly, I only glanced at the collation process before doing this review, and I completely missed that snowlands weren't in packs. This doesn't really affect most of what I said, but one major point I make on most of the snowlands is that they really depend on having snowlands to do anything, so the playability of that card will vary wildly based on how many snowlands the draft players have access to. I mentioned that it's not likely good if the only snowlands they have are from the packs, because I assumed they showed up in the packs. Like a fucking moron. It actually doesn't change much of what I said, because I made the point that opening maybe 4 snowlands in a draft wouldn't be nearly enough anyway, but this is a mistake I made, and having access to 0 of them is also certainly not likely to be enough. Anyway, packs were made up of 1 rare, 3 uncommon, and 11 commons, which was the standard for a large set at the time. Starter decks were made up of 3 rares, 9 uncommons, 26 commons, and 22 lands, plus a rulebook. Earlier starter decks were 2 rares, 13 uncommons, and 45 commons, with the lands being randomly dispersed through all 3 slots. But that covers most of this preamble bullshit. The only other things we really need to talk about before we get into this are the design goals of the set and some snafus that happened before the set released. This bit here, well, more than anything else I've said, will give us some welcome context to some of the baffling decisions made. So, Ice Age was originally going to be an entirely different product. Richard Garfield originally thought it would be better to have smaller card pools, and so every few years or so they would make a new kind of Magic that played similarly but was a different game. So instead of calling it Magic the Gathering, it would have been Magic the Ice Age, or something like that. Ice Age also got pushed back in development and was released much later than initially intended, due mostly to an outburst from consumers about reprints and functional reprints. People were really upset that some cards were just other cards with a different name, or even the same card being printed. Different time. This was an issue for Ice Age because they were trying to remake Alpha but better, basically. So they had opted to use pretty much all of the commons and uncommons from Alpha, along with new rares to make the new set. So it got pushed back so they could design new cards for it. But with that, let's actually turn our attention to those design goals. There's a whole, I want to call it a manifesto, on the Fandom Ice Age page about the development of this set, and it includes a quote from Scaphalias. "We wanted a set where flying was special, not just an extra word tacked on to every played creature. We wanted a set where the idea that a color was short on creatures meant something. We wanted a set where the allied colors were played more often with each other than enemy colors were. We wanted strategy in simple creature combat, as well as flashy enchantments that gave you cards for life. We wanted games to last longer and have more turnabouts. When we started the design of the set, the Magic environment was too fast due to unlimited card restrictions." So, keep these design goals in mind when we explore the wondrous winter wonderland of the Ice Age. Oh yeah, the lore. Fuck. Ice Age takes place on Dominaria, where the sun has been blotted out by an explosion caused by Urza, sending the entire plane into an ice age and innumerable hardships, such as those seen in Fallen Empires and the Dark. That's really all that's important, so without further bullshit, let's talk about the cards in Ice Age. Okay, so we are starting with the white cards as usual, and our first one is Adhikar Unicorn, which is a 2/2 creature that costs 1 and 2 white mana. It has an ability, you can tap it to add either a blue or a blue and a colorless mana to your mana pool, and this mana is only usable for cumulative upkeep. Adhikar Unicorn is pretty bad as far as cards go. This is one of those cards where there really isn't anything to talk about at all unless you look at it from a limited perspective. And in limited, this is kind of okay. It's basically a gray ogre. The thing is with cumulative upkeep, and you'll see this as we go through, is generally either the cards are good despite the cumulative upkeep and you kind of don't care enough to like put effort into maintaining your cumulative upkeep. It's also just easier to like bounce the card if you care about it sticking around than it is to like trying to keep paying more and more mana. For most of the cumulative upkeep cards you would actually play, like Mystic Remora, you kind of just don't care. You just keep it up as long as it goes and then let it go. This is also only effective on cumulative upkeep cards that either cost a blue or colorless. So it doesn't even hit all of them. It is an interesting card though, because this is a white mana dork, essentially, and it taps for blue. So it's a white mana dork that doesn't even tap for white. There are not a lot of white mana dorks in the game. From a limited perspective, this is kind of fine, but really I would treat this as a gray ogre. Like any situation in which you're like, yeah, gray ogre, that's decent. This is also decent. It is a little bit harder to cast because it has 2 color in the mana cost. But yeah, it's an interesting card, but it is not a good card. I don't even think it's that good in limited. I don't think, like, even if you were trying to build around cumulative upkeep, I don't think this would improve your win percentage. I guess that's really all there is to say about this card. Like I said, it is really interesting being a mana dork. You can argue if you want whether this is color pie breaking or not. I don't know that it particularly matters, but it is an interesting card. It was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and this is actually probably one of my favorite Quentin Hoover pieces. I think this is just really, really good. I like how much he was able to capture, basically just using two, like, colors. There's so much said in this image with so little, in my opinion, and I think that's fantastic. I really like this piece. I think it's wonderful. But yeah, that's, I guess, all I really have to say on Atakar Unicorn, so let's move on. And then next we have Arctic Foxes, which is a 1/1 creature that costs 1 and a white mana. If defending player controls any snow-covered lands, no creature with power greater than 1 may be assigned to block Arctic Foxes. So this card is kind of interesting. One, it is very similar to Amaru Kithkin from Legends. That is a card that costs 2 white mana. It's a 1/1, and creatures with power greater than 2 cannot block it. In that regard, this is better because only creatures with power 1 may be assigned to block Arctic Foxes, so 2/2s can't block this, whereas they can block Kithkin Amaru. That being said, this is only good when your opponent controls a snow-covered land. So this is something that would probably come up in Limited, obviously, as it is the snow set. But anywhere else, you're just very unlikely to see this. Not a good card. I guess it's probably okay in Limited, but I do think even there, you would not be super happy to be running this. I do really like the art, though. The art is really cool. It was illustrated by Mark Poole, and that's a really cute little fox, so I think that's cool. It is interesting that this card is called Arctic Foxes, and the art only features a single fox. The card Onulet from Antiquities. Sorry. Onulet from Antiquities was originally called Onulets because it is an anagram of Soulnet, because it kind of does the same thing, and that's what it was referencing. However, they changed it to Onulet when the art came back and there was only one creature. It's weird that Arctic Foxes didn't get that same treatment, but yeah, I guess that's really all I have to say on Arctic Foxes. It's a pretty bad card. There's not much to say about it. Again, it's another card that you can't even really talk about outside of Limited because it's just so modest that it doesn't do anything. Then we have Aronson's Aura. So this is an enchantment that costs 2 and a white mana, and you can pay a white mana and sacrifice an enchantment to destroy target enchantment. Or you can pay 3 and 2 blue to counter target enchantment. So this card is pretty interesting, and whether it's good or not kind of depends on, like, how many enchantments are being played. This is pretty modest. You can sacrifice it to blow up a enchantment, so worst case scenario, this is a 1-for-1 that costs you 4 mana. That is not a great rate, but it's also not the worst rate of all time. 3 and 2 blue to counter an enchantment is interesting. Counter effects on permanents generally play a little bit differently than, like, counter spells in your hand, because your opponent can see that and can presumably count the amount of mana you have so they know whether you can do it or not, but it does act as a good, like, kind of buffer. That's interesting. I don't think this is particularly good, but it is certainly playable in some instances. It even appeared in a Pro Tour, so, like, it's not the worst card by any stretch. If you were going to look at this from the terms of Ice Age Limited, I actually think this is a decent common to pick up. There is an insane amount of enchantments in this set. I think it's like, I counted earlier, I think it's like 95, 96. It's like it's almost a third of the cards in this entire set are enchantments. So in a Limited perspective, this might be decent removal. Limited tends to play a little bit slower, so you'd probably have the time, and yeah, I think this is pretty solid and Limited. This was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and the art's pretty cool. It's definitely not my favorite. I'm not a huge fan of the particular style, but I do like the color choices, and the background is pretty nice. Also a common, so you will see copies of this. I guess that's really all I have to say on Aronson's Aura. It's fine. It's nothing special. Then we have Armor of Faith, which is an enchant creature or an aura, depending on how you want to look at it, that costs a single white mana, and target creature gets +1/+1, and then you can pay a white mana to give the creature that the Armor of Faith enchants an additional +0/+1 until end of turn. And then you can activate that ability as many times as you can pay for it. Armor of Faith is very, very similar to Holy Armor from Alpha. The only difference between those cards is that Holy Armor gives you +0/+2, and Armor of Faith gives you +1/+1. With that being the difference, I would say Armor of Faith is a slightly better card, because generally adding 1 power is going to be better than adding 1 toughness. But that would obviously depend on the situation and what you're doing with the cards. I guess this is an interesting time to note. Originally, Ice Age was going to just use the commons and uncommons from Alpha, and then they decided that that was going to be a bad idea because people were upset about reprints. So they changed to that, and Ice Age got pushed back for that and a couple other reasons at various points. Because of that, a lot of the commons and uncommons in this set are basically just cards from Alpha with 1 or 2 little differences, and this is an example of that. Holy Armor and Armor of Faith aren't particularly strong cards. They weren't then and they aren't now. Pumping your toughness does have uses and some merits, but is generally not the strong thing to be doing. It is better to put your resources into, like, furthering your game plan or actually stopping their game plan, right? Like, this doesn't do anything against removal and stuff like that. Not to say it has no uses, it's just a pretty marginal card. It is a common. It's probably fine in Limited where removal is less likely, and it is a pretty modest cost. So I don't know that this effect is necessarily worth a card, but there are situations where it is. It's a common. Don't know if I said that, but overall, pretty weak card, but kind of interesting. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and I very much love this art. I think this art is fantastic. It's such an interesting interpretation of, like, what the effect is trying to convey. I just think that's really cool. Big fan of this art. Not too much else to say about this card, though, so we'll carry on. Battle Cry. Battle Cry is an instant that costs 2 and a white mana, and untap all white creatures you control. Any creature that blocks this turn gets +0/+1 until end of turn. So this is actually kind of interesting. I think this is actually a pretty decent card, like, at least in, like, limited card pools and stuff like that. If you can find a way to tap down all your creatures and kind of convey to your opponent that you are ripe to be clapped back at. So, like, if you can attack and they won't block, knowing that they can then come in and like, deal massive damage to you afterwards, you can then use Battle Cry, assuming that your creatures are able to kill each other. You can then, on their turn when they attack, use Battle Cry, pump all your creatures by 1, completely wipe them. When it all works out like that, this card can be really good. And 3 mana for this effect is fine. That being said, it is kind of hard to get into that situation, because what would prevent them from just trading if they were going to take the damage? It's not the most common situation to find yourself in, but in that specific situation, cards like Battle Cry are very, very good. So if you can figure out a way to kind of encourage that, Battle Cry might do you some favors. Like I said, I think it's decent and limited and stuff like that. It's obviously not like a real contender. I wouldn't, like, bring this to a tournament or anything. But it's pretty okay. I think cards like this are very, very cool. And when you're playing at lower power levels, stuff like this is very interesting. Yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say on the card, though. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and I like this card. I like the art on this one a lot. It is kind of interesting that the background looks like it's unfinished. I don't know if that's a creative choice or if he was just rushed and said, fuck it. But it's kind of a neat detail. I don't think it looks bad. It's interesting. It's rare you can see the brush strokes on a background as well as you can in this one. But that's really all there is to say about Battle Cry. So let's move on. Black Scarab. Black Scarab is an uncommon enchantment that costs 1 white mana. It is an enchant creature or an aura, and target creature gets +2/+2 as long as any opponent controls any black cards. That creature cannot be blocked by black creatures. First thing of note is that the errata on this says black permanent, which is interesting because usually when a card says black cards, they mean non-token black permanents. At least that's usually the interpretation they take when they're adjusting older cards to the new rules. Not always, but sometimes. I do think that it's better that this doesn't care about tokens. I don't think it would, like, make the card better. I just think it's interesting when and where they decide to like make that decision. Black Scarab is part of a cycle. There's one for every color. They're all white cards that cost a single mana, and obviously they just affect the color that they say they do. Black Scarab affects black cards. These are basically just reinterpretations of the original Ward cycle from Alpha. The Scarabs work a little bit different because they only say that it can't be blocked by black creatures, so it's not quite as good as protection. However, the +2/+2 is pretty handy. Overall, these are kind of like the Wards. They're not really impressive cards, and they're a little bit too situational. These are the type of cards that are like fine and kind of interesting when everybody is just playing 5-color nonsense and just playing every card that they own. But as soon as people start like putting thought into deck building and people start cutting colors and trying to play more efficiently, cards like this really like lose their luster. I think it's interesting in limited, and definitely potentially useful, something to hang in your sideboard until game 2 when you're against the black deck, right? Or if you have the red one, then the red deck, right? But yeah, overall, kind of interesting cards. They again follow that same pattern of just basically being alpha cards that were modified slightly. I do like what they did here, though. I think they're kind of interesting. I guess that's really all I have to say on Black Scarab. The art for Black Scarab was illustrated by Kaya Folio, and I really love this. I think this is super fantastic. Big fan of Kaya's work, so obviously I like her stuff, but I really like this one. It's really interesting. There is not too much to say about these cards, though, so we will move right along. To Blessed Wine. Blessed Wine is an instant that costs 1 and a white mana, and you gain 1 life. And then you draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Blessed Wine is interesting because this is the first ever cantrip that we're going to talk about. Cantrips came out in Ice Age. Sometimes the vernacular for like cantrips like these is slow trips because they take a turn. They don't really do this anymore. If they're going to let you draw a card, they just do it right away because people forget triggers, like even at like a competitive level. Mishra's Bauble, people forget to draw that card all the fucking time. So they decide, like, they changed their mind and said, you know, it's fine if you get the card right away. But it is kind of smart to make the ability a bit more modest when you're first testing it out. Anyway, the reason that the community calls these cantrips is because of D&D, for the most part. Cantrips in D&D are spells that don't really take any resources. They cost your action, but it doesn't cost any spell slots or anything like that. There's no limit to how many times you can cast the spell per turn, or per day, just per turn, based on how many actions you have, which is the same of everything. So they don't really take a resource. Cantrips in Magic are the same way because they replace the card. So they take the mana resource, but they don't require a card. Well, they require a card, but they replace themselves. So you get what I'm trying to say, I hope. That being said, Blessed Wine is a very bad card. 2 mana for a card is pretty standard. Gaining the 1 life on top of that is basically nothing. There are obviously some situations where this would come up, but not many of them. This is just a very, very modest effect. It is not a good card. I wouldn't really recommend playing this ever, anywhere. But it is kind of interesting. Yeah. It is kind of a shame, though, because this art is fantastic. Another Kaya Folio art, but the sparkles in the wine, super cool. And just the radiating aura of, like, I don't know, almost like a kaleidoscope. I don't know what you would call that artistic effect in the background, but I really like it. I think it's fantastic. This is a well-done piece of art. It's kind of a shame that the card is so modest. If this was just the same thing but gained you 3 life, I would say this is actually fairly playable. I don't know why they made this one so bad. But it is what it is. It is a common, so you will see it, but I don't think that's a problem because the art is nice to look at. But that's really all that I have to say on Blessed Wine, so we'll move on. To Blinking Spirit. Blinking Spirit is a 2/2 creature. It costs 3 and a white mana, and you can pay 0 mana to return Blinking Spirit to its owner's hand.
So that's pretty interesting. And while this card is pretty bad, it's not a good card, uh, it is a very interesting card. So obviously the intention of this effect is that for 4 mana you get a 2/2, and if somebody tries to blow it up or something like that, you can just put it back into your hand to deploy later. Actually pretty solid in control decks and stuff like that. However, I do think the card should have flying or something. This is really modest. There's also, this is the first instance of like blinking in the game, so there really isn't anything to do with this. Enters the battle effects wouldn't come out until Mana War and the orangutan with the infamous art are the first examples of enters the battles effects. So blinking really was, the entire purpose of it was defensive at the time. This is a very awesome card, not because it's good or playable or fun to play with even, just because it took the first steps down what is a very beloved and interesting mechanic. Yeah, overall an interesting card. My only real complaint about this is it really should have flying, but it's not too extremely out of rate for what was going around at the time. This is kind of during the depowering of creatures, because that needed to happen. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe it's just because the art is giving me, because the art has wings, so that might be why I'm like, oh, this should have flying. But I do feel that it needs a little something else to be decent. Well, to be good. It's pretty decent. Like I said, pretty solid in control strategies. Pretty bad rare to get, to be honest. Like, you could also get Necropotence, so kind of a bad rare, but not the worst rare. And this is really interesting because it like begs the question, right? I do really appreciate cards, especially in the first few sets, that kind of like ask an open question of like, well, how does this translate into an advantage, right? And Blinking Spirit is kind of in that camp, so I appreciate stuff like that. This was illustrated by Alan Williams, and I really love the art. I think the art's fantastic. It's just such a cool alien design, right? Like, what an interesting spirit. I don't know, it's very cool. I like it. The card is pretty bad, though. So, let's move on. Blue Scarab. Blue Scarab, same as Black Scarab and all the other ones. It's an enchantment, costs a white mana. It's an aura or enchant creature. Target creature gets +2/+2 as long as any opponent controls any blue cards. That creature can't be blocked by blue creatures. This is the exact same card as the black one, so we won't really spend too much time here. Still an uncommon. They're okay in the specific circumstances that like they were designed to be okay in. Otherwise, they are pretty unimpressive. The art for Blue Scarab was illustrated by Amy Weber, and I really like this one too. Very, very cool. Bright colors, very bouncy, very highly saturated. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. It's very pleasing to look at. But there really isn't too much to say about this card, so let's skedaddle on. Call to Arms. So this one is a rare. Call to Arms is an enchantment that costs 1 and a white mana, and the effect is choose a color. As long as target opponent controls more cards of that color than any other color, all white creatures get +1/+1. If at any time that opponent does not control more cards of that color than any other color, bury Call to Arms. So this is interesting because it's almost the same effect as Jihad from Arabian Nights. There are a couple differences. Jihad gives you +2/+1, whereas this one gives you +1/+1. And I believe Jihad only cares as long as you have a card of that color. This card cares that you have more of that color than any other color. But otherwise, they are basically the same card, which is kind of interesting. This is okay. It's fine. It's not great. It's nice that it doesn't like care about a specific color, so reasonably this would like have more. There's always the possibility of this being relevant in a game, right? Unless you're playing against a deck that is strictly colorless, this has a chance to do something. So I do appreciate that aspect of the design, and the effect is definitely interesting mechanically. but I don't know. It's not great. It's not like a super strong effect. I would play this probably in limited. Maybe. If all your creatures are white, there's a decent chance that this is just a kind of a buff. However, that being said, this is also just like a worse version of Crusade or Bad Moon. I guess those cards were considered too strong. This is kind of a fixed version of Crusade. Like I said, it's fine. Mechanically interesting effect, but it's not unique to this card. It's just as mechanically interesting in other cards. This one doesn't really have the whole, like, race war implications to the same degree that Jihad does. So that's, you know, for the best. Beyond that, it's okay. Like, I think this is fine and limited. It does something often, but it's a lot of steps for what is effectively just a worse Crusade. And you can tell it's never done anything, right? Because it's on the reserve list. There's only one printing of it, and you can pick it up for like 50 cents. So you can tell it's not like a well-desired or awesome card that does a lot of things in any format. It's kind of more of a curiosity than anything. However, the art for this card is pretty phenomenal. This was illustrated by Randy Gallegos. The little bit of steam coming out of his breath is just a really nice detail. The trees in the background are super well done. The armor is pretty interesting, and the metallic is, you know, it's well done. Like, the lighting on the card is really cool. If I had any complaint at all, it's that the two in the background, their legs are, it's definitely, you can tell which legs belong to which, but at a first glance, it does look a little weird. But that's just the perspective of the piece. Overall, art's really cool. The card is interesting, but it is not good. Then we have Caribou Range, another rare. Caribou Range is an enchant land or enchantment aura that costs 2 and 2 white mana, and when Caribou Range comes into play, choose target land you control, and you can pay 2 white mana and tap the land Caribou Range enchants to put a Caribou token into play. Treat this token as a 0/1 white creature, and then you can sacrifice a Caribou token to gain 1 life. So this card is pretty interesting for a few reasons. One, it's repeatable tokens. This is not the first instance of repeatable tokens, and in some ways this card is actually pretty similar to Boris Devilborn from Legends. But this is a very interesting example. The power level is pretty modest. You could think of it as costing 3 mana to make a Caribou, because you have to tap the land that it's attached to and add 2 mana. The most common way to get that mana would be tapping 2 planes and tapping the land that this is attached to. So you would need to tap 3 mana to get yourself a 0/1 that you could then sacrifice to gain 1 life. And so, you know, there are things you can do with this. This is really, really kind of a win for a game design space, but it's not really like a super powerful card that you're supposed to, like, be doing all the time. It's fun, though. It's a really fun card, I think. Like I said, it's pretty modest. There isn't a whole lot to do with the tokens, but there's definitely things you can do with the tokens, right? There's already sacrifice outlets. You can pump them up. Because you can sack the token to this card, it makes it a little bit more valuable in a couple more situations. I think that's really cool. I think this is fun game design space. I think it's really flavorful and interesting. And overall, it's just a really cool card, but it is pretty modest, right? Like, this is a rare, and we'll probably be comparing a lot of the rares to Necropotence, because that is also a rare, and begs the question, what's more valuable? 3 mana to be able to pay 1 life per card, or 4 mana to be able to pay 2 mana, tap a land, and then sacrifice that thing that you got to gain 1 life. They don't really seem comparable to me. So that's kind of interesting where their head was at with, like, those kind of design things. But overall, I think this is an interesting and really cool card. Probably pretty popular back in the day. I know that Caribou tokens appeared in the, what were they, Citadel tokens? They're probably popping it up. They were like the first tokens to be released. Not really professionally, but kind of. They're pretty popular. They're kind of collector's items these days, and a lot of old school players really like those tokens. And obviously the Caribou one was inspired by this card. Overall, Caribou Range is pretty interesting. Not a great card, but it is fun. It was illustrated by Ruth Thompson, and I like the art. I think the art is really fun. I especially like that it's really, really funny. If you follow the trail of Caribou down to the 5th one, you can tell Ruth got a little, I don't want to say lazy, but put a little less detail into it. And that one that one specifically is just the right amount of detail and just like not enough detail to be really fucking funny. Overall, it's cool art. Circle of Protection Black. So it's pretty common to not like the Circle of Protections. I think that's a fairly common take. I also do not really like the Circle of Protection cards. They they kind of both don't do anything and do too much. In like the kind of state of the game that these were designed for, I think they're just brutal, right? Like you can run into a deck that just can't fucking do anything about this. This is really interesting because a lot of the cards they changed to be different, right? Like, so instead of putting Holy Armor into the set, they made Armor of Faith, right? And instead of putting the wards in the set, they made the Scarab Cycle. Circle of Protection, they just lifted straight into the set. It's interesting, and I wonder why they did that, especially because the people that designed this set are the same people that designed Antiquities, which makes sense because the story of Antiquities leads directly to what causes the Ice Age, so that makes sense. But in that set, they put in Circle of Protection Artifact, and they made it cost 2 to activate it. It seems like this would have been a decent opportunity to like do something similar and make a card that was mostly Circle of Protection Black, but just make it cost 2 to activate instead of 1. I don't know. And also Legends released Greater Preservation, I think is the card. It'll be up. That one protects all damage from either a black or a red source, but it costs a white mana instead of 2. I also don't mind that change because that forces you to have a specific color open. Just being able to pay anything into this is kind of brutal. They aren't like super good cards like at high level, right? Like you don't fucking see these in Vintage or anything. But in the level where these kind of cards would actually show up, I do think they just kind of negatively impact the play experience for most people. All of the Circle of Protections are in here. We probably won't spend too much time on them. This one was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and I like the art. I do think the new arts for these are interesting, and I like this one. I think it's well done. Super cool art, but I'm just not a big fan of the Circle of Protections. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, wait. These are also at Common. I don't remember if I mentioned that or not, but these are at Common. Circle of Protection Blue. Hey, look, it's the same thing. It's a common. We're just going to talk about the art. This was illustrated by Pete Venters, and this is fucking hilarious. I think this is probably my favorite Circle of Protection art of all time. Just look at this fucking thing. I have no idea what the fuck's going on here, and I don't care. This is just fantastic. The face is so funny. But yeah, Circle of Protection Blue. That's all I really have to say on it. Let's move on. Oh, hey, it's another Circle of Protection. Alright, so the art for Circle of Protection Green was done by Sandra Everingham, and I like this one. The frogs are cute, and I think it's kind of cool to have, like, nature-y stuff in cards that, you know, it's not a green card, but it, like, deals with green, if you know what I mean. So, I don't know. I just appreciate the frogs. I think this is fun. We'll move on. I bet you'll never guess what the next card is. That's right. It's Circle of Protection Red, and you would have had no way of knowing that. Anyway, Circle of Protection Red was illustrated by Pete Venters. This art is pretty cool. It's very similar to the Anson Maddox version of Circle of Protection. Not so much in the like artistic style or what's going on, just that a lot of the Circle of Protections, the art kind of features a circle of some kind, and this one does to some degree, right? But they both are kind of focusing on the person, which is less common in the circle arts. It's just kind of neat that the red one, done by Pete Venters, kind of takes inspiration from Anson, or at least looks like it might. Very cool. I like this art. I think it's really well done. I especially like how the magic effect of creating the circle by throwing his hands around as the like sparkly magic. is really cool. I just think this is a fantastic art. But Pete Venters is phenomenal. He does such good art. Yeah, we'll move on to Circle of Protection White. Circle of Protection White was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and I like this one. This one is interesting because it almost looks like two images like superimposed together. Like it almost just looks like that circle was just slapped down on a different piece of art that has nothing to do with it. It's obviously not the case, but I just really kind of appreciate how the structure of the circle kind of feels alien and different. I think that's really a cool way of expressing what's going on with a circle of protection. Yeah, it's interesting. I like it. I think it's a good use of colors and I don't fucking know. I'm not an art critic, but I like this one. Anyway, let's move on to Cold Snap. Cold Snap is an uncommon. It costs 2 and a white mana. It has cumulative upkeep 2, and during each player's upkeep, Cold Snap deals 1 damage to that player for each snow-covered land he or she controls. So this card is pretty interesting. 1, it's our first cumulative upkeep card we're talking about. 2, it's a white card that deals burn damage during upkeeps. And 3, this is actually kind of pretty similar to Cyclone from Arabian Nights in some ways. Obviously a little bit different. That deals damage based on how many counters you have. And this deals damage based on how many snow-covered lands they have. So this is interesting. This is, 1, if your opponent is playing with a bunch of snow lands, this is pretty fucking good. If they're not, then it's not really good. But like if this comes down on like if your opponent is playing exclusively with snow lands and you are not, and this comes down on turn 3, they take 3 damage and then you pay 2, and then they'll take, if they put down another snow land, they'll take 4, then you'll pay 4 mana, and then you probably won't keep this going. Yeah, I should probably explain cumulative upkeep. The way cumulative upkeep works is that you take the cost and then multiply the cost by the number of age counters on it, and that's what you have to pay at the upkeep, or the thing with cumulative upkeep gets sacrificed. So for this card, it would be 2 on the first upkeep, 4 on the second upkeep, and then 6, and then 8, and ain't no way you're paying more than that for this. Especially because you could just, like, bounce it somehow. Cold Snap is interesting. Like, in the specific limited, depending on how you guys are doing snowlands, right? Do you have to get your snowlands in the packs, or can you just, like, or are they just, like, basic lands where you can put as many as you want? Depending on how you, like, would do a limited or draft or whatever of this kind of set will affect how strong Cold Snap is. But even in the high end, it's pretty okay in limited. It's not really good anywhere else, right? Like, because if they don't care about snowlands, this doesn't fucking do anything. Cold Snap, not a great card, obviously. Fine in limited. You wouldn't play this anywhere else. It's just fucking bad. And in limited, it's only good if players have reasonable access to a lot of snowlands. Otherwise, even in limited, like if you were just doing a limited with like normal rules where any ice lands that you get out of the packs you can use, but other ones you can't, you're still going to get way more basics than you would snowlands, and then you're not going to be able to add a bunch. But if you set up the like limited and or like, okay, so you know how you can grab basic lands, you can grab snow-covered basic lands for this set. In that specific situation, cards like Cold Snap are actually pretty good. But if that's not the case, cards like Cold Snap are pretty bad. Interestingly enough, this is a card that like can potentially be pretty funny in Commander. I've had decks that were just snow basics in them, just because it was like strictly correct. For like I had a Kirk deck for a while that ran snow basics basically just for Dead of Winter, if I remember right, and maybe Astrolabe. And if like you were in a pod with me or somebody who runs a bunch of snow basics, you can slot this in your deck just to be a funny guy. But even then, it won't like do too much. Like, but hey, if you want to spend 25 cents on a joke, I've done that. Yeah, Cold Snap, pretty interesting. It's not a good card though. So let's move on. Oh shit, let me talk about the art. This was illustrated by Randy Gallegos, and I really like this art. I think the art does a fantastic job of, like, expressing what is going on here, and I think that goes a long way to like helping me not see this as a color pie break, just because of the art and the flavor and all of it combines to like make it feel like a white card. But yeah, the art's fantastic. Randy did a great job with this one. Then we have Cooperation. Cooperation is an enchant creature or an aura. It is a common. It costs 2 and a white mana, and target creature gains banding. This card is funny because banding is funny. This is another one that would be hilarious to like throw in a bad commander deck when you don't care about winning. This is not a good card though. One, like you can get a 1/1 with banding for 1 mana, even in this set and in alpha and revised and all that stuff. So it's not like you're struggling to get a hold of banding, and banding doesn't do super, like it's fine. 3 mana and a card to give one thing banding is not a good rate. This is not a good card. It is a common, so you'll see it a bunch, which is fine because it was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and the art is fucking hilarious. I love this art a lot. Big fan of Phil's work, and this one is no exception. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much else to say about it. It's a funny card. It's just kind of bad. Anytime that banding would be good, this is okay. But 3 mana to give 1 creature banding is pretty bad. I guess it's okay in like Enchantress deck, I guess. If you're drawing a couple cards off of every enchantment, then this is a little bit better. But so is every other enchantment, so it also doesn't really change anything. Yeah, I don't know. I like this card. It's not good though. So let's move on. Next we have Death Ward, another common. This is another card that was just straight lifted from Alpha. It is an instant that costs a single white mana, and you regenerate target creature. So basically, anytime a creature would be dealt damage by like a lightning bolt, or when it's being blocked, or it's blocking and it dies, you get in response, cast this to save the creature. And as regeneration works, the creature would not die and then instead be tapped. Death Ward is fine. It's interesting. It's definitely... Using a card to save a creature is good. It's definitely can be good, right? At the end of the day, it kind of depends on like what creature you're saving with this. It is just a card. It is kind of a modest effect for a card, but it definitely can be really impactful and game winning, especially in a time when card collections are a little less complete and, you know, there isn't as much information about what you might be facing. In those situations and with that perspective, I think Death Ward is fine. It is interesting how they did just lift some cards and reprinted them from Alpha, and then other ones they changed, but it is what it is. There really isn't too much else to say about this. It's fine. It's a common, so you'll see a bunch of this. In Limited, like, this definitely can be useful to save your stuff, but stuff like this is just going to make the game come down to decking, which I guess is fine, especially if the strongest card is Necropotence. This version of Death Ward was illustrated by Harold McNeil. I'm generally not a huge fan of McNeil's work. I don't think it's terrible, and he does have some really cool stylings to his stuff, but a lot of his pieces just kind of look like a greasy rag to me. That being said, I actually like the art on this Death Ward. I'm a big fan of his Sylvan Library. This art, too, I don't know, it's very cool. I like this, and I like that it's kind of a unique style. And the beautiful thing about Magic and, you know, all the different art styles is that it doesn't matter if you don't, like, particularly resonate with a specific artist. There are so many other arts for you to resonate with. Not everything is for everyone, you know, right? But this art is pretty cool. So, with that said, let's move on. To Disenchant. Disenchant might be one of the best cards in the set. It hits Necropotence. It hits it hits over a third of the set because there's just so many fucking enchantments in this set, and there's a fair few artifacts too. This card might actually hit almost half of this set. For 2 mana, that's pretty fucking good. It's also a common. I know that I would be snap grabbing every fucking disenchant that came my way. Although I do tend to just snap grab as much removal that I am reasonably able to cast, because I'm a degenerate. But Disenchant is really fucking good. It's a pretty powerful card. Depending, like it's fallen off a little bit these days. Like I don't think you see Disenchant in like real formats, or large card pool formats rather. But this still sees a decent chunk of play in old school. It's if you're in white, there's at least 2 copies of this in your sideboard 90% of the time, and there might even be a couple copies main board. Yeah, Disenchant is just really good. It deals with artifacts, and there are some pretty fucking brutal artifacts, but it also deals with enchantments. At the time, there really isn't a whole lot of targeted removal for enchantments. Enchantments are really hard to remove. Like in Alpha, there's just Tranquility, and then I guess like Chaos Orb and Neverall's Disc and stuff that targets everything, but it's really just Tranquility, which is a board wipe to blow up all enchantments. So if you have enchantments that you don't want blown up, that card does nothing for you, or is at least bad. Disenchant is targeted, right? Like, this is very good. This is a very good card, very good effect. Love it at common. You like to see stuff like this. It really helps balance out a set, in my opinion. Disenchant is also a card that is just straight ripped from Alpha. Maybe some of the cards they just reprinted because they didn't want multiple, like maybe they thought that having access to 2 different disenchants, which were the same card but named differently, or something like that, would just be a bad idea. I don't know. It's hard to say, but Disenchant, very cool card. Love this card a lot. I think it's one of those cards that I think they just got the power level right on the first time, and yeah. Not much else to say about it. This version was illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and fantastic. I prefer the Amy Weber version from Alpha, personally, but I do know that a lot of old school players really love this version a little bit more, and I can see why. I think the details on this are super fucking cool, and I like the story that the art is telling. It's fantastic. It's really good art. And if this was like the copy that you like started playing with, I can see the nostalgia for it. It is very cool. Very cool card. Very cool art. Next on our list is the uncommon Drought. Drought is an enchantment that costs 2 and 2 white mana, and during your upkeep, pay white or destroy Drought. Before a spell that requires black mana as part of its casting cost may be cast, or an ability that requires black as part of its activation cost may be played, the controller of that spell or ability sacrifices a swamp for each black mana in the spell's casting cost or the ability's activation cost. So this is kind of interesting. This is very similar to Conversion, and I would assume Conversion was the kind of the inspiration for this. Both of them are white cards that cost 2 and 2 white mana and have an upkeep cost of white. Conversion makes it so that all of your mountains instead tap for white mana, and this makes you sacrifice a swamp whenever you would pay a black for a casting cost or an activated ability. This is pretty fucking brutal. But both of these are White's enemy colors. White's enemy colors are white and black, and so I think this is kind of a spiritual successor of Conversion, and it's pretty hilarious. This is brutal. I don't think you're supposed to do stuff like this, but it is kind of funny. It's not super powerful because it doesn't do anything if they don't have black, obviously. But 4 mana for a spell that just shuts down black is kind of a lot in today's environment. Even at the time, like, you were better off not using cards like this and just using the insanely busted cards that did exist at the time. This is interesting. And it's also kind of interesting that this came out in the same set as Necropotence. I know I'm talking about Necropotence a lot, but you kind of have to... It kind of gives the set context. And this is interesting because it's kind of bad against Necropotence. Because with Necropotence, okay, if this is on the field, you have to sacrifice 3 swamps to cast your Necropotence, but you don't have to use black mana to activate the abilities. So once you get past that hurdle, this does nothing to specifically Necropotence. Obviously, I'm assuming you have other black spells in your Necropotence deck, so it does stuff against those, but this is just kind of interesting, I suppose. Not really great design space, in my opinion. It's a little bit hard. I like Color Hate, but I like Color Hate like Red Elemental Blast or Blue Elemental Blast. I think those are interesting cards. I think cards like this are just a little bit brutal. They kind of punish like less experienced players a lot more than they punish people that are established players. And I don't know that that's ideal. Yeah, it's an interesting card. It's kind of a bad card. It's probably fine and limited, like as a sideboard card against a black deck. If you get this down against a black deck in limited, it's probably GG. But outside of limited, this doesn't really have a place, and I don't really particularly like the place that this tries to carve out for itself from a like design perspective. It is an interesting card though, and it is really funny. I do kind of have a soft spot for incredibly brutal effects like this and other things. I think they're funny in a sense, but it all depends, right? Like if a card like this just became part of like your common experience and you're like, okay, I guess I just can't play fucking black cards anymore, then I think cards like this tend to like not make people happier about the game, which can be an issue. Yeah, overall, kind of interesting. Kind of a bad idea. You shouldn't do stuff like this, which, you know, they figured out they don't do stuff like this anymore. Drought was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and it was fantastic. Like, this is really beautiful. I think Nene did a fantastic job on this. Also, I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. It's not a common name. Yeah, this is just beautiful. All of the details are fantastic. I think it does a great job of conveying what it's trying to convey. Yeah, no complaints on the art. I think it's fantastic. Let's move on. Elvish Healer. Elvish Healer is a 1/2 creature that costs 2 and a white mana, and you can tap to prevent 1 damage to any non-green creature or any player, or up to 2 damage to any green creature. That's kind of neat. That's kind of interesting. So this was obviously inspired by Samite Healer from Alpha. Kind of does the same thing. This has a different approach because it cares specifically about green creatures and is kind of neat. This is also the first white elf, although it wasn't technically an elf at the time. It says Elvish Healer, and then the type line says it's a summon cleric. So like you wouldn't get... There wasn't any like all elves get plus whatever or whatever at the time, but this would not have benefited from that if such a thing did exist. This is interesting. It's pretty cool from a flavor standpoint, rather. The idea of, you know, the elven healer having preferential treatment towards green creatures makes sense. It's an elf. They're a very green focused group of people. Yeah, this is interesting. It's not a good card. Samite Healer is okay in certain situations, generally like lower power levels. But there are definitely times when the card can be annoying, but it also, like, most of the time you'd rather just have something with a little bit more power or a little bit more utility. At the time, a lot of damage was either 1, 3, or 4, so it just, I don't know that it actually comes up too much, but it's a nice benefit, and the card itself is kind of fine. 3 mana for a creature that you tap to prevent 1 damage is pretty low rate. Anyway, it's an interesting card. Probably does a little bit in limited, but it is definitely on the lower end of power. But it is interesting. This one was illustrated by Rick Emond, I believe is how that's pronounced. And the art is fantastic. I really like this piece. It almost has like a colored pencil vibe to it. It was probably done with like felt markers, but I don't know. It could have been paint. I like it. It has kind of a... not a low saturation, but kind of a low contrast for the amount of color that's in it. It's really cool. I like it. I think it's really well done. But yeah, Elvish Healer. Interesting card. Not a good card. Let's move on to Enduring Renewal. All right, so this is a card that we actually have quite a bit to talk about. Enduring Renewal is an enchantment that costs 2 and 2 white mana, and it says, play with the cards in your hand face up on the table. If you draw a creature card from your library, discard it. Whenever a creature goes to your graveyard from play, put that creature into your hand. So this is really interesting and is, in my opinion, probably one of the first cards they ever designed with the actual intent to combo. I guess probably Merfolk Assassin was the first card that they designed with like War Barge, I believe. That's kind of a funny little combo. But this is like this feels like the first card where they kind of were like, all right, open-ended combo, like do something with this. We're not going to like tell you exactly what card is good with this, but there are some cards that are pretty good with this, and you can do some interesting things. The most common thing to do with Enduring Renewal is use either like the kobolds, the 0-cost kobolds, or Ornithopter, and use them with. You could use it with like Ashnod's Altar to create a bunch of colorless mana and then dome them with a rocket launcher or something like that. You cast the creature for 0, you sack it for 2 mana, it goes to the graveyard, which then puts it back into your hand, and you cast it again for 0. You can also do this with 1 mana cards if you're using Ashnod's Altar. So like Brass Man would be a decent example because it makes colorless. So you'd need it to be a 1 mana colorless creature specifically. But yeah, this isn't actually all that good. It's okay. It's not a bad card. This was a really popular card. Like this is one of the few cards that I can say like with some certainty that it was definitely discussed and talked about. When going through like the old Usenet articles, this card pops up more often than most other cards. And not just in like sell lists or buy lists, but actually people discussing the card and its potential implications and what you can do with it. I think that's really neat. I think this card is interesting. I don't like it. It ended up not being strong, right? Like if you probably haven't heard of this, right? Like this is no Necropotence. It's not like it looks interesting and it's very very like, well, what can I do with this card? And I love cards like that. I think that's really really cool. It's not great generally. Like at the time the pieces weren't really there, and now you have more efficient things to do. The pieces were there, but there just wasn't the consistency, I don't think. Anyway, a lot of people talked about this. This was really, really hyped, and then like it didn't ever actually do anything, which is, you know, part of that issue is the card itself. But most of that problem is that despite how interesting or cool this combo was, it didn't do anything against fucking Hymn to Torak and Necropotence, right? So like, it just this card, like a lot of stuff that could have potentially been really interesting, just kind of got pushed out by how strong other things were. And at the time it was mono black because of mainly Hymn to Torak and Necropotence. Yeah, Enduring Renewal is really, really fucking cool. I think this might be one of my favorite cards in this set, just because of how interesting this is. Like, this is really kind of a love letter to combo at a time where combo was just like fucking channel fireball or fucking animate your time fault and instill energy it or paralyze it. And Enduring Renewal was an interesting and different approach to the concept of combo, which I think is pretty neat. It isn't all that different at the end of it. It's still just like take a couple cards and abuse their interaction. But Enduring Renewal kind of made you work for it a little bit more, in my opinion. And also just the context of the cards around it at the time, right? Because this is when, you know, by this point, it's kind of hard to get a Time Vault or any of the Moxen or Black Lotus, right? So a lot of the gas that really supported the earlier combos was kind of like gone. Giving Enduring Renewal a chance to like not be super busted, but also kind of interesting. It's just unfortunate that, you know, Necropotence came out in the same set. Yeah, Enduring Renewal is interesting. I really like this card. I think this card is really cool. This was one of the when I first started looking at older cards and stuff, this is one when I first saw this, I was like, holy shit, this is pretty cool. And I actually learned about this card from the old Usenets, which is a wild fucking experience to like spend a lot of time looking. I hadn't really paid attention to Ice Age at the time. I was focusing on earlier sets, and then Enduring Renewal kept getting brought up. I'm like, what the fuck is this card? And the entire experience was a treat, which is biasing me a little bit towards liking this card. I think it's interesting. I think it's fun. As far as like in limited, I don't think there's anything you can do to break this. Yeah, maybe there's something I'm not thinking about, but there's definitely no like way to sack something to make enough mana to cast it continuously. I suppose it's also possible that they didn't plan this to be a combo card and just wanted it to be a value piece. And when looking at it like a value piece, it's also kind of interesting, right? So basically, the concept is you're showing your hand so your opponent knows what you're doing, opening up about it, and then also you are never drawing a new creature. So the only creatures you will have for the rest of that game are the cards that you're showing. You can still draw like spells and stuff like that, but every new creature you draw has to go into your graveyard. So you either have to like figure out how to get them back or just accept the fact that once this is down, like the creatures that you have, that's what you have. It's interesting. I think this has some cool play patterns, regardless of whether you're using it as a combo piece or just playing low power and making it a value piece. I don't think it's particularly good at either of them from like a total aspect, but I do think they're interesting and fun. Enduring Renewal it's a cool card. It was and is a cool and interesting card that inspired a lot of Magic players, and I think that's really neat. This one was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and he kind of fucking kicked ass in this set. Like, I mentioned that he's one of my less favorite of the earlier artists, but I do think this art is fantastic too, same as Death Ward. I think this one is well done, and is just interesting and cool. It's a neat art for a neat card, and I like this. I like Enduring Renewal. I think this is a really fun card. I think more cards should have been like this. Just a fun, interesting idea that really make you think, right? So many of these cards are just, okay, this is the card that I've seen before, but slightly different. Or this card is complicated, confusing, feels like a bad card to play, and is also the strongest fucking thing that you can be doing. A lot of power is nested in confusing and negative costing effects. Enduring Renewal has a little bit of that, which I think is kind of neat, but it doesn't feel as extreme. It also doesn't, at least to me, I mean, I'm biased, right? Because by the time I saw this card, I knew how to fucking play Magic and had seen millions of combos. So maybe I'm looking at this card differently than people did, but I think it's really interesting. It's a rare, obviously, but let's move on. 2, Energy Storm, another rare. This is an enchantment that costs 1 and a white mana. It has a cumulative upkeep of 1, and damage dealt by instants, interrupts, and sorceries is reduced to 0. Creatures with flying do not untap during their controller's untap phase. Hell yeah. You combine this with Island Sanctuary, and unless they have a fucking Island Walker, they are donezo. This is interesting. I kind of think this is a really cool place for cumulative upkeep to be. This set probably has too much cumulative upkeep, and the cards aren't generally good. But I think this is an excellent showcase of like where this kind of effect should be, because like this is a pretty efficient card that does a fucking lot, and most of what it does is pretty good or interesting. On its own, there are still like ways to get through, right? Like, so like if you're a red deck and they slam this down and your hand's full of lightning bolts, you're fucked. But if you have like a gray ogre or a ball lightning or something in there, you can kind of get around this. It's also flavorful, right? Because like the concept is there's a storm brewing, so like creatures can't be flying through it, and also like electricity and stuff is getting sucked into the storm, right? But I think what's really interesting about this is it kind of doesn't feel like a white card to me, which is weird because the effects are very white. Like reducing damage from stuff is a white effect. Not letting creatures untap is a white and blue effect, right? Like this is a very white card, but just the flavor of it kind of makes it feel not white to me, which is a personal hang up and not like a real criticism of the card or the set. Yeah, this is kind of interesting. It's very specific, right? This is a card that, like, if they're not, if they don't have any flyers and they don't have any damage spells, this does literally fucking nothing. This was probably designed to, like, combat the fucking 20 Mountains, 40 Lightning Bolt decks that people were running around with, or similar concepts, and just trying to make it so that if your attack plan is just one exact like route, like if you don't have any like other options or anything like that, then you can get shut down by cards. And I think that was really the main kind of like philosophy behind the brutal shutdown of certain things, even like with drought and stuff like that. The concept is, well, don't just play black cards then. And with this, it's, well, don't just fucking play Lightning Bolt and Bird Maid. It's a bad example of a flyer. Don't just play fucking Hypnotic Spectre and fucking Lightning Bolt. You need to put other cards in your deck or this is going to shut you off. And I think that's a noble idea. I don't know how well it turned out in practice, but it is kind of interesting. Yeah, I like Energy Storm. I think this is interesting. It's modest in power level, but it is pretty interesting. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham, and I really like the art. I think it's really cool. Kind of, has that classic Lightning Bolt vibe to it. Obviously not done by Christopher Rush, but has a similar vibe to it. Good art, very cool, very interesting. Is interesting as a white card, but I guess that's all I have to say about it. Okay, so next on the list is Formation, another rare. This one costs 1 and a white mana. Target creature gains banding until end of turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So this is kind of interesting because we can compare this to 2 white cards we've already seen. This is in some ways very similar to Blessed Wine because they're both cantrips. They both cost 1 and a white. That one gives you 1 life, and this gives a creature banding until end of turn. This is a combat trick of sorts, obviously, right? So, like, you would cast it at an opportunity after your opponent made a decision based on the fact that you didn't have banding, and then you do have banding. This can be good, and if used properly, this will save you probably a lot more than just 1 life. So I think this is just significantly better than Blessed Wine. This actually has some applications, and I don't even think that this is unfairly costed. We can also compare this to Cooperation. Was that the name of the fucking card? Is the Phil Foglio art, probably back up on the screen. It was the enchant creature that costs 2 and a white mana to give banding. So that one costs an extra mana. Isn't a combat trick, you can't cast it at instant speed, but the banding is forever, and it also does not replace itself. Enchant creatures are also often less useful than stuff like this, mainly because your opponent knows it's there, right? Like, it's a sorcery speed thing, so you can't play it in response and, like, get one up on people with cards like that. And also, you just are inviting 2-for-1s. You can't really 2-for-1 yourself with this card, even if they, like, Swords to Plowshare the creature in response, because you'll still get the card draw. Yeah, I don't know. This card, I will say, is really fucking funny. This is a very, very hilarious card, art-wise, and even just mechanically. I think this is funny. I think this is pretty fairly costed, but it is still, like, very not great. I think this is interesting, especially in Limited. I think you can do some fun and funny things with this. Also, would be hilarious in Commander because no one would ever fucking see this coming, but it is less likely to be useful there. Yeah, this is fine. Obviously, it's not a card that stood the test of time. It's not good. I think I would have made this an uncommon. As far as, like, set balance and stuff like that. But they weren't, this set wasn't designed with Limited in mind. Not really, anyway. So you can forgive things like that. I don't understand this being a rare, though, because, 1, it isn't particularly powerful, although commons can be very good, too. A fucking Dark Ritual, probably one of the strongest cards in Alpha, at least top 15. There's a lot of really good cards in Alpha, but a couple of them are commons. So it doesn't need to be a rare to be powerful, and on top of that, this isn't particularly powerful. I don't know that I would consider this complicated, but even if I did consider it complicated, the developers of the set didn't, because there is a 1/1 creature with banding at common in this set, so I don't know. Yeah, I guess I just don't understand why they felt this should be a rare, if it was power level reasons or just, I would assume maybe flavor reasons, but even that doesn't really, I don't know. This one doesn't really make sense to me, but it is kind of a really fucking funny combat trick, and it approaches the combat trick system in a way that's different. A lot of combat tricks are just like, now you have regenerate, or now you, like, are indestructible, or you have first strike, or you get +3/+3, or whatever it does. It's usually something like that. The concept of having banding on a combat trick is actually really interesting, in my opinion. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really have anything else to say about it. This card is fucking hilarious, and a large portion of that has to do with Ken Mayer Jr.'s artistic direction for this card. This art is great. Like, I don't know what to say about it. It's just fucking funny. It's well done. The details are so cool. The blur lines to like imply the speed that these things are busting ass at is just chef's kiss. And the kicked up snow, it's all fucking good. This card is so well illustrated. The art is definitely the best part of this card. Formation is a really cool card in my opinion. Not a really strong card, but it is really interesting in low power environments. Next we have Filja or something. I'm not fucking Icelandic enough as far as I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Ancestors came from there, but that doesn't give me a passive benefit on fucking being able to pronounce these fucking crazy words. It apparently means like spirit or something similar to that. Anyway, Filja is how I'm gonna pronounce that because that's what YouTube said. But this is an enchant creature. It costs 1 white mana, and when Filja comes into play, put 4 healing counters on it. And then you can pay 0 to remove a healing counter from Filja to prevent 1 damage to a creature that Filja enchants. And then you can pay 2 and a white to put a healing counter on Filja. So this is kind of interesting. On rate, it's a better damage prevention spell than Healing Salve. For 1 mana, you can prevent up to 4 damage instead of 3. This is obviously significantly less versatile. It is, it's a sorcery spell. It is attached to the creature so they can see it, so they will have to plan around it, making it less versatile and a little bit less good in those instances. But it is still pretty efficient for the effect. The effect isn't great. Damage prevention as a whole is, sometimes useful. But when you have like Swords to Plowshare just bypassing this entirely, or cards that destroy like Terror, or Wrath of God even, stuff like this is definitely useful, but like less useful than you might think. This is pretty solid, especially in limited, to just throw on a creature and just fucking send that thing in to hit them again and again. So this has like some value. It's pretty good for what it is. Like, it's not pretty good. This is a dumb effect, and paying 3 mana to put an extra heal counter on this, why would you ever do that? Yeah, this is an interesting card. I guess we should mention the cool little note here that's appearing up. This is one of the 2 white cards that was included in a magazine as an early preview promotion card for Ice Age. And because of that, this uses the original white mana symbol, the symbol that appeared in like Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, and all the expansions before this. That's kind of interesting and neat. The mana symbol changed, but not on this card, which is interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I guess this is a pretty interesting card, and it can definitely do some stuff. This is definitely a card that if you played out in a limited game, your opponent would be like, man, that's kind of fucking annoying. The nice thing about it is that it doesn't really eat removal. Like I said, you get 2 for 1, and like maybe the creature would hit a removal spell. Obviously, you can't lightning bolt the creature that got hit with this, but you could terror it and stuff like that. This card doesn't really do anything to stop that from happening. But like, they're never gonna disenchant this, right? I mean, if they do spend a disenchant on this, you're probably pretty happy. So there is like some inherent value in having cards that do something, but like not enough to like be addressed. I think this card does a decent job of like expressing that kind of concept. Yeah. Otherwise, I guess there really isn't too much else to say about it. It's a pretty simple card. It is interesting. There isn't a card like this before. A lot of these cards are just kind of, oh, it's a different take on a card that exists, but now it's way better or way worse because we don't understand how to balance the game yet because we're still figuring everything out. And this is kind of just like, it's obviously inspired by stuff like Healing Salve, but it's kind of different. This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and the art is fucking great on this. Ice Age is really where they, like, I really prefer the art from, like, Alpha and the earlier sets, because a lot of the artists, they just, like, scooped out of a fucking college that were still figuring everything out, and you can see a lot of the, like, I don't want to say just the inexperience, right? Like, I don't think any of the art from Alpha is bad. Well, some of it's bad, but I like most of it, and I like that it's not necessarily what you would expect. As the game gets on, the art gets a lot better from like an objective standpoint, and I think this card kind of illustrates that well. I do really like this art. I do prefer the old stuff, the inexperienced stuff personally. I just think it has more personality in it, but this is very, very good. And this is not like so ultra realistic that there's no personality in it. This piece has plenty of personality in it on its own, right? So that probably made no sense. Hopefully that gave you an idea of where I'm going with stuff like this, but I like this card. I like the art. It is a common. I don't know if I mentioned that, but you will see copies of this. I would not waste your disenchant on this. Final bit of advice. Next, we have General Jarkeld, a 1/2 summon legend that costs 3 and a white. And you can tap this, switch the blocking creatures of 2 target attacking creatures. All defense must remain legal. Use this ability only during combat after defense is chosen, but before damage is dealt. So this originally happened in the damage prevention or fast effects section of the combat phase that doesn't really exist anymore. They've done a lot of like reworking of various rules throughout the years. This is kind of interesting because it's kind of a strictly better Sorrow's Path. But yeah, this is just kind of a like, I guess I don't want to say strictly better because Sorrow's Path costs you a land and this costs you 4 mana. But this doesn't damage the fuck out of your creatures. There are situations where this effect is useful and like this can definitely put some pressure and be annoying, especially in like a limited game. But this is pretty bad, right? Like this is pretty transparently not a great card. This is pretty interesting because this is the first monocolor legend that we're talking about. Yeah, I double checked, and unless kind of a double checked. I didn't read through every fucking card in all the sets that came before this, but I'm pretty sure this is the first like monocolor legendary. They first appeared in Ice Age, which is cool and interesting because Legends started as multicolored. So like those two mechanics were kind of designed in tandem. In like the dark and stuff, they made double color cards that weren't legendary creatures and weren't even creatures. And then this is kind of doing the same, but the opposite, where they're adding the legendary type to just monocolor. Very cool. Very cool to have monocolored legends. These days, you kind of look at legends through the context of Commander, but that wasn't really a thing so much. People were playing multiplayer all the way back. Like, you can look in the first, like, couple episodes of or issues of The Duelist, the official website, or official comic magazine. Jesus, I can't talk. Anyway, you can look at the Duelist, and they're already, like, discussing stuff. And the Duelist does talk about Commander, and it's pretty early on. Much earlier than you would think. At the time, that wasn't really the main consideration of legendary creatures, and they certainly weren't designing legendary creatures to be helmed by a commander deck. Yeah, they're kind of just supposed to be slightly better creatures that you can only have one of in play at a time. Which is interesting that they would like be like, okay, you can have one of this effect, but just one. Any more than that, and it's going to be busted. Well, 2, because you can have Sorrow's Path. I've never seen a situation where this fucking comes up. Not really, anyway. Like, there's a couple times where they're like, okay, well, I just can't attack in the way that I would have otherwise, but it's... I don't know. I do appreciate that this is trying to, like, favor attackers. Very early Magic, it's just way stronger to be blocking than it is attacking, which kind of slowed the game down a lot if you weren't doing fucking combo or ending the game with Fireball or something. And I think this is a cool, like, attempt to kind of solve that situation. I don't think it fucking does anything, and I especially don't think it does anything when you also release Necropotence. Also a rare, but it's a cool idea, right? Like, they took an effect from Sorrow's Path and are like, wow, this fucking sucks. Let's get rid of the damage and put it on a legendary creature, and it'll be good. And I do appreciate them experimenting with stuff. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and the art is really, really cool here. I like this. I really like the blue as the shadow, and the kind of juxtaposition between where the sunlight in the card is and what you're seeing in the back, you know, because he's blocking out the sun. It's just really cool. I like it. I think it's interesting. Not a good card. Not a good card. Uh, it is a cheap card though. You can get this for less than $1. You should make a commander deck around General Jarkeld. It'll be really good. Maybe. Let's move on. Green Scarab. I was wondering when you would show up. I did guess it would be probably somewhere around the G's. Anyway, Green Scarab. It's like all the other Scarabs. It's an uncommon enchant creature, costs a white mana. Target creature gets +2/+2 as long as any opponent controls any green cards. That creature cannot be blocked by green creatures. Yeah, I guess there is something more to say about these that I haven't said. The original wording of this definitely leans towards multiplayer, which just goes to prove the point that they were considering multiplayer and people were playing it at this time. This is another one of those cards that was probably like kind of designed for multiplayer, I guess. Not really in the sense of like commander and stuff like that, but this is a card that like scales well with multiplayer, right? Because the more people that are in the game, the more likely you are to see creatures of all the colors, right? And this also is even good against people that aren't that color, right? So if you have a multiplayer game and one player has a fucking green card out, your creature then gets +2/+2 regardless of who attacks. Now, if you attack someone that's not in green, they're going to be able to block it, no problem, but your creature still gets +2/+2 for 1 white mana, which is a very insanely efficient rate at the time, right? Like Giant Strength is 2 red mana to give you +2/+2. As far as like permanent +0/+0 effects, this is actually pretty efficient for the time, and honestly would probably still be pretty efficient, right? Like Rancor was a big deal for a while. This is this is not as good as Rancor for the record, but kind of the same concept. So they might have made these in that context of like, oh, in multiplayer this is kind of sweet, and if that's the case, that's really cool. I like these better than the wards. They're still not great cards though. This one was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and this one is kind of neat. It's very Egyptian inspired, which some of the other ones are too, which makes sense. Scarab, that kind of tracks, but I like it. It's very cool. This one is definitely a little bit different than the other ones, which you can feel some ways about, but I don't hate it. Sometimes it's nice when all the cards of a cycle have very similar, like either perspective or styling, and this one kind of doesn't have either, but that's okay. It's not a bad thing. Just something to point out. Yeah, that's all I got for Scarab. Let's move on. Next we have Hallowed Ground, an uncommon enchantment that costs 1 and a white, and you can pay 2 white mana to return target non-snow covered land you control to owner's hand. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So the intention of this is to protect your land drops by undoing your land drops. But you still get to keep the card. So instead of getting Sinkhold or Stone Rained, you can pay 2 white mana and instead be boomeranged, which isn't all that much better, to be honest. This is interesting. There are use cases for it, and it did show up in the Pro Tour, I guess, so I don't want to say that this is just straight bad, but yeah, it's... I will say this is kind of interesting with Glacial Chasm, a card that we will talk about much later into this video. But even then, it's still not like great because every time you put the Glacial Chasm back into play, you got to sacrifice a land. So it takes 2 land drops every time you do that. I don't think that's that good. I don't think this card is that good. It is an uncommon. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not particularly sold on this card, so if you know some way to like abuse this, put it in the comments, I guess. Kind of in a way reminds me of Pyramids, where they're like, oh yeah, maybe we should do something about the rampant amount of land destruction we have in these games. And then every time they decide to do that, they make it bad, which is funny and kind of interesting in its own way. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and the art is phenomenal. Like, this is a fantastic piece. I love it when Doug does like or Douglas rather does kind of environmental pieces or background pieces, stuff like this. Very, very cool. Very interesting. Like it a lot. It's a cool card. It's not a good card though. Okay, so next we have Heal. Heal is an instant that costs 1 white mana, and you can prevent 1 damage to any creature or player, draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. And this is a common. So this is really interesting because this is in the same set as Blessed Wine, right? And this costs half the mana to do not exactly the same thing, but kind of effectively the same thing. And if anything, I would value a little bit of damage prevention a little bit more than a little bit of healing because if you're healing 1 life, like in most instances, who cares? But like a lot of very valuable creatures can only take 1 damage, right? So I think this is a better card and it's less expensive, which is interesting. This is weird. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a great card. Like I don't know that this is probably okay to play in limited, and if you really need to dig in white, this is not the worst way to do it. But you do have to wait a turn, so it is kind of a bad way to dig in white. Realistically, you probably shouldn't be trying to dig in white anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. This card is fine though. I don't really have anything else to say about it. It just prevents 1 damage, right? I don't know that that's worth a card, but it does replace itself, so that argument's kind of moot. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and the art is pretty sweet. I will say this is one of my least favorite of the Mark Teeden pieces. He has such awesome and iconic art, and this one is kind of just meh. But it's not terrible, and they can't all be zingers, right? Anyway, let's move on. Next, we have Hyperion. It's a summon Hyperion, or a horse, whichever you feel like. This is a 1/3 creature that costs 1 and a white mana, and it cannot be assigned to block a creature with power 3 or greater unless you pay an additional 1. So it is a 1/3 for 2 mana with a downside. Yeah, so this is an uncommon, and I don't know. It's a pretty fucking bad card. It's a 1/3 for 2 mana, and it's got a downside. It's not even like above rate for the time. I don't know. I don't really have much to say about this one. It was illustrated by Damian Willick, and the art's pretty cool. Magic, especially early Magic, kind of has a thing with most of the artists not being great at doing horses. Looking at you, Sandra. And this one is pretty dopey. Not the best artistic expression of a horse, if you catch what I'm saying, but it's also not the worst. It's fine. I think the art's pretty cool, but it does have a very funny face. Anyway, yeah, the card's not great. We'll just move on. Justice. Justice costs 2 and 2 white mana. It is an enchantment. During your upkeep, pay white or destroy Justice. Whenever a red creature or spell deals damage, Justice deals an equal amount of damage to the controller of that creature or spell. If another spell or effect reduces the amount of damage a red creature or spell deals, it does not reduce the amount of damage dealt by Justice. Yeah, so this is the red version of Drought, which I said was inspired by Conversion. This is kind of same thing here. This is fine as far as a color hoser card goes. Like, I guess if you're mono red, the end result is kind of the same as Drought, right? Like, both of them kind of just shut you down completely. But if you aren't mono red, you can definitely play through this. If you're damaging them at a much higher rate, just because you take the same damage they do, right? Like, Pestilence is pretty fucking good, and that hits both of you. But if you have some other way to push past their defenses, then Justice is, you can kind of just play through it, really. It is kind of brutal if you're mono red, though. I don't know. Otherwise, kind of the same feelings as Drought and other color hate cards. I don't think you should do stuff like this. I do think this is a little more modest, but who's to say? The art is really cool. This was illustrated by Ruth Thompson, and very fantastic. Very kind of like comic book style. Very like Superman, Batman kind of vibe. Actually, very Batman vibe now that I really look at it. I wonder if that was inspired. But this art was very obviously inspired by kind of classic comic book styles. I think that's really cool. That's a very good art. Let's continue trucking along, shall we? Next, we have Kelsinko Ranger. Kelsinko Ranger is a 1/1 creature that costs a single white mana, and you can pay 1 and a white, and target green creature gains first strike until end of turn. So that's pretty interesting. One thing that they're trying to express with stuff like this is they're trying really hard to like make the color pie matter in terms of enemy colors versus ally colors. So if you look at the back of a magic card, it has all 5 colors in a pentagram, and the two colors that are not on either side of a color are its enemy colors. So for white, its enemy colors are red and black, and its ally colors are green and blue. These are colors that share a lot of the same ideals. Not all of them, obviously, otherwise there wouldn't be differences. But if you were like purely a white creature, you would find it much easier to work with a green creature or a blue creature than you would with, say, a red creature or a black creature at a fundamental level. This is kind of interesting from like, I do appreciate enemy colors and ally colors mattering. I do like it when they make enemy colors harder to make work and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of great design space in those enemy colors, right? Like Ravnica would be nothing without the enemy colors, in my opinion. So this is interesting. I think this is modest, not great. I don't know, spending 2 mana to give a green creature first strike, there's definitely situations where that would be good. This does kind of force you to play in a direction. Although it is worth noting that a 1/1 for 1 is fine-ish at the low end. Usually you want some sort of benefit on a 1/1, and you do have some sort of benefit. I'd say this is less likely to be useful than banding, but it's probably pretty close. It's definitely way worse than, say, flying or even first strike, but I guess it does give first strike to a green creature. Yeah, I don't know. This is okay. If you're doing white-green in Limited, this is probably worth playing and might even be really good. It was illustrated by Mark Poole. The art is pretty solid. Not one of my favorite Mark Poole pieces, but it's certainly not bad. It's a common, if I didn't mention that, but let's move on. There isn't too much to say about this creature. Then we have Keldoran Elite Guard, a 2/2 that costs 3 and a white mana. When you tap Keldoran Elite Guard, target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If that creature leaves play this turn, bury Keldoran Elite Guard. Use this ability only when attack or defense is announced. Use only when attack or defense is announced basically just means only activate this ability during combat, which, fair enough. This is kind of interesting. It's an uncommon, costs 3 and a white mana, so 4 mana for a 2/2. That's, you know, it's not great, but it's not the worst rate in the world, really. Tapping to give another creature +2/+2 can be really good. Obviously, this is a combat trick specifically, but like you can do it when there are no blockers, so you can get damage out of it. Otherwise, you can save creatures, and it's really interesting because you can use this ability after they like start declaring blockers. So you can be like, okay, well, as a blocker, you have to be very cognizant of how you block because they can pick who to do this after that decision is made, making this pretty good and interesting in, you know, low power things. I would probably play this. I'd probably be pretty happy to play this in Limited. But beyond that, it's not a good card. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, a really good prolific artist in Magic's early history. Did some very iconic pieces like Shivan Dragon. This one is pretty okay. It's interesting. It's funny. It's definitely not like her best work or anything, in my opinion, but it's fine. I don't really have anything to say about it. It doesn't really spark joy or anything. Next, we have Keldoran Guard. This is a 1/1 that costs 1 and a white mana. It is a common, and you can tap to give target creature +1/+1 until end of turn. If that creature leaves play this turn, bury Keldoran Guard. Use this ability only when attack is defense is announced, and only if defending player controls no snow-covered lands. Did this one have a... you know what? With the last one, I completely skipped over the fact that you have to bury this card if that other creature leaves play. That is less ideal, and it does mean you can be 2 for 1. I don't know why I just skipped past that part. This one, very similar to the same thing, only gives +1/+1. This one can't be used if they have no snow-covered lands, so it is, outside of like Ice Age specifically, pretty fucking useless. If that creature leaves play, to bury this is definitely a real downside. Like if you like make a creature like with the other one, if you were to make a 1/1 a 3/3 and they lightning bolted it, you'd lose both. That'd be pretty bad for you. Yeah, so just keep that in mind. And it's already on the field, right? So your opponent is going to know, oh, hey, if they activate this, I can 2 for 1 them. So it does kind of really limit the value of it, actually. Yeah, this one is just a worse version of the other one, and with the snow-covered land edition, I think it's way worse. This one is a common though, so I guess you're more likely to see it. It is like less mana. It is half the mana, so you get like less than half the benefit from it, but the cost is kind of right. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting card. I'm not really impressed with this, but there's definitely use cases for this. I do think it's a little restrictive. I don't know that like adding the bit about snowlands was really necessary, but that was tacked on at the end, right? Snowlands were developed actually pretty late into the set too, so if it seems like an underbaked kind of thing that's just kind of thrown on, it's kind of what it was. This was illustrated by Anthony S. Waters, and it's okay. It's actually really funny. Like I like the dude. I like the axe. It's pretty well done. I don't really have much to say about it though. It's certainly not super iconic art. Then we have Keldoran Knight, a knight that cost a 1/1 knight, which is pretty rare. That costs 2 white mana. It has banding, and you can pay 1 and a white to give it +1/+0 until end of turn, or you can pay white to give it +0/+2 until end of turn. This is a rare. It's not super great as far as cards go. However, this is kind of really interesting, right? Because one, pump ability, 2 mana to pump 1 is not ideal. Like, you definitely much prefer paying 1 mana to pump it 1, but like it's, if you have the extra mana, you can do that, and that's pretty useful. Would be nice if this had first strike to make that like even more relevant, because without the first strike on top of this, it's less likely to be relevant. But it's okay. The toughness pumping with banding is actually super fucking relevant. That's super cool. You can because with banding on defending, right? If you pump this up a whole bunch, you can blank out literally everything. And that's kind of okay. Kind of good. It's you and you can do that on attack too, right? Like, but it's going to be less good there. Overall, not really a good card, obviously. Like, you don't really see this anywhere. But it's not the worst card in this set. But it's definitely not the best card either. I don't know. I don't really have much to say about this. This is interesting, but I don't think it ends up playing out too well. I've never had any success with this, but I do think it's interesting, and theoretically it could come up, but I don't know that it's too likely to do that. This was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and the art is fantastic. I really like it. This is another one that has a very comic booky style to it. The metal is super well done. The snow is cool. The fur is great. Everything about this card is just pretty cool. Very interesting. Kind of has a Skyrim vibe to it. Obviously, much before Skyrim came out. So I guess it has... saying a Skyrim vibe is kind of stupid in this instance. But okay, you get what I'm saying. Fuck it. I don't know. It's a pretty shit for a rare. I would be not happy that this was my rare, but it's not the worst card you could be playing. Then we have Keldoran Phalanx. Keldoran Phalanx is a 2/5 creature that costs 5 and a white mana. It has banding and first strike, and it is a rare. Yeah, a 2/5 with banding and first strike is kind of interesting, I guess. This is way too much fucking mana for this. Right? Like, it's not a good card, but it is interesting. It's like a step in the right direction for being an interesting and evocative game piece. I don't think it makes it, though. 6 mana for a 2/5, even with 2 abilities, is just... it's not great. But, yeah. I don't know. I don't have much to say about this. A lot of these cards, there's not really anything super interesting to say about, and this is one of them. Flavorful, it's pretty cool, right? Like, Phalanx is a, defensive measure, so it expresses what it's trying to very well. It's just kind of a shit card. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson. I like the art. Richard Kane Ferguson does some really awesome art, and, this one lives up to it. Very cool. Then we have Keldoran Royal Guard, which is a 2/5 that costs 3 and 2 white mana, and you can tap Keldoran Royal Guard to redirect to Keldoran Royal Guard all damage dealt to you from unblocked creatures this turn. So you can tap this, and you can tap this instead of blocking with it, and or rather, you can block something with it and then tap it afterwards. You will not deal damage. At least at the time, you wouldn't deal damage doing that because you didn't deal damage with tapped creatures, tapped blockers, rather. But you could, like, jump a whole bunch of shit with this. That being said, you could only jump it for one turn. You wouldn't be dealing any damage. This is not good. It's interesting, and there are, like, situations where you could be like, oh, last stand, kind of cool thing. I just need one more turn. So there's situations where, like, this could save your ass by just, like, preventing them from either bothering to attack or by, like, just holding off long enough for you to, like, draw a lightning bolt when they're at 3 or whatever. But it's not great. It is kind of interesting, though. I do like this card. 5 mana does seem like a lot for this, in my opinion, but I don't know. This isn't really something they do, so it's kind of hard to, like, be like, yeah, this costs way too much mana, or this doesn't cost enough mana. Like, obviously it costs enough mana, because it doesn't fucking... They've reprinted it a few times, and it's cheaper than fuck, and I've never heard of anyone using this. But, yeah. Interesting stuff. It was illustrated by Alan Williams. The art is pretty cool. I really like the sword. I like the kind of magma-esque, like almost a fingerprinty, or I don't know what's going on there, but it's very interesting. Might just even be the leather wrapping for the sheath. I don't know. But it's a very cool and very interesting card. Well, I guess it's not that interesting. Anyways, it's a rare. Let's move on. I would be disappointed if this was my rare, for the record, so... Next, we have Keldoran's Sky Captain. This is a 2/2 creature that costs 4 and a white mana, and it has banding, flying, and first strike. So this is a 2/2 with 3 abilities that costs 5 mana. So at the time, a 2/2 with 3 abilities costing 5 mana is kind of above rate. Like, you don't see 3 abilities all that often, but this is about what they would cost this shit. This is interesting, because I think it's kind of okay. Like, in Limited specifically, you wouldn't play this outside of Limited. The interesting thing about it is adding banding to, like, flying and is kind of weird, because, like, you can't band on attackers. Like, well, you can band with the attackers, but unless the entire band has flying, none of them do. The first strike works fine. And if you are doing, like, flyers and banding your flyers, this is pretty fucking cool. And there are, like, other flyers with banding, right? Like Mesa Pegasus and stuff like that. So this isn't, like, completely dead. And in Limited, it's fine, kind of, even by itself. Like, the banding doesn't really do anything until, like, defense, but just a card that's versatile and can, like, solve different problems for you, even if it costs, like, 5 fucking mana, is pretty good in Limited, just because of the, like, rough nature of card pools. So I think this is fine if you're, like, doing Limited or something, but obviously it's not a good card otherwise. It's also not a bird. Like, I get that, like, which, I don't know, like, obviously the Sky Captain is the person, but presumably he doesn't have flying, right? Like, presumably the flying comes from him riding the big eagle. So, I don't know. I guess they don't put horse on horsemanship knights. I guess it's fine. The consistency is there. It just feels a little weird on this one for some. Maybe it's just because the bird takes up so much of the art. That's what's making me even, like, consider this. But yeah, overall, this is interesting. It's, you know, like I said, it's not a great card. Certainly not a valuable card. But in Limited, this is definitely not terrible. So let's move on. Oh, and speaking of cards that play well with it, look at this. We have Keldoran's Sky Knight. This one's a common, so you could get your hands on a few. Keldoran's Sky Knight is a 1/1 that costs 3 mana, and it has banding, flying, and first strike. Now, this, I think, is way better. I think a 1/1 that costs 3 is way better than a 2/2 that costs 5 for various reasons, everything else being equal. That's also interesting because that means you're paying 2 mana for the extra power and toughness, which I don't know that it's worth that. I mean, it's worth it if you have, like, three or so Keldoran Sky Knights in play, and then you slap down your fucking captain as well. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think this card's actually pretty decent. Specifically in Limited. Like, I don't know that you would, like, play this in your night deck or anything, but specifically in a limited environment with the context of the other banding flyers and other flyers and banding creatures, I think this is pretty interesting, right? Like, you could probably do pretty well with this. I think this is definitely pretty cool, specifically from like a limited perspective. And like, I would even argue it would not be the strongest deck you could make ever, but like a white weenie flyer deck, this would be pretty good in that, assuming you have enough time to be paying 3 mana for 1/1s, which often you don't. This was illustrated by Mark Poole. The art is super fucking cool. I like this card. I think it's interesting. I think 2 mana is a little aggressive for something like this. So like, I think it's right that it's 3 mana. 3 mana doesn't feel good. I don't know. I don't know what you would do with this, but it's interesting. I think it's fine enough in limited. Let's skedaddle on, shall we? All right, next we have Keldoran Warrior. Speaking of banding, we have a 1/1 for 1 white mana. As banding. This is Banalish Hero. Like, this is just a reprinted Banalish Hero, right? Like how Findorn Elves, which we'll talk about later, is a Llanowar Elves. This is literally just Banalish Hero. And this goes back to the whole they were going to use the Alpha Commons and then decided to not use the Alpha Commons and then just use the Alpha Commons and change their name. Very interesting. Yeah, this is fine. Like, Banalish Hero is an okay card. It's definitely not like the best. I would much rather have a 1/1 with like first strike or flying than I would banding, but there's definitely use cases and it can be pretty good. It does have a tendency to like kind of drag the game out though. So like, it either you have removal and it kind of does nothing, or you guys don't have removal and then the game is like unplayable. So I don't know. It's probably for the best they don't do banding anymore, but it's kind of interesting. It's not the worst mechanic. And there are some like pretty broken things you can do with it, I guess. Otherwise, this card is pretty cool. It's pretty neat. It's common, something you'll see. It's worth playing if you understand how banding works. Yeah, I don't know. It's just Banalish Hero. The art is pretty cool. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and it feels very inspired by classic Iron Man to me, anyway. And maybe a little bit of Boba Fett with the like helmet slit. Yeah, I like the art. I think it's very, very cool. It's a cool card. Not much else to say about it. Let's continue on. Next, we have Lightning Blow. Lightning Blow is a rare that costs 1 and a white mana. Target creature gains first strike until end of turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So we have another cantrip, and this one gives a creature first strike. 2 mana, card that replaces itself, gives first strike. It's okay. I think this could have been 1 mana, personally, but I guess, I don't know. They got me all messed up because they're making fucking commons that draw you a card for 1 white mana and prevent a damage, and then, like, the ones that are arguably a little not as good. This one's probably better than that, but I don't know if it's a whole mana better. Yeah, I don't know what to make of these, but this is fine, right? It's a perfectly acceptable combat trick. Giving something first strike is pretty fun, pretty cool, and it replaces itself. So, as, like, one of the downsides of combat tricks is they, like, yeah, they generally are like a 1-for-1 or something like that, but it's hard to get a lot of value out of cards like that, and so having them replace themselves is really cool and interesting. Lightning Blow's pretty neat. I wouldn't call it good, but it's also not terrible. It's worth playing, I would think. As a rare, it's pretty disappointing. I don't understand why this card is a rare. It's not powerful. It's not, like, complicated. I don't know. It's also just, I don't know why. Like, the card is a white card. It's fine. Like, it reads like a white card. But the naming it Lightning Blow just really messes with me. Seeing a white card with, like, lightning in the art and being called Lightning is just, I don't know. It's a little weird for me, but it's fine. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil. This art is fine. I don't really like this one, but it's not the worst example of his art. It does kind of just look like a fucking grease rag to me personally. Not to like insult you if you like Harold's works. Like, he does have a unique style, and if you like him, who cares what the fuck I say? But his styling isn't my favorite personally. But let's move on. To the Lost Order of Jarkeld. Ooh, this is a 1+star creature that costs 2 and 2 white mana. Lost Order of Jarkeld has power and toughness, each equal to 1 plus the number of creatures target opponent controls. So, this is interesting. It's a rare. This isn't really that good, right? Because, like, its power and toughness is effectively controlled by your opponent's creatures, right? And if all of your opponent's creatures are 2/2s, this is the math just doesn't, in some situations, it doesn't work out. It's not bad, right? Like I don't know, man. It's hard because like you got at the end of the day you got to compare all the rares to like Necropotence. I mean, I guess you can be like, well, it's just one card, and you don't have to compare it all to Necropotence, and that's true. I'm trying, but I don't know. This plays fine. I think it's a perfectly acceptable, like, I don't want to call it a bomb, because it's not a bomb, but, like, for 4 mana, you could do a lot worse. This can be fine. But, I don't know. Like, if they have one creature and it's a 3/3, that feels pretty fucking bad. Yeah, I don't know. I like this. It's interesting. It would, like, this card would make for some interesting games for sure, if you like counting and doing math. But I don't know. It's not that impressive. It's not strong, obviously. Yeah. And it doesn't do anything, right? Like, it doesn't have any abilities. Well, it has characteristic defining traits, but that's it, right? Like, it only, like, technically it's not a vanilla creature, but, like, no matter, like, it is a vanilla creature that's just the number of power and toughness depends on what your opponent's doing. This is kind of nebulous. I don't know that I'm making sense with it. This is fine. It's fine. It's not good. Like, I'm not impressed with it, but it's not terrible either. I'm just wasting time. Let's move on. This was illustrated by Andy Russo. I really like the art. I think the art for this is fucking sick as fuck. I wish this card was better. Andy Russo does some really awesome pieces that are kind of like a little bit darker, but not quite. It's a very interesting style. I like it. I like it a lot. Cool art. Not really that strong of a card. Be pretty bummed if it's your rare. Let's keep trucking, shall we? Next, we have Mercenaries. Mercenaries is a rare. It is a 3/3 creature that costs 3 and a white mana, and whenever Mercenaries damages a player, that player may pay 3 to prevent that damage. This is flavorful. This is really interesting, right? Like, you hire mercenaries to attack, and then they're mercenaries, so your opponent can pay them to not attack. That's kind of neat. It's kind of interesting. The longer this is in play, the more it favors you, right? Because you pay 4 mana once to have this creature in play, and then if they want to keep preventing the damage, they have to keep paying the 3. That's neat. It's flavorful. I also don't even think this is that terrible of a card. It's a 3/3 for 4 mana. Ooh, great efficient rate, which is why it has the downside, right? You can't have a card that good. But despite being interesting, it's not that strong. It's not like, it's probably not as weak as it looks, especially in limited. But it like, this does, like, it adds up, right? Like, you can look at this as, like, I don't know. It offers a choice to an opponent, but the choice is, like, either take 3 damage from the 3/3 or pay 3 mana. So, like, whatever's better for them, they're going to do, right? So, like, anytime an effect lets your opponent choose which they get, it's going to always be the worst that it can be, because your opponent is going to pick the thing that's best for them. So either you're playing against someone new who doesn't understand the game, or you're always getting the worst outcome. That being said, the worst outcome can still be good enough for you. So, pretty interesting card. Pretty okay and limited. And I do like the kind of back and forth, because it makes you, like, think and consider the game. So I think this is a very cool and interesting piece, but it's not particularly strong. This was illustrated by Cornelius Broody, and it's pretty interesting. I'm not sure what's going on with that one guy's face, but the rest of the art is very fantastic, and the face is funny. I like the art. Not my favorite, but I like his style is another one that's kind of a little bit different than the other artists, and I appreciate that. Next, we have Order of the Sacred Torch. Order of the Sacred Torch is a 2/2 paladin, or knight these days, that costs 1 and 2 white mana. and you can pay 1 life and tap this card to destroy target black spell. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Play this ability as an interrupt. So that's complicated, and it's formatted incorrectly. Like, I guess at the time they, kind of loosey-goosey with that shit, but it should say counter spell. So basically, this is pay 1 life and tap this to counter a black spell. That's pretty good for 3 mana. If your opponent has black spells, if they don't have black spells, this isn't as good. But it's kind of neat. I actually think cards like this are better in like Commander than they would ever be in 1v1 for various reasons, but mostly just that you're more likely to see every color in a multiplayer game. This is kind of neat. It is a rare. I don't like that's fine. They didn't want too many of these running around. I don't fucking know. It's interesting. It's not that great of a card, honestly, but it's kind of better that it's not that great of a card, right? Like if this card was more of it, like look at like Life Force from Alpha. This is different than Life Force, and this was probably inspired more by Northern Paladin than it was by Life Force or Death Grip. But with those cards, as long as you have the mana, they can't cast any more fucking spells for the rest of the game. If they are mono black and you have a Life Force out and you, like, unless their spells cost less than 2 mana, you are just efficiently preventing them from doing anything. This can only do one thing, a turn, right? So, like, if you have a black spell that you really want to get out and they have one of these out, you play a different black spell first. So, I like that you can, like, you have to tap to counter. That's just, like, having repeatable counter on anything can be a bit brutal, which is interesting because Life Force and Death Grip actually kind of suck. Like, you never see them played anymore for various reasons. But if you, like, from a new game perspective and new player perspective, stuff like this is just better because stuff like Life Force can actually shut a player out of the game if they're pretty new but have, gotten enough cards to make a 1 or 2 color deck so that they can actually cast their shit at a reasonable time. Order of the Sacred Torch is pretty interesting for those reasons. I like it. I think it's a fun card. You probably could have made it 2 mana. I think it would have been fine. Maybe not. I don't know. This one I'm not sure on. It is a rare. I think that's probably correct. You probably don't want a whole bunch of these running around. But it's kind of neat. The art is phenomenal. This was illustrated by Ruth Thompson and just fantastic. This is one of the examples of a horse that's done pretty damn well, which is pretty rare in early Magic. But this one's great. I like it. Very cool. Next, we have Order of the White Shield. This is a 2/1 creature that costs 2 white mana. It has protection from black. You can pay 1 mana, or pay 1 white to give this first strike until end of turn, or you can pay 2 white mana to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. So this is inspired by White Knight, right? And, White Knight, Black Knight, that kind of thing. This is actually a really, really solid card. Saw some level of constructed play. Not as much as the black one for various reasons. Most of those are Hymn to Torek and Necropotence. But this saw some play. It's pretty good. Like, there's a lot of rate invested in this specific card. It's an uncommon, so it's not unheard of to see a couple of them in a limited, which is pretty nice. You do have to be mostly in white. Like, you can't really be 5 color and use this card effectively unless you can make a shitload of white mana. But the fewer colors you have, the more likely this is to come down and do a bunch of stuff, which is interesting. I like this card. And it probably plays a little rough in limited just because of how, like, bad everything else around it is. So when I say plays rough, I mean, like, it's pretty brutal when someone casts one of these on you on turn 2. Yeah, it's a good card. I like it. It's not a broken creature. It's perfectly finely statted at the time. I'd argue it's a little bit worse than the White Knight, but it's not like objectively so because because you can pump this, right? White Knight is a very similar card. It's a protection from black, first strike, and it's a 2/2 for 2 white mana. So it's just a grizzly bear with 2 keywords, one of them being first strike and one of them being protection from black, which are kind of some of the better keywords. Those cards are very, very cracked for the time. Order of White Shield is also pretty cracked for the time, but you could argue, but there are situations where this is better and situations where it's worse, which is interesting and cool. I like it. I think this is a well-balanced card. And like the last card, this was also illustrated by Ruth Thompson. And you can tell, very similar style, very, very cool, well-drawn horse. I really like the shield and the like angle to it. I think that's pretty neat. Not something you see all that often. Either way, the details are very cool. It's a good card. Let's move on. Next, we have Prismatic Ward. Prismatic Ward is an enchantment aura or enchant creature. Costs 1 and a white mana. When Prismatic Ward comes into play, choose a color. All damage dealt to target creature by sources of that color is reduced to 0. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily like stuff like this. This is very close to like the Circle of Protections. In some ways it's better, other ways it's worse. I guess it's closer to the wards. But fuck, it's closer to the wards. That's exactly what it is. It's a ward that can be applied to any color, but you have to pay an extra mana for it. So this is kind of interesting. It's pretty good. Like, it really messes on people that are one color, but, play another color. That's not your problem with the Prismatic Ward. This is kind of neat. 2 mana for this effect. It's kind of a lot, but also kind of not. I don't know. I think this one's pretty fairly costed. I don't think I would have put it at common, personally. I think this is an uncommon effect. But again, as I said, they weren't really looking at limited when they picked rarities. Like, that wasn't a consideration. I'm not exactly sure how they determined rarity for this set because it's kind of all over the place. But I guess, like, from some examples, like, it is a pretty simple effect. It's not... And common cards can be strong. I just don't think you want too much of this in the environment, personally. I don't fucking know. It's fine. It's a fine card. This was illustrated by Alan Williams, and I like the art. It's pretty neat. It's not my favorite. The perspective is a little bit weird here. It doesn't really make sense to me, but that's okay. Overall, this is just kind of a nothing card, to be honest. Like, it does some stuff, but it's not really worth thinking about. It's not super interesting. It's not exciting. I guess this is one of the 2 white cards that uses the wrong white mana symbol, or uses the earlier mana symbol, because they were printed off as promo cards. So that's interesting. Let's move on. Rally. Rally is an instant. It costs 2 white mana. All blocking creatures get +1/+1 until end of turn. So this is a common. It is a simple combat trick. Costs 2 white mana, so you have to be pretty hard into the white mana for this to be useful. But if you are, it's pretty good. Kind of a neat combat trick. It does nothing if your opponent isn't attacking into you, obviously. But at this time, that's how most decks functioned. So there's generally This is pretty good. In Limited, I really like this. This definitely isn't like a snap grab or anything like this, but if I was in white, I would be pretty happy to see these. It also would be more likely to get passed, so you could, like, not pick this as, like, the card that you pick and then just have it anyway because you got past, stuff that you can't play. And this, like, I don't think many people are snap grabbing something like this, But yeah, as far as commons go, it's pretty okay. This was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and the art's pretty cool. I like it. Not the hugest Heather Hudson fan. Well, that's not true, because Chains of Mephistopheles is, like, one of my favorite arts. Sometimes she has art that I just really fucking love, but this one is okay. I don't hate it, but it doesn't really speak to me in the same ways, Anyway, let's move on. Then we have Red Scarab. Well, we already talked about all the fucking scarabs, other than White Scarab. I wonder what that card's gonna do. Anyway, +2/+2 as long as an opponent has red cards, and this creature can't be blocked by red cards. It's okay. Fine if you're playing against red, doesn't do anything if you're not. Only costs 1 mana. It's not ruining anyone's day. This is another example of color hate I'm kind of okay with, right? Like, because it's so modest, and, like, it gives you a benefit, like, if they're playing... This more, like, benefits you than punishes them, right? As far as, like, most of the color hate cards are just like, you can't play the fucking game anymore if your cards are this color. And the scarabs are not that. So they're okay. This was illustrated by Sandra Everingham. I think this is my least favorite of the scarab arts, but it's okay. It's fine. I just don't fucking care about these cards, if I'm being honest. Sacred Boon. Sacred Boon is an uncommon that costs 1 and a white mana. It is an instant, and prevent up to 3 damage to target creature. At the end of turn, put a +0/+1 counter on that creature for each 1 damage prevented by Sacred Boon. This is neat. So Sacred Boon is a reference to Healing Salve, right? So by this point, they were talking about the boon cycle and all that shit. And this is a card that's meant to kind of do that. Kind of a fixed version, I think. Personally, I think this card is worse than Healing Salve. So maybe they thought Healing Salve was too good. I don't know why you would think that. But the +0/+1 counters are nice to have, for sure. But you, one, have to pay an extra mana for that, and you lose out on the versatility. Now, damage prevention at the time is probably more valuable than healing in most situations, right? Obviously not all, because if that 3 life would have prevented you from losing, then that healing was very, very useful. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say about this. It's a reference to Healing Salve. The card is very weak. It's an uncommon. I probably wouldn't play this. Unless I just physically didn't have enough cards in the colors I had drafted to play. Anyway, this art was illustrated by Mike Rab. I think it's Rabe, but I'm not positive on that. The art is very cool. I think the art on this is fantastic. Actually, some of the more like on-brand and very just cool Magic card art, right? Like, a lot of the art on white cards just isn't super exciting for various reasons, and I think this one is actually pretty awesome. Pretty minimalist too, but pretty cool. I like it. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, next we have Seraph. Seraph is a 4/4 angel creature that costs 6 and a white mana for 7 mana total. This is a rare. It has flying, and at the end of a turn in which any creature is damaged by Seraph and put into the graveyard, put that creature directly into play under your control as though it were just summoned. If you lose control of Seraph, or if Seraph leaves play, bury that creature. A couple things. So, bury, I don't know if we've talked about that today or not. Bury just means put a creature in the graveyard and it can't be regenerated. It's an obsolete term. They don't really use it anymore. Well, they don't use it anymore, but that's what it means. It means destroy the creature and it cannot be regenerated, is the main takeaway from that. So, this card is pretty interesting. It's very obviously inspired by Serra Angel, right? It's right there in the name, and it's a 4/4 flying angel. Now, it doesn't have vigilance, and it costs a little bit more mana. The effect is arguably the ceiling of this effect is definitely better. The floor of it is kind of worse, right? Like Serra Angel, you can use it in a stasis deck. But it also feels a little inspired by Sengir Vampire. Sengir Vampire is not the same effect. You don't get the creature, but you get a +1/+1 counter whenever you block and kill a creature. This effect is the same thing, except it's a little bit better because you get a whole ass creature instead of a +1/+1 counter, which is obviously a better thing to get. However, if you play with Sengir Vampire often, how often do you actually get a counter on Sengir Vampire? Because for me, it's incredibly rare. It's almost Sengir's ability is kind of a win more ability, right? They never are blocking Sengir to give you the counter unless they absolutely have to. And by that point, the counter generally doesn't mean much. It might make you win the game a turn earlier, which might be relevant. But more often than not, if you get the counter, it doesn't matter. You were already going to win that game anyway. And this ability feels a lot like that. Like, why? But even more so, right? Like, there are situations where I will block a Sengir and give them a +1/+1 counter and be like, I can still get out of this. I just need a turn or two. I feel like that happens less often when they are actually taking a creature from you. So I don't foresee a situation where this ever really does anything. Still, if this just read unblockable, it's kind of basically the same thing. Either way, that does kind of negatively synergize with flying, at least a little bit, because like I have to be a flying creature to block this to begin with. So I don't know. I don't think this is that this is an ability that to me that reads really impressively, but I don't think it's good. I've never personally managed to get anything in a game that I wasn't already, And by that point, they probably, if they're a real gamer, they probably just conceded so that you guys can get on with game 2, right? It is kind of neat. You probably do some fun things with this in Commander, but like, you know, you can say that about any card. I think this is pretty transparently a bad card, personally. But yeah, fuck, I don't know. This was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and this is definitely not my favorite Christopher Rush piece. It's okay. It's definitely not bad. The details in the wings are super cool. The armor is kind of interesting, being like a dark obsidian something. Yeah, the art's fine. It's not super iconic, though. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is an attempt to make Sarah Angel not oppressively good, because Sarah Angel is an oppressively good card at this point, for the record, as far as like creatures go. I think lowering the power of creatures personally was a mistake all the way. Like, I think they needed to be a little bit stronger in alpha, most of them. And I don't think just like Sarah and like Mahamodi Jin and Shivan Dragon and Sengir Vampire being the best creatures, I don't think that was because those creatures were too good. I think it was because the other creatures were too bad. But they had a different approach. It's an interesting card. Interesting to think about, interesting to talk about, but it's not strong. Next, we have Shield Bearer. Shield Bearer is a 0/3 creature that costs 1 and a white mana, and it has banding. And that's the creature. It's a common, and I like this one. I think this is really cool. It's not, like, particularly strong, and banding on defense is, like, too strong in, like, low-power games where, like, it's relevant. And this just kind of exasperates the issue. But this is a pretty modest card. It is pretty interesting, and from the aspect of banding being something that you like want to make work, I think this is a very cool way to do it. I think it's an interesting card. Overall, it's just a pretty simple card. They put a lot of fucking banding in this set. I didn't realize how much banding was in this set until I started talking about it. Banding is an interesting choice for this set. This set specifically, like, they were trying to make the game play a lot slower, and like, I mean, I guess putting banding on everything is a good way to do that. Yeah, I don't know. I think this card is kind of interesting, cool. Flavorfully, it's very, very evocative. It's definitely not a strong card. Never really saw much play, I don't think. It's perfectly fine in your, like, mono white banding deck, though. It's a pretty cool card there. Illustrated by Dan Frazier, and the art's awesome. Again, Dan Frazier, very prolific, very iconic artist, and Shield Bearer is definitely not on the same level of, like, the Moxen and other stuff like that, but it is well detailed and very good art overall. But yeah, I guess that's all there is to say about Shield Bearer. On we move. To Snowhound. Snowhound is a 1/1 creature, costs 2 and a white mana, and you can pay 1 and tap to return Snowhound to owner's hand and target blue or green creature you control to owner's hand. That's interesting. Okay, so basically the idea here is that if you have, like, I don't know, a fucking prodigal sorcerer or something, and you tap to deal a damage to a royal assassin, and they, in response, tap the royal assassin to kill your prodigal sorcerer, you could pay 1, tap this, return this, and the prodigal sorcerer to your hand, and cast them out at a later date, while still dealing the damage. This is kind of neat. This is definitely one of those cards where they're like, no, the color pie is going to matter, enemy colors, ally colors, blue and green are the ally colors of white, and they're trying to make cards that are ally colors work better together overall. Kind of a noble goal, as I've said. I like the mechanical nuance that kind of thing adds. This card is pretty bad, doesn't really do much, but the idea is pretty cool. I like what they're attempting to go for here. It is pretty modest, and I don't know that this would ever be worth it, but it's kind of neat. And it's a dog. I love dogs. It's cool to see a dog in Magic. Yeah, I don't know. This was illustrated by Pat Lewis, and I love the art. Like, this is just fantastic art, right? Like, you can't look at this and be, like, sad. It's just kind of neat. But yeah, otherwise, it's just not a great card, but it is kind of interesting from, like, a flavor aspect. I guess this is also a good time to point out that, like, cards don't need to be strong. Like, you don't need every card in a set to be, like, good or playable. Really, like, there can be cards that are just interesting and fun to think about. So I when I say this isn't good, it's not like a criticism of the card design or anything like that. In fact, I think this card is pretty well designed, all things considered, if you have the context of the time, at any rate. But yeah, it is not good. It is an uncommon, in case I didn't mention that. Let's move right along. Swords to Plowshare. So again, alpha card just lifted straight into Ice Age. Swords to Plowshare is an instant that costs 1 white mana, and you remove target creature from the game. That creature's controller gains life equal to its power. Swords to Plowshare is one of the most efficient removal pieces in the entire fucking game. Still sees some level of play in anywhere it's allowed. Very, very good. Super efficient. This card, more than anything else, probably shapes the current old school meta game. Maybe you could argue it's like actually Mishra's Factory or, something. But this is a card that you always have to consider, right? Like, this is whatever creature you have can just be fucking gone for 1 white mana. I like Swords. Swords is a cool and interesting card. It's definitely maybe a little over-indexed, obviously, but removal is good. I like it. I think the game needs more of it, not less of it. And Swords is very, very cool for that reason. It does definitely limit your design space. Well, I don't know. I say that, but that didn't stop them from making the, like, shittiest creatures you've ever seen that cost 18 fucking mana. So, I don't know, but apparently it didn't stop them. But it definitely does, like, when you're balancing everything, it does, like, a card this over-indexed. It's the same thing with Lightning Bolt, right? Like, when Lightning Bolt is standard legal, you can't really make, like, well, now you have to make this thing a fucking 4 toughness thing, or Lightning Bolt just invalidates it. Swords to Plowshare has a lot of the same problems, but it's really cool, interesting, evocative, super awesome card, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I've talked about it at length before. I like the card. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool being an uncommon, because I like when powerful cards are easy to get. And cards like Swords to Plowshare really did kind of balance the game from, like, a monetarily standpoint, right? Like, who gives a shit about your Juzam that you spent a fuckload of money on, when I can just, for fucking go get a Swords to Plowshare out of fucking Revised or Unlimited or Ice Age. Like, there are copies of this around. I think that's pretty good for the game in some ways. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. The art for Swords of Plowshare and Ice Age was illustrated by Kaya Folio, and I actually prefer the original art to this card, the one by Jeff A. Menges. I'm a huge Kaya Folio fan, and I like a lot of her pieces, and I don't hate this one. It's more of a metaphorical take on it, which is very cool, and a lot of people really like this art, and I don't blame them. I don't dislike it. I like the original just a little bit more. Just probably because it's the original. But yeah, this is a very awesome card, very cool card. Definitely something I would snap grab like fucking crazy in Limited, if only to hate pick it, right? Very good card. Alright, so we're almost done with the white cards. Next we have Warning. Warning is an instant, costs a single white mana, and target attacking creature deals no damage in combat this turn. This is this is similar to Fog. This is a Fog effect. It only hits one creature, and specifically it only hits the target, it only hits the attacking creature, right? That makes this, I don't want to say bad, but pretty bad, because it really limits what you can do with this card. So this card is only really usable while you're on defense. You can't really use it to help with your attacks in any way, like you could with, like, say, Reconnaissance or even another Fog if they, like, have a combat trick or something like that. If you use this while you're attacking, their creatures are still going to deal their damage, or their one creature, or however many are blocking, I guess. Warning is, it's flavorful, I guess, but it's not good. This is a pretty not great card. I guess it's fine for Limited. I don't know that I would play this even in Limited, but yeah, this is a pretty bad card. Like, Fog effects are good depending on the situation. Like, they don't, like, you won't see a Fog in, like, Tournament Vintage or anything, but they're pretty okay in Commander, like 4th bracket and under. there are various times and points in Standard where fog effects are very, very good and useful. It's an effect that is pretty well balanced. Honestly, there are times when it's good, times when it's bad. It has some level of competitive integrity to it, you could say. Warning kind of misses on a lot of that, and also there's just like other options that you could use by this point, like Holy Day, I think, is the white one from Legends that is more of a fog than this. This is kind of a card that's just worse than cards that already exist. Anyway, this was illustrated by Pat Lewis. The details are solid. The sky is very beautiful in the card. What little bit of it you can see, super well detailed card. The art in this is just good. But let's move on. We're almost done here. And by almost done, I basically mean we are done, because the last card we have to talk about is White Scarab. We have talked about the Scarabs already. There's not much difference between this one and the others, except that this one affects white cards. Like the others, it's an uncommon. I don't know. I don't have anything else to say about this or any of the white cards. So this one was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and I like the art. I do think it kind of like steps away from what the others are trying to do, and I'd prefer there'd be a little bit more art direction between the pieces, especially like they have the same naming convention and all that. Might have even been better just to have one artist handle all of these, but the art is very cool. I don't like, my complaints aren't towards the art itself. I really like this art. It kind of bothers me how slightly different they are, but that was really common with old cycles and probably today. It's just a minor complaint, just to have something to talk about. But it's white. It's basically White Ward, White Scarab. Not a great card. Perfectly acceptable in like multiplayer, but I don't really have anything else to say about these. But yeah, those are the white cards. The white cards are interesting. They're a lot of these cards are just fucking alpha cards that are changed very slightly. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that. It's early enough in the game that people were not super happy with seeing repeats of cards. These days, it's kind of like, who gives a shit, right? Because there's fucking 18 bajillion fucking cards, and like, how big of a deal is it if they, fucking make another Grey Ogre in a standard set and it never sees any play? It's not that big of a deal. It is interesting though. Like, I knew going into this that this was very, very heavily... The idea of this set was to fix alpha, if you can believe that. And I think that they did a spectacularly terrible job of fixing alpha, personally. I think that they ran with things and had... all of this is opinion based, right? But I think, like, obviously this doesn't have the super egregious mistakes alpha made with, like, the dual lands were probably a little bit too much, and obviously stuff like Black Lotus and the Moxen are just way too fucking good. And even like Demonic Tutor, Time Twister, like, you can argue whether these cards are okay or good or fun. I play with cards like that a lot. I think they're very fun. I don't know that they are really well balanced for tournament Magic, which was not really a consideration at the time of Alpha, was kind of a consideration by the point of Ice Age, and I just don't think... Man, I don't know. I like Ice Age as a set. It has some cards in it that I very much really, really like, and I do really appreciate the flavor going this hard, because this is like the first Ice... So... Ice Age is kind of considered part of the first block. Like, it's not on, like, Wikipedia. They don't consider the Ice Age Alliance and Homelands to be a block. It kind of was a block, kind of the first block. Whether you, like, want to debate that is kind of doesn't matter. However, if you were going to consider it a block, it would be much better to consider Ice Age, Alliances, and Antiquities as the block, at least from the structure of, like, they were all designed by the same people. They, like, are a continuation of the story, yada yada. I don't know. I really like this set, but based on the white cards, I think it's basically just... It's just alpha cards. And the cards that aren't alpha cards are just worse cards. Whether that's a good thing or bad thing is up to personal debate, but... Yeah... And a lot of fucking banding. It's a lot of banding. They went hard into the banding. Not a whole lot of flying, whole lot of banding. But yeah, those are the white cards. Hope you enjoyed. Let's get ready to talk about the blue cards. All right. So now we are on to the blue cards. The blue cards should be pretty fun. Yeah, I guess without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? Okay, so we're starting with Arngelot's Ascent. I don't know how you pronounce that. Doesn't matter. It's an enchantment. It's a common. It costs 1 and 2 blue mana. It has cumulative upkeep, a single blue mana. As we've said before, that means on the first upkeep you pay 1 blue, the second upkeep you pay 2 blue, then 3 blue, then 4 blue. It's just the cost times the number of age counters on it at upkeep. And you can pay 1 and target creature gets flying until end of turn. This is kind of interesting. This is not the... Well, let me just say, first off, in, like, Constructed, this is garbage. This is bad. Like, if you want flyers, just play with flyers. In the context of this set specifically, this is pretty interesting. One of the design considerations for for Ice Age was they were trying to make a fixed alpha, and one of the issues they had a problem with with the game as it was is that too many creatures had flying. Now, whether you agree that too many creatures had flying or not is kind of irrelevant to this discussion because it doesn't affect how they designed this, right? Because I would say, maybe there's a couple too many, but it's not that big of a deal. But anyway, they wanted the games to be slower and have more turnabout, and flying over everything just proved to be too good. Which, to be fair, flying is really fucking good in the alpha days and the 5 expansion sets before Ice Age came out. It's pretty good. So if you're going to take this from the context of there is very little flying in this set, and there is very little flying in this set, then something like this, as far as limited, becomes pretty fucking good. I don't know. Like, I couldn't put a number of, like, how good this card is compared to every other card in this set, but I do think in limited specifically, this is kind of interesting and okay. Specifically because of the design of, like, there's not going to be too much flying. So, flying is really good, but the thing that makes flying even better is when nobody but you has flying. Then flying becomes insanely good. Like, the more flying there is, the less good flying is. So, by removing a bunch of the flying in this environment, this becomes better. Or at least playable. It's still a bad card, right? Like, this is a bad card. But it's not the worst thing. You'd want to play it later when you would have more mana available anyway. And you would want to, like, give flying to your really big creatures. So that it doesn't... Right? Like, you wouldn't put this down on turn 3 and then upkeep it the whole game. Just fucking nickel and diming them. It's interesting. It's not great, right? Like, this is a pretty low bar. This isn't a card that is, like, any sort of value in any sort of format, right? Like, Ice Age is too late to be part of most old school formats. There are a couple that allow Ice Age cards, but for the most part, Ice Age is really the first set that is definitively not allowed, because Fallen Empires is kind of like, sometimes. Ice Age is never, for most old school. So your best hope for this would be like pre-modern or kitchen table. But really, I think the only home a card like this has is if you are playing a limited of Ice Age. I think it's pretty good in that situation, but otherwise it's a pretty bad card. But yeah, this was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and this is probably one of Drew's best work. Drew was very controversial, I guess. Not in like a he's a bad person way, but just in a like some people just don't like his style of art. I can see that. He has, in some ways, his style is kind of similar to like Harold McNeil's, where it's just kind of messy and like blurry. There's not a lot of details. It doesn't have a sharpness to it. But I think this one is fantastic. I like a lot of his work. I would say I'm 60-40. I like 60% of his work and 40% of it I don't like. A lot of people either love it or hate it. And I can kind of see both perspectives. I think this one is fantastic, though. The wings alone, like the stroke marks on this is just awesome. I really like this piece. But let's check out the next one, shall we? Next, we have Balduvian Conjurer.
Balduvian Conjurer is an uncommon. It is a 0/2 creature that costs 1 and a blue mana. And you can tap Balduvian Conjurer and target snow-covered land becomes a 2/2 creature until end of turn. The target still counts as a land but cannot be tapped for mana if it came into play on a side this turn. So that's kind of neat. And we are still in the age where a lot of these cards have what you would almost call rulings text, just kind of stapled onto them. At this time, they really like to explain things they thought would be confusing. It's interesting in this case because they're kind of just explaining one of the various tactics that you can use for this card. So there's a lot of things you can do with turning lands into creatures, right? Like, you can turn your lands into creatures and swing in and win the game with it. You can turn their lands into creatures and blow them up with like a Wrath of God or something. Obviously, you can't do that in this set, but turning a land into a creature is very interesting. There's a lot of different things you can do with it. And being a tap effect on this creature means that you could, when they play a snow land, you could just turn it into a creature and they couldn't use that mana that turn. So it can also be a very niche form of mana denial. This is interesting. If this turned just any land into a creature, it would be way better because there's just more opportunities to use it. As it is, it kind of sucks. The thing about this that doesn't suck is that you could build around it, right? Even in Constructed, you could just put snow cover basics in, and then you could use this to turn them into 2/2s. And that wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be like the worst thing you could be doing. If your opponent isn't playing with snow lands, then some of the value of this card and some of the versatility of it just kind of goes away. For that reason, this isn't even all that good in limited. Like, depending on, again, this is one of those things where it depends, right? Because like if you do a sealed or limited and then say, okay, you can grab snow basics or regular basics, or even just make them grab snow basics, then cards like this become a lot more interesting. But if the only snows they're going to have access to are the ones in the packs, then most people just aren't really going to be playing with snow basics, especially since there isn't really a good reason to play with them. None of the cards that care about snow are all that strong. There's a couple of them that are fine, as we'll see, but most of them just are like, what's the fucking point? So because of that, this card, it's really hard to justify something like this card. It is really cool and kind of interesting gameplay in the situations where it comes up, but Snowlands themselves are kind of just one of the bigger fumbles in Magic's history. Like, the whole idea of them is kind of bad. It's poorly implemented. The balancing mechanics aren't great, but it's also just like a hard concept to do right, because they are just basics, right? So you run into all sorts of problems with like, okay, well now I can have mountain and mountain that's named something different. And stuff like this isn't doing Snowlands any favors. But even the designers at the time thought that they screwed up on basics and it was, or on snow cover basics, and it was a dumb idea. So they stopped doing them. Yeah, I don't know. It's a 0/2 for 2 mana, and like, you can make a 2/2 creature per turn with it by tapping it. It's pretty bad. And it like I said, there is some interesting things you can do, assuming your opponent has like snowlands, but you really wish that this would just hit like this doesn't hit any good lands, because like it only hits snowlands, and snowlands are basic lands that are sometimes better, sometimes worse, but it really doesn't, but it has nothing to do with the lands themselves, right? It's not a good card. Obviously it is an uncommon, so we have that going for it. Yeah, I don't know, I guess that's all I really have to say on this one. Balduvian Conjurer was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and the art is really awesome. I'm a big Mark Teeden fan. This one is pretty sweet. Good shading, good detailing. Line work is awesome. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's move on, shall we? Okay. Balduvian Shaman. This one's a bit of a roller coaster. Balduvian Shaman is a 1/1 creature that costs a single blue mana. It is a cleric or human cleric shaman these days. Anyways, you can tap this to permanently change the text of target white enchantment that you control that does not have cumulative upkeep by replacing all instances of one color word with another. For example, you may change counters black spells to counters blue spells. Balduvian Shaman cannot change mana symbols. That enchantment now has cumulative upkeep 1. This is a common, by the way. So this is interesting because it's very complicated, and on top of that, it also super fucking sucks. So, like, the best thing to do with this in this set is, like, the Circle of Protections. So, like, so what do you even do with this card, right? Well, so in this set, specifically, the things you can do with this are the Circle of Protections, right? So you can, if you have a Circle of Protection red and they have a blue creature, I guess, I don't fucking know. Doesn't matter, right? Like you can change your Circle of Protection red to be a Circle of Protection blue, with cumulative upkeep 1. So you can do that. You could also do the Scarabs. This is actually kind of interesting with the Scarabs because you can, so like the Scarabs care about your opponent having a specific creature of a specific color. But if you combine this with the Scarabs, you can change them to whatever color they have. Then you get a cumulative upkeep of 1 on your Scarab. So you can do that. You can also do this with Justice, which is kind of funny, I guess. Interestingly, you cannot do this with Drought because it can't change mana symbols. They specifically tell you on that, probably because that came up in testing. It's kind of weird for this to not to be able to hit everything else, but not to hit Drought specifically because of the way that the card is formatted. But whatever. So this card is interesting, right? Like those are some things that you can do with it, and those things aren't necessarily like bad. I mean, they're bad play experiences, but they're not like, that's not necessarily, in limited, that might be pretty good, right? Like that might get you to the finish line, which is all any of us are trying to do. But this is bad, kind of baffling. It has very specific setup. Like, I don't understand why it needs to be a white enchantment. Why can't you do this to, like, they're like, no, this is here to make Circle of Protection even better and nothing else, right? Because, like, otherwise you could do, like, fucking Life Grip, right? That'd be funny. I don't even know if that would be strong, but it would be funny. Yeah, this is kind of a baffling card. That's what you do with it. It's never once been any level of actually viable or worth doing, but that's what you can do with the card. This is crazy to be a common. Like, this is a complicated card. Like, the average player probably just fucking checks out, right? Like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? And the best part is you get to the end of this and you're like, what did I get for reading this? Like, what level of, did I unlock an understanding of the game or see the game in a different way or, like, learn something about potential, like, interactions I didn't know? Maybe. Was it worth it? No. Man, Balduvian Shaman is fucking wild. This card it's bad, but it's bad in such a robust way. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're just kind of beating around there isn't too much to say. It's complicated. It's interesting. There's some stuff you can do with it. It's probably okay in limited. Your opponent won't really know what's going on, so you got that going for you. It was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and the art is really well done. It's very cool. I like it because you see purples and greens in shades that you don't normally see on a Magic card, and that's always kind of nice. Yeah, I like this. I think the color choices here were very fantastic. It sits together well. Very cool art. Let's move right along then, shall we? Binding Grasp. Every time I look through these cards, I forget this one even exists. That probably bodes well for it. Binding Grasp is an enchant creature that costs 3 and a blue. During your upkeep, you can pay 1 and a blue, or you have to bury Binding Grasp. Gain control of target creature. That creature gets +0/+1. Oh, interesting. It's control magic. Yeah, so this is just slightly different control magic. It's easier to cast because it only costs 1 blue mana instead of 2 blue mana. It's the same mana cost, so it still costs 4, but it's, you know, you can splash this a little bit easier if that's what you want to do. It gives the creature +0/+1, which, you know, is not nothing, but is about as close to being nothing as you can possibly get. But you know, it's nice. It's nice. We'll take that. Paying the 2 during your upkeep, or you got to get rid of this, is fair. That is fair. Control magic might be a little bit pushed. I know, shocking, right? This, I don't know. Strict pay a specific amount of mana or this thing goes away costs always kind of confuse me, because they either make the card suck and not worth playing, or they just don't matter at all, right? Like, and it's usually the other one. Like, the card is powerful enough, right? It's like conversion. It's like pay 2 white mana for your opponent not to be able to cast spells the rest of the game. It's like, okay, sure, no problem, right? Like, it's interesting on stasis, because the way stasis works is that you don't untap your shit, right? So you have to go through other steps to keep your stasis going, and usually that's just fucking bouncing it with like time elemental. But assuming you're playing it fair, eventually it has to go away unless you literally hit your land drop the rest of the game and never do anything else, right? Like, at some point it's just gonna go away. And cumulative upkeep is very similar. This whole just pay 2 for the rest of the game it's kind of fine. It's interesting. I think it's fine. Like, I don't know that there's a space there, and I'm not sure how you would in between those two, and I'm not sure how you would get there. I would say this is a fucking banger in limited, though. If you're in blue, I would grab the hell out of this. This was illustrated by Ruth Thompson. Fuck, why do I always fuck that name up? Ruth Thompson. This is very cool. Very good. I like this art. There's some nostalgia here for this art style, and I can't quite place it. I don't know. Very something. I don't know, but I very much like it. I think this art is fantastic. I think it's very cool. Yeah, that's all I really have to say about Binding Grasp. Let's move on. Oh, would you look at this? It's a real fucking Magic card. Brainstorm. So, I think this is really the first card we can talk about that actually makes sense to talk about in a context other than limited, because it's fucking good. Brainstorm, if you don't know, is a single blue mana. It is an instant, and you draw 3 cards, then take 2 cards from your hand and put them on top of your library in any order. That is pretty fucking good. So, this is a fixed version of Ancestral Recall from Alpha. Most of these designs are Alpha inspired, and this one is no different. Brainstorm, very beloved card. This card, probably more than any other, shapes how Legacy works. They try very, very hard to keep this card legal in Legacy. It's also restricted in Vintage, because Vintage is not really the format where you want someone playing more than one Brainstorm for various reasons. Brainstorm, fantastic card. I'm a huge fan of this card. I don't know what really to say about it. It's fucking good, right? It's 1 mana to draw 3 cards. Yeah, technically you +0 on this, because you spend the card and you have to put 2 cards back. So at the end of it all, you have the same amount of cards, but you saw an extra 3. It's very, very good. A lot of combo applications. Storm decks kind of like this. But really, it's kind of good in anything. It's just one of those cards. Card selection, very, very good. Especially when it's as efficient as 1 fucking mana. Brainstorm's a classic. You see it everywhere. Sees lots of play in Vintage, Legacy, obviously. Sees plenty of play in Commander. Shows up often enough in the Vintage to style cubes and power cubes and stuff like that. Brainstorm's a card you've seen, probably, and have played with, and probably, like, I think it's generally the opinion is that this card is cool, even if it is a little over-indexed. And yeah, I agree. I think this is cool. I think this is a type of card that you could have in, like, standards and stuff like that. This is a card that very much exasperates the broken aspects of a format, right? So, like, if Brainstorm is in a format and you have some really busted shit, Brainstorm is going to very much contribute to that problem. So Brainstorm is a very dangerous card, right? Like, it would be risky to put Brainstorm in, like, standards and stuff like that. But if everything else is working as intended and nothing is broken, Brainstorm, I think, is perfectly fine for stuff like that. They don't print it too often, and when they do, it's in, like, Commander shit, but Brainstorm is a great card. At any rate, it hasn't been standard legal since 5th edition, so... yeah, I don't know. Brainstorm is fantastic. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, it's so good with fetch lands, which would come out later. I guess I could talk about the fact that Brainstorm was kind of under the radar for a while. I think this card was perfectly fucking good, even in the day and age. It was, though, obviously this card got better with fetch lands and with more broken fucking cards to go get. But I still think that this card was a little underrated back in the day. It makes sense though, because like at the time, like when Ice Age came out, it wasn't like, it was expensive, but it wasn't unreasonably impossible that you could go out and get an Ancestral Recall. It was like probably $100-$150 by the time Ice Age came out, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. So definitely not like, it's not something you would do, but it was within grasp enough that like you would compare Brainstorm to it. You see the same problem in this set with like Jeweled Amulet, which we'll talk about later, which is very similar to the Moxen, but like way worse than a Mox. However, the thing is that you can, as a card, be way worse than the Mox and still be a good fucking card. There's a lot of playable design space in between Moxen and, you know, everything else. Brainstorm kind of suffers from that too. Not as much. I do think that this was more well received than something like Jeweled Amulet was, but I do think that they both kind of speak to the same issue of this is a very good card, but it is strictly worse than a card that came out within the last couple years at this point. So it's just, people are going to compare it, right? And I think Brainstorm suffered from that for a little while. Not for very long. I don't mean to say people looked at this card and were like, wow, this card sucks, I'm gonna go play Balduvian Shaman. But I do think that people didn't quite grasp it immediately, right? Just how good this card could be. This card also just scales really well. Like, with the more powerful cards that you have access to, Brainstorm just gets better. So there is some truth to the fact that this was not quite as good as it is now for various reasons. You could say the same thing of like Black Lotus and stuff. Brainstorm was illustrated by Christopher Rush, and love it. Love it, love it, love it. Very cool. The light escaping out of his fucking head is very interesting. Very classic art. I really like the kind of watercolory vibe that the background has. It's just a fucking great art. Fantastic art for an iconic card. And a common, which, very big hell yeah. This being at common is super cool. I would definitely play this in limited, assuming I was in blue. I guess definitely is a bit strong. It would really depend on like what was going on, but I would be very happy to pick this early. Because cards like this get better when you have less cards, right? Like, Brainstorm in a 40 card deck is better than Brainstorm in a 60 card deck, which is better than Brainstorm in a 100 card singleton deck. But even in 100 card singleton, Brainstorm's still pretty good, so pretty fucking good card. Let's move on. I guess I don't really have anything else to say about it. Next, we have Breath of Dreams. Breath of Dreams is an uncommon enchantment that costs 2 and 2 blue mana. It has a cumulative upkeep cost of a single blue mana. You know it's good. And green creatures each require an additional cumulative upkeep 1. So this is interesting. It's kind of Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale, but for specifically green creatures. So I guess you could also say it's like kind of similar to Pendrell Mists. It's a worse card than that for various reasons. It is worth noting that this gives them cumulative upkeep, so each creature, like, the first turn they have to pay 1, then they have to pay 2, then they have to pay 3. So this super fucks on a green player. But it doesn't do anything if they don't have green cards, right? So this is color hate. it's kind of a ass backwards way of going about color hate, but it's fine, right? If you're against a green deck, they probably have creatures. 4 mana to get this out is fine. The cumulative upkeep cost on this is also kind of not an issue, because if they have 2 creatures out, then for every 1 mana that you have to pay, they have to pay 2. So it just kind of scales favorably. If they have even 2 fucking creatures, and they probably have more than that if you're playing this. Of course, they have to be green creatures. So, yeah, I don't know. This is fine. It's, I wouldn't play it, honestly. It's pretty bad. It's, you know, it locks out a fucking green player. Wow. Good job. But that's all it does. And it's pretty I guess I would say this is pretty fairly costed, honestly, but it's just not an effect that you kind of want all that often. There's definitely times and places where this is fine. Like, if it gets handed to you in a pack, go ahead and stick it in your sideboard for the fucking person who mostly drafted green creatures. But other than that, it's a dumb fucking card. It was illustrated by Phil Foglio. I'm a big Phil fan. This one is okay. It's interesting, kind of funny. Not my favorite piece by a long shot, but I do like the details in it. I like the all the smoky creatures in the mists behind it. Very cool. Kind of plays more into the whole Pendrell Mists and Tabernacle Pendrell Vale kind of lore, if you will, with the whole this effect being caused by mists of some type or fogs of some type. It's interesting. Yeah, let's move on. Next, we have Clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is an instant that costs 1 blue mana. It is a common, and look at target player's hand. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Oh my god, it's Gataxian Probe. But like way fucking worse. This card is interesting. It's pretty bad, right? Like, 1, it's blue, so like you have ways of drawing a card now and not at next turn's upkeep. Next turn's upkeep it's a very easy trigger to miss, right? Like, I couldn't tell you the number of Mishra's bauble triggers I've fucking missed in my lifetime. And so it's just kind of an awkward thing. Looking at a player's hand, that information is fine. There are times when it's like valuable, but a mana for that effect, not worth it. Now, this is a mana for that effect and a card at the next upkeep, so like, depending on what your card pool looks like, this might be fucking like best you can hope for, but it's not a strong card. I think it's perfectly fine in this specific limited, and there is definitely something to be said about in limited specifically knowing what's coming, because your removal suite is definitely more limited in limited, so like, it's not like in Constructed where you can have an answer to pretty much everything, or an answer to enough things that you can outspeed the things that you don't answer. So like in Constructed, effects like this are pretty fucking bad. It's also worth noting that effects like this make your mulligans harder. So like the one downside to Gataxian Probe, and why you wouldn't like just blindly run it in like say CEDH in every deck that gets blue, because you think you would, because it's basically making your list a 99 card list instead of 100, right? Which is really good. The problem is that it makes your mulligans harder, because that card becomes a mystery card, right? So like when you open your hand and you're like, okay, so this card is a mysterious card. Cool. What the fuck do I do with that information, right? Like if you're missing a specific piece that you need in order for your game plan to even get online, you have to kind of just hope that you draw it off of this, which it's like Gataxian Probe is still a very good card. That's not the point I'm getting at. But it's just there are downsides, and the downsides are even more exasperated by this actually physically costing a mana. You can't just pay 2 life for this effect. Yeah, it's interesting. I would say it's a pretty bad card. This making your mulligans worse kind of doesn't matter in limited, because your card pool was kind of shit anyway, and like the game is slower. So I would say this is fine in specifically limiteds, but I don't know that I would play it anywhere else. It'd be interesting if this sees some play in pre-modern, because like there's definitely an argument for it. I don't know that card. Like, I know the card pool fairly well, right? But most most of my expertise comes in the very early sets. So with pre-modern, I miss a lot of things. Plus, it's such a brewer's paradise at this point that it's hard to keep track of the format and what people are playing and why. I maybe there's an argument that some type of deck really likes clairvoyance. It's certainly like because it's an efficient enough card, right? Like it's a card and looking at it in player's hand. So like if you want to be able to do those things, like this isn't the worst thing with Cabal Therapy, right? Like which is not a card we're really going to talk about. But like point is there's a time and place this is okay. So if you said this shows up in pre-modern, I would believe you. I don't think it's good enough for any like format that has a bigger card pool than pre-modern. I'm not even sure it's good in pre-modern. I'm just wouldn't be surprised. But I think it's okay in limited. This was illustrated by Ken Mayer Jr. and it's pretty fucking sweet. I like the art. I think it's very cool. It's interesting. You don't really see stuff like this. It also kind of has a weird juxtaposition within the art itself because the spirit's face that's like pretty well detailed and everything else in the card is not, and that's just kind of interesting, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Clairvoyance, interesting card, not the worst card. Definitely like it's not a like disgustingly low power level card. I think that this is about what this kind of thing should cost. It's just kind of niche in my opinion. But let's move on. Clairvoyance is interesting enough, I suppose. So, Counterspell is very interesting for a lot of reasons, right? Like, what do I say? Oh, this is arguably one of the top 10 best cards in Magic of all time. Yeah, like, Counterspell's pretty fucking good. Do I talk about, like, 2 blue mana to counter any spell, right? Like, there's a lot of different things that we could say and discuss about Counterspell specifically. This is also one of the cards, and arguably the main card, that has brought up the entire debate, right? Some people fucking hate Counterspells. But I think the most interesting thing to point out in this specific context of Ice Age is that Counterspell is a common in Ice Age. They downgraded this to common. But yeah, counterspell at common. They thought people did not have enough counterspells and they needed more people to get counterspells in their hand, which to be fair, noble goal. I agree. Counterspell at common. I'm big fan. Big fan of that. I hope you didn't want to play something that wasn't blue. But you could get away with black, I guess, in this. Counterspell's a really good fucking card. I don't know what to say about it. It's an interrupt. It counters a spell. I guess I didn't actually do the whole "this is what this card does" thing. You know what? You fucking know what counterspell does. 2 blue mana. Tell them right where to fucking put that card that they tried to put on the table. Yeah. Eat shit and shove it, dick. I like counterspell. Counterspell got new art here by Alan Williams, and this art is pretty sweet. When I first started playing, and for a long time, I really did not like Pool's version of Counterspell from Alpha. That art, it kind of looks like he's just growing long fingernails, and I don't know. But it has grown on me over the years. I appreciate that Counterspell art a lot more than I used to. This one I used to like a lot more. I don't hate it, and I don't think it is bad. I think it's very cool. It is cool to have different arts on cards that are as iconic and good as like Counterspell. Yeah, I don't know. It is interesting to me that they thought this should be a common. And they also took Lightning Bolt out of the set. It's interesting. It's interesting. Anyway, let's move on. Counterspell is really good, but we've all fucking heard and thought about Counterspell enough for one lifetime each, I'd say. So, Deflection. Deflection is a rare, and it is an instant, or it was an interrupt rather, that costs 3 and a blue mana. Target spell, which must have a single target, targets a new legal target of your choice. Kind of similar to stuff like Fork, a little bit different because Fork copies and this just changes. This potentially can be a very strong effect. It kind of isn't. 4 mana for this is, you're asking a lot. It's really, really hard to hold up 4 mana for a spell that has a target, right? So this doesn't do anything against creatures or anything like that. Yeah, there are use cases for this, right? The obvious, like, the dream is like, oh, fucking, they fireballed me for fucking 8 million. Yeah, how about this? And it's really good in that specific situation. Yeah, deflection is neat. It's interesting. This is a bad card because it's like, it does a lot in one very specific situation, but it also requires 4 mana, so you have to have the card, you have to have the 4 fucking mana, and you have to be ready when they do a specific thing that this does something against. And if they do anything else, it's just like, fuck. This is a card that I've heard was really, really hyped up, and a lot of people thought would be really good, and it kind of just isn't. It's not bad, but it's not great. It certainly reads like it could be cool, though, right? You can imagine doing some cool stuff with this. This was illustrated by Mike Rabe. The art is really fucking cool. I really like the styling on this card, and I think part of why I like it so much is that it's not really something you see too often. This is a very, very cool card, art-wise. And it's not weak, right? Like, it's not the strongest thing, obviously, but it's certainly not the worst card you could be playing. Dreams of the Dead is an uncommon. It costs 3 and a blue mana. It is an enchantment, and you can pay 1 and a blue to take target white or black creature from your graveyard and put it directly into play as though it were just summoned. That creature now requires an additional cumulative upkeep 2. If that creature leaves play, remove it from the game. This is interesting. It kind of reads powerful. It's kind of cool because it taps into that whole, well, I'm cheating costs kind of thing, which is, as a Magic player, very, very attractive, right? Like, it's like, oh, wow, I could do that. Like, you're going to put out an Emrakul. Not with this. You could put out a Grizzlebrand with this, though. This is pretty fucking good with Grizzlebrand, thinking about it. Fucking 4 mana, and although obviously it's less good with Grizzlebrand than, say, Reanimate. Yeah, this is kind of neat. I don't know. I would have fun trying to make this work in Limited specifically. Outside of Limited, this is garbage. So let's just get that straight and clear, that this is not a good card. Any card pool that would have a creature worth doing this to is going to have better ways to do this. So it's just kind of dead on arrival. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't have anything else to say about Dreams of the Dead. This was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and the art's pretty cool. Heather is very hit or miss for me, honestly. I'm a huge fan of her rendition of Chains of Mephistopheles, which I guess is the only rendition of Chains of Mephistopheles because they never reprinted that card. But I very much like stuff like that. I'm on the lukewarm side of. It's cool. It's decent. I have no issues with it, and I think the spirit that she has drawn here is very cool. It just doesn't, like... it's just not one of my favorite arts. Let's just say that. Like, I like it, but there are arts I really appreciate a lot more, which, makes sense. Enervate is an instant that costs 1 and a blue mana. You can tap target artifact, creature, or land. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. This is a common. So this is very much a reference to Twiddle. So this leans into less of the versatility of Twiddle, but more of the original idea of, oh yeah, they're about to swing at you with their Shivan Dragon. Before they go to attackers, tap it down. And then you can also draw a card. In that aspect, this is pretty cool. 2 mana, I think this could cost 1 and be good, fine, fair. Maybe it would be a little much with the card draw, right? I don't know. 2 mana for this is, like, fine, because you draw a card, right? And you push a problem down the road. And that might be enough, right? Like, if you only need 1 turn to win the game, or to board wipe them, or to do something, then this is super cool. Super good. I really don't like paying 2 mana for this effect. It's a personal problem, but I'm like, ugh, gross. Doesn't even untap Timefall. Yeah. Okay, so this is fine. It's just a kind of nuts and boltsy thing. Axes removal makes the play experience a little bit better, makes it more likely that you'll be able to attack in. I think that more cards like this are needed in most like limited formats. Although, you know, Ice Age was not really designed as a limited format, but it also was basically just a reskinning of Alpha. So like when we're talking design, like what are we even talking about? Like they just tweaked design ideas. Pretty much every card in here is like not a new idea. Like Enduring Renewal is, of all the cards we've talked about, Enduring Renewal is the fucking closest, and it's really just a reskinned Resurrection, right? So like I guess my point there with that is that while you wouldn't say Alpha was designed for draft or limited, it kind of is, just because that's how it was play tested, right? Like they play tested Alpha by just giving people random fucking cards, and if that's not like testing for limited, I don't know what the fuck is. Um, and so by that logic, because Ice Age is basically a reskinning of Alpha, and Alpha is, for all intents and purposes, built around a draft environment, because, well, a sealed environment would be more applicable. They didn't really expect people to have too many cards, so they kind of just thought the game was going to be what like limited is now. And so, you know, Ice Age kind of plays pretty okay for a limited. It's not as good as like sets these days that are actually designed for that experience. But it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's not great. So I don't know. So I like this card as far as like if you were going to do limited of this set. I think stuff like this is pretty cool and good for that environment. I do not want to pay 2 mana for half a twiddle though and a card. Oh well. This was illustrated by Alan Williams, and the art is pretty fucking sweet. Super cool. It's a guy with some fucking runes on his face. Not sure what it has to do with anything, but that's okay. It's just a magical effect, and this is just a guy with magical effects on his face. Cool art. Then we have Errant Minion, which is an aura, or an enchant creature back in the day. It costs 2 and a blue mana. During target creature controller's upkeep, Errant Minion deals 2 damage to him or her. He or she may pay 1 for each 1 damage he or she wishes to prevent from Errant Minion. So this is just like Wanderlust, right? Yeah, I don't know. Just it's another card that's just it's an alpha card, but slightly different. If you can say anything positive about this set, is you will always find something to spend your fucking mana on. There's always something taxing you or costing you extra, or yeah, it gets a bit exhausting when it's all of a set. Errant Minion is fine, I guess, is a common. I wouldn't fucking play it. This is pretty bad. Wanderlust and stuff weren't really good cards either. And you don't even have like any of the enchant, like it's not like you're like with at least with Wanderlust, you could like reasonably be like, yeah, but I'm playing a Return Enchantress deck. It draws me a card. You're probably not playing this in a Return Enchantress deck. Yeah, I don't know. This card sucks. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil. It's a common. I don't remember if I mentioned that. The art is fine. Not a super huge Harold fan for the most part, but I don't hate this one. This one kind of sits somewhere in the middle. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Let's just move on. Then we have Essence Flare. Essence Flare is a common. It's an enchant creature. Costs a single blue mana. Target creature gets +2/+0. During each of its controller upkeeps, put a -0/-1 counter on the creature. These counters remain even if Essence Flare is removed. Oh, thank God. This card is not just a worst version inspired by a card from Alpha. This is a worse version inspired from Arabian Nights. It's Unstable Mutation. Look at that. Wow. How cool. It's a worse Unstable Mutation. Very, very creative. What a creative fucking set. They did so much things. Why is every card in here just a different card but worse? Or Necropotence. What a fucking set. Man. Yeah, I really liked Ice Age before I started doing this, but the more that I just look at just these cards, I am I am less hot on Ice Age than I was when I started this. Uh yeah, this is fine. It's okay unlimited. It's +2 to like if you find yourself in an aggressive blue deck in Ice Age limited, it's not the worst card to play. Oh, fucking A. It's just worse unstable. It's just worse unstable mutation. This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson. The art is really fucking sweet. Richard Kane Ferguson does a lot of cool stuff, like his work with the Legends. And yeah, this art is well done. Very cool. Very, very interesting. Good color theory. I like the whites, blues, and yellows, and with a little green in there for the blue card. Very cool. I think this one ties together really nice. It's a very pretty card. It's not the art's fault. It's just worse. It's stable mutation, which to be fair is not like it's still a pretty okay card, but and in limited it's fine. But it's really funny, and it's really funny that none of these cards are original ideas. Speaking of original ideas, we have Force Void, which is costs 2 and a blue mana, counter target spell unless that spell's caster pays an additional 1. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. How sweet. So this is Force Spike with a slow trip stapled onto it. This is an uncommon in the same set that Counterspell is a common. I I guess this draws you a card, right? And if you're playing a bunch of colors in Ice Age Limited for some reason, what with its super robust dual land support, actually the dual lands aren't bad. I guess there's a reason to play this, but why the fuck? Like, not many of them. The draw you a card is pretty powerful. And I guess it makes sense to be afraid of that. They're like, we can't put draw a card on a fucking counter spell. And just by that nature, making it an uncommon makes sense. But like, it's fucking Force Spike that costs 3 mana, man. In the same set counter spell as that common. Like, I guess if you're going to have counter spell at common, you don't want a bunch of other counter spells at common. So fair play there. This is just wild to me. Why do this in counter spell? I guess it's okay. It's fine. There's not much to say about it. It's a 3 mana Force Spike that draws you a card on an extra a turn later. Which, to be fair, you're probably counterspelling on their turn. Then you're just going to draw 2 cards on your turn. So I don't necessarily hate the slow trip aspect of this card as much as other ones. To be fair, this is a card you'd only play in limited, right? Like, there's no reason to discuss this in constructed. There's just way better counter spells at any point in the game's history that you don't need to play this. So let's move on. Let's talk about the art. Silly me. Mark Teeden illustrated this. Definitely not Teeden's best work, but pretty solid. Like, this is cool art for a counterspell, I suppose. It especially plays with the name, right? Because it's implying that there's a space that's void of magic. Very cool. Very interesting. Let's move right along, I suppose. Glacial Wall. An uncommon. This is a 0/7 creature. It's a wall, which means now it has defender. You can't attack with this. It costs 2 and a blue mana. And this is Wall of Ice. Except it's blue. Wall of Ice is a 0/7 2 and a green wall. So another same card from Alpha changed to a different color. Yeah, like it's a 0/7 for 3 mana. Like the rate's pretty solid. You want to be doing this. Really, really love to see big walls in a set with no flying. I think that is peak game design right there. Why would you do this? Why? Can we just play it? Can we just get this game over with, please? All right. It is fine. This was illustrated by Damon Willick. The art's pretty neat. The dog is a little funky looking, not the most realistic dog I've ever seen, but it still brings joy to my heart. It's a little doggo. It's cute. Otherwise the art is fine. It's just a fucking glacier wall, right? Let's move on. Hydroblast. I know, it's probably been getting like, oh, all these cards are just a card from Alpha, but slightly different. At least now we get to talk about a card that's slightly different from Blue Elemental Blast. Hydroblast, part of the pairing with Pyroblast, which is a much better card for reasons we'll talk about more then. Hydroblast is an interrupt that costs a single blue mana, and you can counter target spell if it is red, or destroy target permanent if it is red. You might look at this and be like, this is just Blue Elemental Blast. And you're wrong. It's not just Blue Elemental Blast. This is strictly different. It is more valuable in a Storm list because you can hit anything with this. Well, you can target anything with this. With Blue Elemental Blast, the permanent that you target has to be red. It has to be a red permanent for the spell to even target it to go on the stack. This card, you can target a colorless permanent with this. I could aim at your planes. Will your planes be destroyed? No, of course not. It will fizzle. The spell will target it and be like, okay, well, I guess it won't technically fizzle because it'll target it. It'll be like, okay, I'm targeting this. Now, if this target is red, I'm going to destroy it. Oh, it's not red, so I'm not going to destroy it. Why would you want to do that? Well, like, there's some reasons. If you're playing a Flubs EDH deck and you're trying to draw cards, that's a way to do it. If you're just trying to raise your storm count and don't have a target thing to destroy, it's fine there. So, does that make this card better than Blue Elemental Blast? Not really. They, both of them have neat, because, like, you can then look at Blue Elemental Blast and say, okay, but Blue Elemental Blast can't be deflecting swatted, right? So Hydroblast, if you target something of theirs that's red to blow it up, and they deflecting swat it, they can deflecting swat it to one of their mountains that is a colorless land card, and it does nothing, right? You can't deflecting swat a Blue Elemental Blast away from a red permanent to a non-red permanent. So, strictly different. Both of them have upsides and downsides, depending on the situation. Neither one of these situations actually comes up 99% of the time. Like, 99% of all instances, these two cards are just the same card. But there are differences, and those differences are pretty interesting. It's interesting. It is, again, just a fucking alpha card that's rechanged a little bit. But I do actually really appreciate these cards existing. Most of the cards that are just like, it's an alpha card, but slightly different, they're either way under indexed to like make up for the fact that the alpha one is over indexed, or they're just like not a good card to begin with. So like, what are we doing here? Hydroblast and Blue Elemental Blast are both cards that reasonably could see some level of play. Now, to be fair, this conversation probably should be happening on the Pyroblast one, because those cards actually do see play, because blue cards are so fucking sick. And blue has way more counter magic anyway. But these, depending on the context, I think these are fine. I do think this is pretty okay and pretty awesome in Limited, right? Like, fucking blow up their red permanent for one blue mana. Just put it in your sideboard if they're not playing red. Problem solved. And it's also an interesting card to hate pick if you are mono red, right? Like if you see one of these and you're like, well, fuck, I don't want anyone to have this. So I do kind of like this card, specifically in the context of limited play. I think it's interesting. I guess that's all there is to say about Hydroblast. Cool card. Illustrated by Kaya Folio, and love it. Huge Kaya fan. She's one of my favorite Magic artists. And this one is fucking sweet. Very much like it. Very cool art. But let's move on. Then we have Iceberg. Iceberg is an enchantment that costs X and 2 blue mana. When Iceberg comes into play, put X ice counters on it. And then you can pay 3 to put an ice counter on Iceberg. And then you can pay 0, remove an ice counter from Iceberg to add 1 colorless mana to your mana pool. Play this ability as an interrupt. So this is really interesting. And I cannot think of a card in Alpha that this is inspired by. You could argue it's inspired by the storage lands in, is that Fallen Empires? I think the storage lands are in. This is actually pretty cool. I like this a lot. You could, on a turn that you have like nothing to do, you can put out some mana to do a big fireball later, right? And like if you're a control deck and you like eventually your win condition is just a fucking one tap them, you could play this out and then, you know, counter their fucking one spell a turn and put the rest of your mana into putting an ice counter on it, and eventually you can win the game with like a fireball or something. Of course, in limited, you would be using a lava burst and not a fireball, but this is kind of interesting. It's not super good. Games are slow enough, especially in Ice Age, where they're like, we want the games to be slower than fuck. We want nobody to be doing anything. And in those environments, something like Iceberg is pretty good. That's a pretty good card. And you can also just kind of like play it fair-ish to like just, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking help me get out my not a Sarah Angel because this set does, because the Sarah Angel's too good. And that's fine in limited. This is okay. It's kind of this is at least interesting, right? This is at least a card you're like, whoa, you can make a bunch of mana. It's not really efficient at doing it, but it's also not the least efficient way of doing this, because you can just store however much mana you're storing, but you could just store mana for a turn and then do something way bigger next turn. It's not really a whole lot of things worth doing that for, but it is definitely interesting. This is an uncommon, so you'll maybe even see two of them. How exciting would that be? And you could have two icebergs on the field. That's really good. You could remove the ice counters from one of them to play the second one. Yeah, iceberg. Now we're playing Magic the Gathering. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges. Solid art. It's gray and brooding and kind of boring, but that kind of describes his art. Not the boring part, but he does have a kind of broody, dark style. He does do these cards with like cold water very well. I like his cards that like Water Elemental is another really good one that he does well with the art. I like it. Not much else to say about it, I guess. Next, we have Icy Prison. This is a rare. Costs 2 blue mana. It's an enchantment. When Icy Prison comes into play, remove target creature from the game. When Icy Prison leaves play, return that creature to play under its owner's control as though it were just summoned. During your upkeep, destroy Icy Prison. Any player may pay 3 to prevent this. So this is kind of interesting. In some way, it kind of reads like a pacifism, but pacifism hasn't come out yet. I guess it's a kind of combination of oubliette and paralyze. But this, I think, is actually pretty close to like an original idea. Like, because what do you even mean when you say an original idea? This one, I think, is doing something new and interesting. It's very interesting, actually, because it forces you to pay the 3, right? This is kind of cool in Commander because like you can put the onus onto somebody else, right? So like say one of the players summons, I don't know, like an Emrakul or something, and everyone's like, oh my god, do you see this? He's the threat, we're gonna lose, we gotta all team up. And then you fucking slam down an Icy Prison, like bam, and then you're like, I'm not gonna pay the 3. So one of you guys can do that. I spent the card. We got to work together here, right? And then you tax them 3 mana, keep the thing down, and you're just down a really bad card. Not a really bad card. That's rude. Icy Prison is fine. It's yeah, like 3 mana every upkeep to like keep their thing removed is pretty fucking rough. But in limited, like what else are you gonna be doing, right? This is kind of neat. It's kind of interesting. It's just on the cusp of like playable, in my opinion. Making you pay the 3 mana is just kind of a kick in the dick, personally, I think. But if you're trying to slow the game down and you think removal is too efficient, this is one way to go about it. I do appreciate that it only costs 2 mana up front. You can use this fairly cheaply. I guess that's all I really have to say on Icy Prison. It's fine. It's not great, but I would run it in limited, at least. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and big Anson fan. Love his work. One of the original 25. This one's okay. This one's okay. I have no negative opinions about it. Not really any positive ones. It's just okay. Illusionary Forces. Illusionary Forces, to start with, might be the strongest creature in Ice Age, for the record. So, keep that in mind. Illusionary Forces is a 4/4 flyer for 3 and a blue mana, and it has a cumulative upkeep cost of blue. And yeah, that's the card. It's a common. This is a common. You'll probably see 3, maybe 4 of these, or maybe just 2. It's possible you only see 1, but it's a common, so it's not unheard of. You'll see 3, maybe even 4 of these. What, like, if you were actually cracking packs and they were randomly acquired packs, you might even see like 5, fucking 6 of these. This is, I'm pretty sure, the strongest creature in Ice Age. This is a fucking 4/4 with flying in a set where they're like, nah, dude, fuck flying. We don't, like, it's too good. It shows up all the time. We want flying to mean something. And it fucking does. Fucking, if your deck isn't just every one of the, like, snap grab this, dude. Like, what even, like, this is a 4/4 flyer, right? For 4 mana. Like, they can't block it. What are they gonna do? It's got cumulative upkeep. Who gives a shit? It's a 4/4 flyer for 4. You hit them with this thing 5 fucking times and they're donezo. If you play a second one, what the fuck ever, right? Like, who cares? The cumulative upkeep means nothing. And this is also just a fucking card from Alpha. Illusionary Forces is just reskinned Phantasmal Forces, a 4/1 flyer in Alpha for 4 mana that had a upkeep of a single blue. It's not a cumulative upkeep, but it's an upkeep. This is a Phantasmal Forces that can't be lightning bolted in a set where the lightning bolt is an incinerate. So, like, what are we doing? What are we, like, this seems pretty fucking good, right? This thing is cracked. I think this is legitimately, in specifically like limited play, I think this is the best creature, possibly the best card to get your hands on in limited. It's a common too, which, crazy. This feels like so against the design ideals of the set, where they're like, yeah, flying is gonna mean something. Then it's like, why did you put it on like the best creature? Right? Like, what is this fucking right? It's like, oh, it has cumulative upkeep. Like, yeah, but who gives a shit? This thing is brutal. I would save some of your removal for this. Maybe. Or, like, if you can chump this for a few turns, there are ways to, like, this isn't infallible. This isn't just, like, slam this down, you win the game, right? Because, like, if they chump it and you just can't keep it paying for it, that can be pretty upsetting. But if you deploy this at the right possible time with some control elements, they are just fucked, dude. There's no way. Yeah, Illusionary Forces, super great. It's basically just a reskin of Phantasmal Forces, which is a card I think I undersold a little bit when I talked about it. That card's also really good. Although, that one is at least live by the sword, die by the sword, right? Like a fucking Pyroclasm or a fucking Dry Spell or whatever fuck could take that thing out. This thing is a 4 mana, 4 toughness for 4 power flying. Man, you gotta, like... This one's pretty hard to deal with. Not impossible, but pretty hard to deal with. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton, and Justin Hampton is an artist that I have been pretty cool on. I think this one is pretty fucking well done. A lot of his work is a little too goofy for my taste, which is, I guess, weird because I do like Phil Foglio, but you know, art is subjective. Like, and plus I'm a little insane. This art is good. I like it. I think this is one of Justin's better works, in my opinion. Overall, I just think this card is fantastic. Probably a little too over-indexed, in my opinion, for the designs of the set and what they like said that they were trying to accomplish. I think this spits in the face of that, but it's a cool card. I like it. I'm glad it exists. I wish more cards that were like at this power level existed. I also think this is a good use of cumulative upkeep. But yeah, I guess that's all I have to say on illusionary forces. Let's move on. The rarities on this set are fucking baffling. Illusionary Presence is a 2/2 that costs 1 and 2 blue mana. So it is a Grey Ogre. Well, it's a Heirloom Minotaur. Well, no, it's not because it's a 2/2. It's a Grey Ogre that is harder to cast because you need 2 fucking blue mana for this thing. It has a cumulative upkeep of blue. Awesome. During your upkeep, Illusionary Presence gains a land walk ability of your choice until end of turn. Okay, so this is effectively unblockable, assuming they have any sort of basic land of any kind. Or a dual land. Well, they don't have a, like an alpha dual land, but they wouldn't have that in limited. You should not play this outside of limited, so that's really irrelevant. In limited, yeah, this is okay. It's basically 3 mana, 2/2 that has unblockable every turn. Yeah, this is. I struggle with this because part of me thinks, yeah, this is pretty okay. But this is a rare and phantasmal forces, not phantasmal, illusionary forces. Illusionary forces was a fucking common, and like that card is way fucking better than this. You get 2 extra power for an easier to cast mana cost. I mean, yeah, it's 1 extra mana, but for that 1 extra mana, you get flying, which is a little bit worse than land walking because it's not unblockable all the time. But you get a 4/4 for 4 mana with the almost as unblockable as this one for the same cumulative upkeep cost. This is a Grey Ogre with cumulative upkeep. This is not a good card. Like it's fine. Like if you get it and there's nothing okay in the pack and you know whatever, like turn 3 if you're a mostly blue deck, you can get this out and you can like fucking hit him with it a couple times, I guess, and it'll be fine. Illustrated by Kaya Folio, and the art's awesome. Love the art for it. Again, Kaya, great artist. Love her stuff. Always brings joy to me, and this one is no different. Very cool. I like the fur on the, like the fur scarf or whatever it is. Very cool. Let's move on. Okay, Illusionary Terrain. Illusionary Terrain is an enchantment that costs 2 blue mana. It has a cumulative upkeep cost of 2, and all basic lands of one type become basic lands of a different type of your choice. So that's kind of actually really interesting. In some ways, this is similar to Blood Moon from the Dark. Now, obviously, it's very different for a couple reasons. One, it has cumulative upkeep, so this goes away after a while, whereas Blood Moon is just here now. And 2, this punishes basics. This punishes basic lands. Blood Moon does the opposite. This hits basics. All basic lands are something different, which is really fucking funny. This really punishes monocolor decks, which there aren't too many in limited or sealed. It's pretty hard to do that. This is interesting because it's kind of shit. It's like when this works, you're just bullying somebody in such a robust and awful way. And then otherwise it like doesn't do anything. Yeah. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on this as far as like this is kind of really interesting. This is a fun way to turn on stuff like Island Walk, right? So like if your opponent is playing all swamps and they're like, yeah. And then you're like, yeah, but I got Island Walk. Your swamps are now they make blue mana instead of black mana, and also my Island Walkers are now unblockable. That's kind of fun. That's kind of cool. It's kind of unique. Really combining this with like land walking of some type is really the like kind of what you're supposed to do with this, I think. You can also just use it as a brief stacks piece where you're just like, okay, you can't do anything for a couple turns. The interesting thing about this in cumulative upkeep is you get the effect immediately. So you cast this, and without using your cumulative upkeep, they will for a turn like just be fucked. So if you don't want to play the cumulative upkeep, this is just 2 mana, fuck their mana for a turn, which is pretty fucking good, depending on like what else is going around, and with how slow Ice Age is, that can be pretty rude. And because of how slow Ice Age is, it's probably okay to cumulative upkeep this once, maybe even twice, and still be okay. I doubt that you'll ever pay 6 mana to keep this thing going for more than like 3 turns, but paying it once, even twice, is fine. It's a good card to like trip your opponent up, and it is also just a fucking reskinned alpha card with phantasmal terrain. Like, all right, they just went through the alpha card file, replaced the word phantasmal with illusionary, called it a set. This is different than phantasmal terrain. Phantasmal terrain, you attach it to a land, and that land just becomes that land type. So arguably, phantasmal terrain is better because you can hit stuff like Library of Alexandria if you're in constructed, and like you can turn on your swamp walk, or you can turn on your land walk just by hitting one land. And it also doesn't like shut them down completely if they're trying to play a monocolor deck relatively fairly. Illusionary terrain is interesting. It's like not good, but it's not bad either. I don't know. I'm kind of just blown away by how many of these cards are just fucking alpha cards that are slightly different. Otherwise, it's an uncommon. You know, you'll maybe see it. Outside of limited, I don't, and being funny in Commander, I don't think there's really a purpose for this card, so let's just move on. Illusionary Wall. Illusionary Wall is a 5 mana 7/4 wall that has flying and first strike and cumulative upkeep blue. You can't attack. You can't attack an Ice Age. Get that shit out of here. This is stupid. This is not fun gameplay. What are we doing here? A fucking 7/4 first strike flying wall? Yeah, that'll improve the game experience for everybody. What the fuck are we doing here? Illusionary Wall. Why does it have first strike? I don't understand, like, what the kind, like, I guess. Fine. This is pretty good. This doesn't stick around for too long, right? Like, you would probably upkeep this twice, maybe 3 times, just because it's less mana than you spent on it, and a 7/4 first strike flyer. Even if you can't attack with it, it's pretty fucking good. Really funny if you're playing a wider card pool with Animate Wall specifically. Like, you could kill someone in 3 turns with that. That's pretty funny. But otherwise, this just bodies like every fucking creature in the game except for like Colossus of Sardia and I guess like Leviathan. There's a couple that get beyond it, but most of them don't. I don't think this is good game design. I don't think you should be doing this, but at least they gave it cumulative upkeep. I don't know. I think this is just a fucking miserable card, personally. I guess if you do want to give context to walls and you want cards that destroy walls specifically to be any good, you do have to make good walls. So I guess there's an argument for like trying to do stuff like this. I don't know, guys. This card, I don't want to say it bothers me because it doesn't per se. But I definitely do not like. I don't think this card improves Magic. Let's just say that. It's a common, so lucky you, you're gonna see it. That'll fucking speed up your Ice Age games. Is there any world where Ice Age just does not always come down to fucking decking? Holy shit. This is bad. I guess it's kind of interesting. It's super fucking cool in an Arcades Commander deck. I think that's the one that lets your creatures with Defender attack. Whichever is the wall commander. I think it's Arcades. The whatever. Pretty good in there, I guess. Pretty funny. Just fucking hitting them with a flying 7/4 first striker. Take that. illustrated by Mark Poole, and the art is phenomenal. I really fucking love the art on this piece. I think it's fantastic. I really like the castle in the background, the different colors of the sky going all the way up into the stratosphere and seeing like the fucking stars and the moon. It's just super cool. The art is fantastic. Illusions of Grandeur. That's what's next. This is an enchantment, costs 3 and a blue for a total of 4 mana. His cumulative upkeep 2, so we know we're in for a wild ride. When Illusions of Grandeur comes into play, gain 20 life. When Illusions of Grandeur leaves play, lose 20 life. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Yeah, okay, so like, you're doing channel fireball and you don't have the life to do channel fireball, you can borrow the life with this. That's kind of hilarious. I guess this is also like really funny in specifically like ad nauseum decks and stuff like that. Anything where you're like leveraging a fuckload of life early on to like win the game immediately, this is pretty cool in those kind of strategies. But it's just 4 mana, it's cumulative upkeep, and like, what if they fucking blow it up halfway through your combo? It could be super fucking awkward. This is just not a good card by in like any stretch. It's a rare, which is also kind of actually that I agree with. Like, if you're going to do a card like this, it's very build aroundy. It's very confusing. It's like, what is this even good? I think that's a good spot for rares to be in. More like esoteric-esque style effects. And what's more esoteric than here's 20 life that goes away when this goes away? It's like, what do you even do? Like, you don't, it's not a score. You don't, like, if your life is 40 when the game's over, it's not any better than if it's at 1. So, like, what does this even do? Like, literally, unless you're abusing it for, like, ad nause or necro. You can abuse this with necropotence, which is in the same set. So, you can do that. If you, like, pull necropotence, this is maybe okay. This is kind of interesting in that situation. But again, you would then need to have like specific combo pieces afterwards to like, okay, I drew an extra 20 fucking cards. Like, yeah, but you only get the best 7 with necropotence, right? Unless I don't know, there might be a no hand size limit in this limited. I can't remember. If there is, it doesn't fucking matter. It's not worth playing just to do this. So yeah, I guess I could see if you opened a necropotence and then you open this and you had already gathered like enough pieces to like win the fucking game when you resolved all this. Illusions of Grandeur is kind of interesting in that situation, but other than that, it's like, what does this card even do? Nothing. It doesn't do anything. Like, if anything, it just gives you a false sense of security. Because if you're at like 3 and then you cast this and now you're at 23 and then they like hit you with 4 and you're like, oh, it doesn't matter, I'm at 24 or I'm at 23, who gives a shit? You go down to 19 and then they blow this up, you just lose. So it's like, it doesn't, like, it's funny. I think this is a really interesting and funny card because it's like Illusions of Grandeur, and that is what this card does. It like gives you a false sense of security and safety, and like it just adds an aspect that like if you use that life for any reason and this gets blown up, then you're just dead. And I think this card would be mediocre at best without the cumulative upkeep. I think like it still would, like, the cumulative upkeep is just an insult to injury. Like, this is already risky as fuck. I mean, Disenchant is in the set, right? So, like, if this just gets blown up, you're fucked. And it doesn't, like, do anything otherwise. I guess, like, you don't have too much enchantment removal. If you were, like, designing this set, which, again, it wasn't, but if you were designing this set around limited, maybe the cumulative upkeep cost makes some level of sense. It's just kind of baffling. It's just a baffling card. It's a bad card. I will say, like, this card is the first card we've, in the blue cards at least, I think we've talked about, that isn't just a card from Alpha. Like, this is, like, the first original idea I think we've talked about in this set, other than maybe Enduring Renewal, which even Enduring Renewal is kind of inspired from other cards. So I like that. I appreciate that. I don't want to, like, come down on this card too hard, because it's doing something different and fun and interesting, and I think that's very cool. The card does suck, though. So, let's move on. 32 more of these. Infuse. Infuse is an instant. You can untap target artifact, creature, or land. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Okay, alright. So they said Twiddle is too good, but if Twiddle is 2 cards, one that costs 2 mana and one that costs 3 mana, and between them they both draw you a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep, that's probably good. This is fine. Like, I don't know what you would... Yeah, I don't know. There's nothing sticking out. Like, there's definitely things worth untapping in this set. Like, there's stuff you could do, but, like, all of it is pretty, like, mediocre. There's no, like, super powerful cards that are coming to my head that you could do stuff with this. This is really fucking cool with Time Vault, right? But Time Vault is not in this set. It's just half a Twiddle with a fucking slow trip attached to it. It's fine. Illustrated by Randy Gallegos, and fantastic art. Like, this is really cool. Well done. Very interesting to look at. Kind of unsettling. Very blue cardy, mysterious, mystique kind of vibe. Super cool art. Common card, not really good or all that interesting, but certainly not the worst thing you could be doing. Okay, so next we have Kravokian Sorcerer, which is a common 1/1 creature that costs 2 and a blue, and you can tap it. Choose and discard a card from your hand to draw a card. If the card discarded was black, draw 2 cards instead of 1, keep 1, and discard the other. So this is basically rummaging. It's kind of interesting because if you're playing blue-black and you discard a black card, you draw 2 cards and then discard 1. Especially since if you are doing that, you're in black and blue, you might be doing some graveyard stuff. You could discard some stuff to this. Pretty funny stuff. Yeah, I don't know. This card is interesting because, like, there is definitely something there, but it's very weak. So it's hard to, like, poo-poo on this card too much, because if with the right cards and right setup, you could do some pretty interesting and cool stuff with this. This is kind of interesting. I like it. I think this card is interesting. I think this card is cool. More designs like this would have been appreciated instead of, like, some of the really baffling decisions made. It was illustrated by Pat Lewis, and I like the art. I think it's pretty good. I don't really have too much to say about it, but it's well done. Let's move on. Magus of the Unseen is a rare 1/1 creature card that costs 1 and a blue mana, and you can pay 1 and a blue mana and tap Magus of the Unseen to untap target artifact opponent controls and gain control of it until end of turn. If that artifact is an artifact creature, it can attack, and you may use any of its abilities that require tap as part of the activation cost. When you lose control of the artifact, tap it. So, as I've said before, sometimes they just kind of slap rulings into card text if they thought it was confusing. There's a bunch of added nonsense in that. We're going to read the errata here. Untap target artifact and opponent controls and gain control of it until end of turn. It gains haste until end of turn. When you lose control of that artifact, tap it. Yeah, so that's a better way of explaining. I guess that shows that extra bit of text was just trying to say that the creature gains haste. Which, yeah, sure, fair enough. Interesting card. This is a very interesting card. Magus cards are usually, hey, look at this fucking old weird card that we can't reprint, like Magus of the Tabernacle or Magus of the Moon. And I guess they do reprint Blood Moon, but they don't reprint Tabernacle. This is pretty good if they're playing with artifacts, and it's pretty not good if they're not playing with artifacts. The artifacts in Ice Age are, for the most part, pretty bad. Some of them are okay. Icy Manipulator's back, and that one's really fucking good. But that's kind of the ceiling, I think. Maybe you could argue Jeweled Amulet is a little bit better. I can't think of any that are, like, fucking broken. But maybe there are. We'll see when we get there, I guess. Yeah, so, like, this is interesting. It's not really good in Constructed because, like, what if your opponent doesn't care about artifacts? And if they do care about artifacts, you guys are in a format with old border cards, you probably have better things to be playing. Maybe not. But, like, this is a rare, too, so it's not like you could play this in Pauper and it might be okay. It's just, just kind of not a good card anymore. For limited specifically, it's kind of interesting. It's a 2/2, or it's a 1/1 for 2 mana, so it's not great. If like that, like you kind of need the effect to be doing something for this to be good. But when this effect does do something, it can be pretty fucking impactful. Oh, this is actually really fucking sick if they have a time vault though. That's pretty cool. They play a time vault, and you're like, yeah, fuck yeah. Actually, I think this kind of goes infinite with an opponent's time vault, right? Right? Because you untap it, gain control of it, and then you tap it for your next turn. Then it goes back to them, and then you get your untap step, and this untaps. Yeah, this goes infinite with an opponent's time vault. That's actually pretty fucking funny. I don't know how often that comes up, but that's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking hilarious. I kind of, just on that, kind of have a new respect for this card because that's really funny. Other than that, though, I still don't think this card is really good, and that's certainly not. I wouldn't like count that as a power boost personally, right? Like, I don't know. I suppose this is a card that's probably pretty interesting in like vintage cubes. I don't think it's good enough most times, but like fucking it's hilarious with Time Vault, right? So like there's probably a couple others this is also equally funny with. Yeah. I don't know. Megas of the Unseen. Very interesting. Anyway, this was illustrated by Kaya Folio. Fantastic art, love it. Kaya's art is really heavily focused in Ice Age. There's a lot of it. She did a lot of pieces for this set, and I think that's one of the reasons I, really like Ice Age. But the more I look at the set, the less I'm liking it. This card is funny though. I don't really have any complaints about this. It's a good rare because it like doesn't really do anything most of the time, but it can do really impactful things once in a while. I think that's kind of a cool place to be. Let's continue on. Mesmeric Trance is an enchantment that costs 1 and 2 blue mana. It is a rare. It has cumulative upkeep 1, so you know it's good, and you can pay a blue to discard a card from your hand to draw a card. Okay, so you pay a blue to filter cards. That's pretty fucking strong, comparatively. However, this is a card in the same set as Necropotence. They felt the need to put cumulative upkeep on this, but did not feel the need to put cumulative upkeep on Necropotence. It's interesting. It's interesting that that's how all this shook out. Discard a card to draw a card for a single blue mana is pretty fucking strong, even on a 3 mana enchantment. The cumulative upkeep does set this back a bit. I guess at the end of the day, this isn't that different from like Greed, except that it goes away much faster and it costs more mana, so it's worse than Greed, and Greed isn't that good of a card. This card kind of sucks. I like it for a rare. I think it's pretty interesting. It's probably okay in limited, depending on what you're doing. Like, if you didn't open Necropotence, like, yeah, this is maybe okay. I guess I compared it to Greed, and it's kind of like Greed, but this card feels more original than most of the Ice Age cards, which is neat. Interesting. You like to see that. Illustrated by Dan Frazier. It's decent enough. Not one of his better works. It's fine. I just don't care about it. Yeah, overall, this card is just pretty lame, in my opinion. It's kind of interesting because it's like, ooh, draw a card for pretty cheap. That's kind of cool. But it gets stale when you know Necropotence exists. It's fine. Interesting card. Not a good card. Perfectly fine and balanced for a limited, though. Which, again, Ice Age wasn't really technically designed for. But I think this card would do fine in mid to low power cubes. Other than that, though, not great. And the tracking is extra burdensome for, like, no real reason. Alright, let's move on. Mistfolk. Mistfolk is a common. It is a creature. It is a 1/2 that costs 2 blue mana, and you can pay blue mana to counter a target spell that targets Mistfolk. This is pretty fucking awesome in a control deck, in my opinion. Countering, like, if you can control the board and fucking keep the board clear, and you can hit them in the face with a 1/2, sorry, not even a 1/1. You can hit them in the face with a 1/2 20 times, you win the game. And if you can blank out all of their removal from being able to do anything about your 1/2, then it's pretty good. It's pretty good for that. I actually do think that this is probably not super good in Ice Age Limited, though. I don't know that you have because you need enough creature removal to remove their creatures from dealing with your 1/2, right? Like if this, because it's not like it regenerates or anything, so it's like you can't chump with this. This is just a spell that like you could load this thing up with like holy strengths and unholy strengths and stuff like that. So like this is kind of a pretty you could in some ways call this one of the first Bogles, right? In that like Bogles, one of the reasons like Slippery Bogle is like so appealing to like put shit on is because it's hard to deal with because it has hexproof. So like your opponent can't just like fucking 1-for-3 you when you know stack up your fucking Bogle. This has a lot of the same aspects because if it targets it, you can just be like, nah, it doesn't. You do have to hold up a blue for that. So for each spell that they try to do, you have to have a blue mana open, making this like less good than Bogles, obviously. But as like a kind of level 1 attempt at that, I think this is pretty fucking sweet. Kind of an early Bogle kind of thing. Very neat. Very cool. I think this is fine in like suit 'em up decks, and I think it's also pretty okay in control decks, at least in limited. You got better options for control if you're not in limited. Just do Mishra's Factory, idiot. Like, then you don't even need a creature card slot in your fucking deck. But Mistfolk is interesting. I like it for that. I don't know that it's good enough in like Ice Age. Yeah. I mean, in limited, like maybe you can make the whole like I'm doing a Bogle strategy work. This is a common, so you'll likely get a few copies of it. There are like some like things that are like make that okay, right? Like there is the slightly shittier unstable mutation, right? There's a couple of like auras and like equipment esque style things that you could do to make Mistfolk like kind of a Bogle thing in limited, but I don't think like I think it's not even guaranteed that you would get that deck online. And like if it doesn't come together, you're kind of fucked. So I don't know that I would even try it. But it's possible. Some of the cards needed to make that good aren't like super prevalent and aren't that strong themselves, but that's something you could do. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover, and I really like the art. I'm a sucker for anything with birch trees in it, just because of the area that I grew up and live in. Spent a lot of time wandering woods with birch trees and evergreens, and so stuff like this just makes me feel a sense of at home that I really appreciate. The art itself is fantastic, though. The Mistfolk look very cool, very misty, mysterious Mistfolk. Yeah, very cool, very cool. I guess that's all I got to say about it. Quentin did great with this one, though. Musician is kind of a funny card. This is a rare. It's a creature. It is a 1/3 that costs 2 and a blue mana. It has a cumulative upkeep of 1, so you know it's good. And you can tap to put a music counter on target creature. During that creature's controller's upkeep, he or she pays 1 for each music counter on that creature or destroy the creature. Oh my god, it's basically Royal Assassin, except the creature doesn't even need to be tapped. It's so good. Um, yeah, I realistically, this is probably an attempt to fix Royal Assassin, because Royal Assassin is a little over-indexed in most of Magic's history. The cumulative upkeep, good start, good start. Can't have this going around for too much. And I like that it doesn't, like, when they pay, it doesn't remove the counter. So this just, like, okay, I'm going to tap this, and then for the rest of the game, or until you figure out how to remove that counter, which you might not be able to in limited, that creature costs you a 1 mana every turn. It's like fucking paralyzed, but like a quarter of a paralyze. Tap to do a quarter of a paralyze to a creature. Of course, that creature's still on taps. They just, like, it gets destroyed. So, guess comparing this to paralyzed might not be exactly correct. This is, I would say this is at least interesting. This is kind of like a fun mini game within a game for limited. It's not good, right? The cumulative upkeep is pretty costly, and if Ice Age Limited needed anything, it wasn't more fiddly shit to do that just prevents anyone from making any sort of game progress. And Musician does all of that, so it's perfect to like, if your goal is to make the game boring and shit, Musician helps. Musician helps with that, which is a shame because it is kind of interesting. I like it. I like this card. I think this card is kind of fun. It's just a little bit better, so you'd actually see it occasionally. But also like, it's fine. It's fine. It definitely could be like in limited. I think this is pretty playable. It is hard to play though because you like it's got summoning sickness, right? So you can't tap it the turn it comes down. So you are paying at least one to do this once. The one that they pay is not a cumulative upkeep, it's just an upkeep, which is fine. But because yours is a cumulative upkeep, no matter how many times you do this, you will be taxing yourself the same amount that you tax them. And they can opt to lower their tax by just being like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to pay the one on this fucking creature that you put it on. I don't care. And there's also tension, right, in the value, because if you put one music counter on each of their creatures, they can drop the ones that they don't care about, right? You technically get some value from that because you card advantage wise, it's going in your favor. But if you put all of the counters on one creature that you think they really care about, and then they just like are like, nah, it's fine, it can go into the graveyard, I don't care, then you're like super fucked. So there's tension to like, most situations that you play this, your opponent ends up gaining the advantage somehow. It's very easy to like put you into a weird position here. It's like there's no like which is the best way to like use this. Do I like spread the love or do I focus one because I want that creature gone? It there are a lot of opportunities for you to make a mistake with this card is all I'm getting at. It's which I think is interesting. I do think that like if this card was like good, I think Magic would be in an interesting spot. Potentially, like it's also potentially that the game would just be a complete and utter bullshit slogfest. Yeah, Musician is interesting. It's an interesting card. The effect is pretty cool. It's definitely like way fucking weaker than other stuff, which was the goal. I think they kind of, I think they kind of overcompensated on this one, like they did on a lot of these cards. But I get it. Royal Assassin is a little fucking much. Illustrated by Drew Tucker. This is another one of Drew's really fantastic work. He is definitely like improving vastly as an artist during this time period. Like if you look back to his arts from Alpha and then to here, he is very, very quickly figuring out a way to like maintain his style, but like provide enough details so people know what the fuck they're looking at. I think that's really cool. I think that's really fucking sick. I like Drew's work, like I said, most of it anyway, not all of it. He's fairly controversial as an artist, but I think this one is great. And Birch Trees. Love me some Birch Trees. Mystic Might. Mystic Might, another rare. Costs a single blue mana. It is an enchant land, or an aura these days, but it enchants a land. It has cumulative upkeep, 1 and a blue. Oh my god, this thing's gotta be cracked. When Mystic Might comes into play, choose target land you control. 0. Tap land. Mystic Might enchants to give target creature a +2/+2 until end of turn. So it's like 1.5 Pendle Havens. Okay, so this sucks. This is pretty bad. Like, you would never, like, the effect isn't bad, but why the fuck does this card have cumulative upkeep on it? Tap a land to give a creature 2/2. Like, that's strong, but it's not like you made Brainstorm. Like, what are we doing here? Like, this card could be cool. This card could be very cool. It's weird that this is blue. Why is a blue card giving creature tapping for a creature to get a bunch of like fucking? So weird as a blue card. But it's an interesting card. The cumulative upkeep just fucking ruins it, though. This is just bad because of that cumulative upkeep. Why would you, like, you can do, okay, so you pay 1 mana, put this on a land, and that turn you can tap that land to make +2/+2. So cool. Then, like, then you gotta use 2 mana to do that again, and then 4 mana? Because this is like, and then 6? I don't understand why they felt that this needed cumulative upkeep, and I drastically don't understand why they felt this needed more cumulative upkeep than like fucking phantasmal forces or illusionary forces rather. Like, what are we even fucking doing here? Um, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Cumulative upkeep ruins this card. Like, it's maybe okay and limited if you just need to get like, because it does give you like, it is +2/+2 for just 1 mana. Like, so even if you just let it go right away, well, not for 1 mana, for 2 mana, because you have to pay the mana to cast this, and then you have to tap a land. So unless that land didn't tap for mana, like either way, you're still, it's like 2 land drops you're down when you do this. So it's like not even, I don't know. It's not bad, but like it doesn't. This card did not need the cumulative upkeep in my opinion. Anyway, it's an interesting card, but it sucks. Illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and the art is fucking great. I love this one. I like the spooky blue card. Like, the art kind of feels like it would be more at home on a black card, but I think it does great here. Okay, yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about Mystic Might. Let's move on. Mystic Remora. Talk about a real fucking magic card, am I right? Mystic Remora is a common. Fuck yeah, of course it is. It's an enchantment, costs a single blue mana. This has cumulative upkeep of 1, and whenever target opponent successfully casts a non-creature spell, you may draw a card. That player may pay 4 to counter this effect. So this is probably the single greatest cumulative upkeep card as far as power level goes. There might be a couple other in other sets. I don't think there's any in Ice Age that are even close to compatible with how powerful this card can be. Now, this is only non-creature cards, so this is a card that scales interestingly with power level. This gets weaker the lower the power level is, where generally you see more creatures floating around. Mystic Remora is interesting. It's weird that this card is not a creature from like a flavor and lore standpoint, because like, look at it, that's a fish. That's a creature. It's like Mystic Remora. I guess you could say that this fish is not a fighter and is like, maybe it's even non-corporeal. Who knows? So like, I don't know. It can make sense, but it definitely is a bit of a head scratcher to be like, why isn't this a creature? The art has a creature, yada yada. But yeah, I guess that's not really relevant, but it is interesting to talk about. Mystic Remora is a very strong card. I don't think it's necessarily the strongest thing to be doing in a limited environment. I would say this is probably but also the opportunity cost of it is pretty fucking low. Like, if you like, it costs a card and it costs a mana. And yeah, there's the upkeep cost, which generally with a card like this you will pay maybe once, maybe twice, and that's about it. The general use case of this card is to slam it down early to slow down combo players. That's generally what you're doing, or to like feed you the potential removal to deal with the combo player. That's generally the use case of this card. It's also really funny against Storm if you like have any chance of drawing anything that can like deal with Storm. So it's good. When this thing is good, it's very good. When your opponent is just playing a Grey Ogre every turn, this card sucks. And honestly, I think that's inspired. I think that's a really cool design space to like capture. If you can make a card like just the fucking nuts when everybody's playing with like the most egregious cards in the history of the game. But then you go to your like kitchen table game with like fucking Timmy, who's opened 4 packs, and this card does nothing. And I think that's fantastic. Like, that's really beautiful to me. As far as like, I think that's like the epitome of game design, in my opinion, personally. Mystic Remora, I really like. I think this is a super fun card. Now, this can be pretty egregious against some level of fair magic, so I'm not gonna say like I'm not gonna say that if this card is good, it's fair, because there are situations where that's kind of not true. But I do like this card. I like this card a lot. I think this is really fun. I think this is really interesting. I think when cards like this are good, the game is in maybe not a healthy spot, but an interesting spot. And yeah, Mystic Remora, fucking banger of a card. Sees a lot of play in specifically like high level commander these days. Yeah, obviously, it's very good there. I have no idea how much legacy or vintage play this sees. I'm just not that entrenched into those formats, but I would not be surprised to see this show up sometimes. Probably more of a sideboard card in legacy, at least. Vintage, this might be really good. It really depends on what's going around. But yeah, Mystic Remora, fantastic card. This was illustrated by Ken Meyer Jr. Love this art. I think it's so fantastic. That little fish is just a goofy guy, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of cards like this. This is probably one of the better designs in Ice Age. For how hard I've been on Ice Age, there are actually a lot of cards that I really fucking like. Like, Necropotence, probably over-indexed, probably too good of a card, but I really like it. Demonic Consultation, super interesting card. It obviously was like, you know, it's way bad. Like, it is not, that card is not what they intended that card to be, and you can say that with a lot of these. But there are some really interesting and fun cards, and Mystic Remora might be the most interesting and most fun, in my opinion. Super cool card. I like this. I nothing but praise for Mystic Remora. It's a very interesting card, but it is a card that frustrates some players, and I can see why. But let's move on, shall we? Art is great. Card is great. Love it. Then we have Phantasmal Mount. This is an illusion horse. At least these days it is. This is a 1/1 creature that costs 1 and a blue, and it has flying. Oh my fucking god, flying. And you can tap Phantasmal Mount. Target creature you control, which has toughness less than 3, gains flying, and gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Other effects may later be used to increase that creature's toughness beyond 3. If Phantasmal Mount leaves play before the end of turn, bury that creature. If the creature leaves play before end of turn, bury Phantasmal Mount. Okay, so this is an innocent card in the sense that this is like a Magic card designed before Magic was like a game, right? Like, this is very clearly a top-down design. What's going on here? Well, you're riding the horse, right? It's a 1/1, and you ride the horse, and so you get +1/+1, and it has flying, and you're riding it, and so now you have flying. And then if your flying horse dies while you're riding it, it's gonna be a bad time for you, right? And if you die, I guess. I don't know why the horse has to die if you die. That is less of an interesting story, but like, I guess, whatever, fine. From a like mechanical standpoint, this card kind of sucks. It is a creature. You spend 2 mana. It's a flying. Okay, so this creature doesn't suck per se, because it is a 2 mana 1/1 flyer, which is pretty good in limited, right? Like, Flying Man came out and they're like, holy shit, Flying Man's too good. Better make Shrieking Drake in a couple years. So like, in limited, in most situations, if you have a 1/1 flyer, you paid 2 fucking mana for it. And if that's the floor, that's not a bad floor. You can also tap this to give another creature +1/+1 and flying, and then as long as nothing happens, cool. If that creature has a cool effect, like it does something when it attacks, which, you know, some of them do, this is kind of a neat little 1/2 combo, right? Kind of a fun, low power, game within a game kind of thing to do. That's super interesting. It's not strong, right? Giving something flying is pretty good, especially in this set. We've talked about how there is not a whole lot of flying going on. And so this has more value in this limited than it would in most other limiteds, I would say. But any set that has a creature that you would like to hit them in the face with, that's hard to hit them in the face with, this could be neat. It is, like, you can't, like, use this on a Colossus of Sardia or something, which would be really funny. because of the toughness thing. And the toughness thing makes sense too. That's not really a balancing mechanic, it's more of a flavor mechanic. They're like, yeah, you can't have your Colossus of Sardia ride Phantasmal Mount because it would crush it. And that's cool. Like, again, this is a very, very innocent, less about mechanics, more about the flavor and making sure things are an interesting story. And I appreciate that. It's hard to say anything super bad about this card because it is just kind of cool. It's not like a competitively good card though, by any stretch. But it's not the worst. Like, just a 1/1 flyer for 2 is pretty okay. I would be fine having that in this limited. And being able to give something else flying that might like do something really powerful, super cool, very interesting, a super fun card. I like stuff like this, and I think it plays well enough. It is an uncommon. I don't remember if I mentioned that. Oh yeah, the art. I didn't talk about this art. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. Super cool. I like Melissa's work. She does some really interesting pieces, and this one is pretty solid. I like the like this. Okay, so it's a horse, right? But it's a water horse, right? You got that with the frills and stuff, and also it just has like tiger stripes on it, but they're green and or I don't know. This card is just fun. It's just a fun time all around. Pretty interesting stuff, but it's not that interesting. Let's move on. Okay, so next we have Polar Kraken. Polar Kraken, sick as fuck. This is a Timmy Wet Dream card right here. So this card costs 8 mana, so this card costs 8 generic mana and 3 blue. So total of 11 mana for an 11/11. So you're getting a big boy, and it has trample. But it comes into play tapped, which is not a super huge deal. If your creature isn't going to have haste and it's gonna sit around for a turn anyway, it coming into play tapped, like, obviously you can't block with it on the first turn, but like, who gives a shit, right? Like, coming into play tapped, not that big of a deal, like, since you can't attack with it and on its first turn anyway. It has trample, which is really good. You really want trample on a big boy because if it can be chumped for days, that's awful. Bad. You do not want that to be happening to your Polar Krakens. So solid art there, or solid design. Cumulative upkeep of sacrifice a land. So this could probably have just been fucking sacrifice a land at upkeep, and it would have been fine. Now, this is a card where it kind of doesn't matter, right? This is one of the problems with cumulative upkeep, right? It either like it most of the time it just doesn't matter. The card can like go away once it's done its thing. It's really not that big of a deal, right? Like Mystic Remora obviously would be way more powerful without the cumulative upkeep. But at the end of the day, like if you're playing in a normal environment, just cast the second Mystic Remora, right? Like and with Polar Kraken, like, yeah, okay, I have to sacrifice an extra land every turn, so it's 1 land, then 2, then 3, and 4, and then, you know, eventually you're out of lands. But, like, how many times do you have to fucking swing in with this thing, right? Like, probably not more than 2. 1 should be enough, realistically. So, I don't know, like, I don't hate the cumulative upkeep because it doesn't matter, but it also just kind of feels like virtue signaling isn't the right word, but just like, hey, look, cumulative upkeep, but it doesn't do anything really. Polar Kraken is pretty cool. Like, this is a cool anime dead card and stuff like that, and fancy stuff that way. But paying fair for this, like, if you get this out for fair, you deserve to win. They're one of the few cards in this set that can really put some pressure on your opponent's life total. So for that, I respect it. It's a rare because obviously this would be a rare. It's also just kind of Leviathan from the dark. I think Leviathan is a 10/10. It might be an 11/11 as well, but it's the same basic thing of just being a massive fucking blue creature that costs a bajillion fucking mana, and it hurts hell when you have it out. That one you have to like sacrifice 2 lands to untap it, and then 2 lands to attack with it. So you can look at Polar Kraken as being kind of a fixed Leviathan. This is a little bit like, this is better. I would like, of the two of them, if you're going to be using one of them, Polar Kraken's probably the correct choice.
But, maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure. Um, this comes into play tapped, which again, I don't think is that huge of an issue. In the environments where this is like going to survive, who cares? Beyond that, I don't know. This is interesting. Just a Timmy card. It's like not super strong. Like in any environment where you're winning with this and cheating it out, there are better things to cheat out, but like usually it kind of doesn't matter at that point. If you just care about the number block, this one is perfectly acceptable. Just a big creature that's hard to cast and hard to get out. You're not actually likely to see this. Like I don't really foresee you getting to a mana level where this is coming down and everything's gonna be okay. Granted, it's late. It's a limited. They probably burned their removal before this came out, so yeah, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about this. It's a cool card, but it's not really interesting in like terms of mechanics or anything like that. It's just a big boy. It's just a fucking big old meatball. Super super cool for, being a fucking massive motherfucker, but it's not really like what do you do with the card? Well, you fucking play it and then you hit him in the face. That's really all there is to it. The more interesting aspects of any like combo or whatever that involve Polar Kraken would most certainly be the other card would most certainly be the more interesting card to talk about in those situations. So yeah, Polar Kraken, pretty cool. I like it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's cool. I think having a fixed Leviathan was kind of nice. I don't know that they fixed it enough, but what the fuck ever. But again, kind of disappointing that pretty much every card in this is just something else, but a little bit different. But it was nice to see that they thought Leviathan could do with some improvement. It's weird to make the biggest creature blue, I think. In all of the like interview stuff and things I've read about this set, they're like, we're fixing alpha. We wanted like things to matter and the color pie to have meaning and the enemy colors to be harder to work with. And then it's like, okay, but why is the biggest creature in fucking blue? Like, I don't think it's antithesis to blue to have big creatures, but like, shouldn't the biggest creature be in green? Like I like big creatures in green and black and red more than I like big creatures in blue and white. But I do like to see some of them in those colors too. It's fine. I just don't think that you should have a set where your biggest creature is a blue creature. Just doesn't feel right. But oh well. Illustrated by Mark Teeden. Love Mark Teeden's work. Big Mark Teeden fan. This one fucking kicks ass. Look at this. This giant ass fucking Kraken is he's gonna have some bears for dinner. That polar bear fucking dipping out, just diving into the water, like, I am fucking out of here. While that other one's like just growling at it. Very cool. Very, very interesting art. I like this art a lot. Polar Kraken's a fucking cool card. Very cool card. Anyway, that's all I have to say about Polar Kraken. Cool card. Portent is a common sorcery that costs a single blue mana. Look at the top 3 cards of target player's library. Then either shuffle that library or put those 3 cards on top of the library in any order. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. This is pretty interesting with Brainstorm. Kind of cool. Very, this is also just natural order. No, natural selection. This is just natural selection from Alpha. So I guess they felt that a lot of the cards that were originally green should actually be blue. Blue needs more things to do than it got in Alpha, which, fair enough. Blue is wildly known for not being the best at literally every aspect of the game in Alpha, so it could definitely use to gain more tools. Joking aside, I do agree the whole like shuffling and looking at the top cards and stuff is more of a blue effect than it is in green. It was definitely a weirdo in green, but this is just another example of like, this is a slightly better version of a card that already exists. To be fair, this is common. Natural selection was a rare, which I agree with. Not really on terms of power. I think it's, if your card pool is pretty low, I think natural selection is actually better than people give it credit for. Like, I think once you have a card pool as big as like old school, it's not good anymore. But I do think it's a little underplayed. Portent, yeah, depends.
It is just better natural selection, but I think 90% of the value of natural selection is that it's green. If that card was blue, then it's just not good because blue can do like blue has ancestral recall, right? And again, like you can't always just point to like blue has this because they are trying to get away from some of these cards, right? Like they're never printing ancestral recall again. So like every time I'm like, oh, but they ancestral recall, right? Like that's not really a good consideration because they were like, well, we don't want any more of this in the environment, and eventually it'll just kind of go away completely. We need cards that are like that, but not as good. I think Portent is a cool kind of like an opt or serum vision-y kind of thing. Maybe not serum vision. I can't remember. Does that shuffle? Opt, I think, shuffles. But point is, this is an interesting card. It's a pretty good card. Kind of nuts and boltsy. Decent at common. Fine for like if you're doing combo or like just want to dig. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep does kind of suck. Doesn't always suck. There is definitely like there's a reason to run Portent over stuff that draws the card immediately for like various reasons. There's times and places where Portent has like showed up specifically because it is at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. I think with like miracles and shit, but overall, in most situations, you'd prefer to just draw the card immediately. I think this would rate a little higher then, but I do think this is a pretty interesting and cool card. It's cool. Portent was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and this art is solid. It's well done. I don't really have I don't know. This art doesn't really speak to me. I do appreciate the kind of juxtaposition of like stylings in it with the lady in the stuff in the background almost looking like they're different art styles entirely. I think that's kind of neat. And the yellow really does kind of help to the fading between the colors and the different things going on is just kind of well executed. It's interesting, but I'm not particularly fond of it. No problems with it. It's just kind of whatever, right? Anyway, let's move on to Power Sync. Well, this card is not just a reskin of an alpha card because it's just an alpha card. Power Sync is an interrupt that costs X and a blue, and you counter target spell unless that spell's caster pays an additional X. That player must draw and pay all available mana from lands and mana pool until X is paid. He or she may also pay mana from other sources if desired. Okay, so the text is pretty complicated there. Basically, what Power Sync does is it counters the spell unless your opponent pays X more, right? So if you spend 3 mana into Power Sync, they have to pay at X equals 2. What makes Power Sync cool and interesting is that they don't actually have the option to not pay that. If they don't, well, they do have the option to not pay it, sort of, but if they don't pay it, all of their lands get tapped and their mana pool gets drained. So basically what this means is if you have artifact like Fellwar Stone or a Mox Emerald or whatever, you do not have to spend that mana, and that mana does not get taken from you by Power Sync, but your island and your Tolarian Academy, whatever. That if you don't tap those to spend this mana, they get tapped and that mana gets drained anyway. Power Sync is really good in very specific situations. Obviously, the very cool thing to do with this is when they fucking tap out to do something, and you Power Sync for 1. You get a hard counter for 1 and a blue, meaning that this is way more splashable than Counterspell. Obviously, it's not as versatile as Counterspell because Counterspell, like it doesn't matter that they're not tapped out. But Power Sync is very, very powerful in the right hands, or very, very powerful in the right situation, and I think is actually a little underrated these days. There's a lot of very good counter spells these days, but I do think people kind of don't give Power Sync the respect that it deserves. I think there are very good situations where this thing is strong. I would say like it's less powerful than Mana Leak, right? So like it's definitely not super great, but Mana Leak's another one that like people tend to underestimate, in my opinion. Power Sync's pretty good. I like it. Cool seeing this at common. Kind of weird seeing this at common when you have counterspell also at common and also other uncommon counterspells. But hey, I like counterspells, so like if that's what you want the game to be about, that's fine by me. It does go well into they specifically talk about wanting more turnabouts in Magic and wanting like games to take forever. And so super very cool, big on the whole like, oh, I counter your thing and now the game is mine. I'm such a gamer kind of thing, which is fair. I fall into those trappings a lot too. But they definitely appreciated some aspects of Magic more than others, and counterspells is one of them. Not that I'm complaining. This was illustrated by Mark Poole, and I actually preferred the original Power Sync art, the whole mustard fingers, as you occasionally hear. I think it's very cool and very interesting, and a good use of yellow in Magic cards. You don't really see a whole lot of yellow all the time, and I think when it shows up occasionally in really bright colors, it's super cool. But we're not talking about that art for Power Sync. We're talking about this art for Power Sync, which was done by Mark Poole, another artist I really, really enjoy. I like his stuff. This art is super cool. I don't know necessarily what it has to do with Power Sync per se, but like I guess kind of, because I guess it makes sense because of mana coming from the lands, right? And this is just showing plains, mountains, islands, and all of that mana getting sucked into the. So I've talked myself into it. I do think this is very cool art, but that's Power Sync card I've already talked about. So let's move on. Next, we have Ray of Command. Ray of Command is another common from Ice Age. This one is an instant. It costs 3 and a blue. And untap target creature, opponent controls, and gain control of it until end of turn. That creature can attack or use abilities that require tap as part of the activation cost. When you lose control of that creature, tap it. I like the card. I think it's cool. I think this is interesting. I think if you're going to do a card like this, 3 mana is the right rate for it. 2 mana is just a little too efficient. 4 mana just feels a little too much. I don't know. This is the kind of card that's only as powerful as like what else is going on, right? This would be sick as hell to hit their Polar Kraken with, though. It'd be funny. I guess if you insist on this effect being at common, doing this for 4 mana is probably correct. 3 mana at common for this would be a little much, I think. It's not super mana efficient, but this is at common, so they can do it a few times, and this is very blowouty and limited specifically, which again, they didn't really design for limited, but a lot of these cards are not good enough anywhere else, or I don't know. Ray of Command is fine. It's a little pricey for the effect. Like, you'd never play it now, but it is, I think, pretty interesting and limited specifically. Ray of Command was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and I don't care for this art at all. It's fine. I don't dislike this. I think this one has enough detail in it that I won't call it a greasy rag. But I just don't. It's fine. Alright, another common, Ray of Erasure, single blue mana, instant, target opponent takes the top card of his or her library and puts it into his or her graveyard. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So this is nothing, really. This is cheeky and funny if, like, you're playing against, like, vampiric tutor decks and stuff like that. That's really fucking funny, and this, I would say, actually maybe has a place in the right curated, like, Vintage Cube or something like that. Obviously not just a pure power one, because I think this gets, like, super foreshadowed. But there are definitely instances when this specific effect is funny as shit. It's not good, though. Like, this is not a good card. It's drawing a card and ditching a card out of their graveyard, which can be a benefit to them, right? Like Dance of the Dead is in this set, so like this is not enough mill to be like milling, right? Like I hit you with one card, like now you're fucked. All you've done is fed their graveyard. So if they care about that at all, and there isn't any tutors in this specific set that put something on the top of the library, right? So you don't care about that per se in this. So in limited, I don't know that there's any reason to play this ever. I would, like, this is draft shaft, and like not even good draft shaft in those situations. Like, there's really very limited situations where this would even be worth playing, and in those situations it's not even worth playing because it would just be funny, but there are better, more efficient, good cards to do that with. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. It's not good. I would not play this card in most situations, especially not limited. This was illustrated by Mike Rabe. I like the art. It's fine. It's kind of interesting. I think it's a cool way to like express someone being erased. I think that's fun in like a, not like super dark way, but also not like, not dark, right? Like it is pretty unsettling if you think about it. Yeah, overall cool art, interesting art. Don't really care about it. The card itself sucks, so it's not like there's really any reason to think about or focus on it. Yeah, Rave Erasure, kind of just mid. No, kind of just bad, not even mid. Funny in very specific circumstances though. Reality Twist. Reality Twist is a rare, and thank fuck for that. Reality Twist costs 3 blue mana. So again, we talk about this a little bit, but the more colored pips in a card's casting cost, the harder it is to cast because you need a very specific type. So 3 blue, not trivial. You would play this mostly in mono blue if you could get a mono blue deck going, or a mostly mono blue deck. That is what you would want to do with this. But yeah, 3 mana, very, very intensive casting cost. So let's see what this does. Cumulative upkeep of 1 and 2 blue. Now that is intense. That is an intense cost. That means you play this, the effect happens, your opponent gets a turn, then it comes back to you, and you have to basically pay the mana cost again. So like Echo, except that one of them doesn't have to be blue, which is pretty neat. And then on turn 3 of your upkeep, so your opponent's gotten 2 turns, now you pay 6 for this, and then it's 9, and there's no way. So we have to, when we look at this card, we have to be like, okay, so if this is going to be down 2, maybe 3 turns max, is this effect good enough, and what does it do for that to be valuable? So what does this effect do? Instead of their normal mana, plains produce red, swamps produce green, mountains produce white, and forests produce black. So that's wild. Fucking magic card here. What do we got? Ooh, Blink Moth Nexus. Kind of Mishra's Factory kind of thing. Cool. Anyway, so if you look at the back of a magic card, right? You see the 5 colors. And this one, reality shifts them all to one of their enemy colors, right? So plains produce red. Red is one of the 2 enemy colors. The other one is black. Mountains produce white. It's again just the opposite, same enemy. Swamps produce green, their enemy color, and forests produce swamp, their enemy color, right? So yeah, there's kind of a pattern there to it, but effectively everyone picks their enemy color that isn't blue. This card is fucking hilarious. I really like this card. This card is wild. This is up there on the list of cards like Zur's Weirding, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and Scheherazade and Goblin Game, and just like take the concept of magic and like just fucking rip it apart. Reality Twist is really cool to me. I like, this is not a card that you want to be showing up in competitive games. Probably not a card that you really want to show up anywhere. But it brings me such joy that this fucking exists. Now, as far as play goes, this is a roll of a fucking dice. Because, one, you pretty much want to be in mono blue. This fucks everything that isn't mono blue, which makes sense. That's kind of what it's trying to do here. This is funny, very hilarious, and the outcome from this can either be a complete lock or nothing. It does nothing, right? It just, and really what that depends on is what fucking cards your opponent is playing. So any card that has a level of variance based on like what your opponent's doing is generally a bad card. And this is a good example of a bad card, because this is a funny card. This is a card that you can imagine doing some fucking cool, fun shit with. This is a funny card in Commander, but it is hard to play in Commander because you need to be 5 color to play this card, because of how it's written, and they haven't errata the text to not have the symbols. Sometimes it's just another one of those things about Commander that's really like, because sometimes a card will say, "Oh, fucking this, your swamp's now produce blue mana or whatever," but like, and sometimes they'll be like, "Okay, we're gonna print the symbol in here to tell you," and well, now you can't play that card unless it's fucking. So like, this is a card that like I really don't like. If you're gonna nitpick the rules of Commander color identity, I think that cards like this are a good thing to point to. But whatever. It also is likely not to be super fun for most people in Commander, so it doesn't even matter. But like, I would have a good time seeing someone randomly drop a reality twist. Like, yeah, you came here to play Magic? Guess again, asshole. I like reality twist. I think it's funny. I think it's a funny card. It's not a serious card for serious people. Not something you want to be good in tournament Magic, but the unimaginably different state that Magic would have to be in for this card to be really good in tournaments is just kind of a funny thing to think about on its own. Point is that this card kind of sucks, but it's very interesting. This is a very game within a game, create a puzzle. If you enjoy like your Magic just randomly getting more complicated, like this is one of the funner stacks pieces, right? Because it's not so much a like, yeah, you're just fucked, bro. And I appreciate that. I think the design space is really interesting. I think this was a fun thing to do, but I'm glad they don't do it all the time. It'd be this loses a lot of its appeal when the novelty wears off. Let's just say that. Yeah, reality twist, pretty fucking funny, kind of neat, kind of interesting. But yeah, I guess that's all I really have to say about reality twist. This was illustrated by James Ernest, and the art is awesome. I don't know what you would draw to represent something like this, so I think this is as good of a take as you could come up with. Better than anything I could think of. So very cool. This is a rare. I think I mentioned that, and would be very hard to play in limited. I think I mentioned that, and like you really shouldn't bother. But it would be kind of funny if you managed to make it work. And it's not really strong enough to see play anywhere else. So if you're going to play this, limited's the place to do it. This is a type of card that I would take and then force blue just to like, hey, look, I'm gonna fucking play with reality twist, and then spend my entire draft drawing it 0 times because that's my luck. But anyway, reality twist, really fun and interesting card. One of the cooler cards to talk about just because it's so fucking different than anything before it, and that's not really too common among the Ice Age cards. So I really appreciate it when we get there. Let's mosey on down though, shall we? To Sea Spirit. Yeah, Sea Spirit is a 2/3 creature. It's an uncommon, costs 4 and a blue mana, and you can pay blue and give +1/+0 until end of turn. Cool. Yeah. Alright. I don't know. It's kind of Shivan Dragon, kind of fucking Wall of Water. A little bit different than both of those. This took inspiration from a lot of things and not one particular thing. So I guess we could say that about it. And also, like, you could also just say this is a frozen shade. This is also just a frozen shade. There, that's it. This is a frozen shade, but now it's blue instead of black. Yeah. Blue needed pumping. We really are trying to define the color pie well here. Ice Age is wild. So this card is fine. I don't actually have any like actual complaints about it. It's perfectly okay and limited. Like, you know, you can pump it. It's fine. It's 5 mana for a 2/3, so it sucks. But I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's a pretty bad card. It's not a card that's been reprinted too much, but more than a lot of these garbage cards. So it's got that going for it. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and the art is by and large the best part of this card. The art is fantastic. That's very cool. Very, very, very beautiful water. The Sea Spirit itself that's such a cool way to like just have it like kind of appear. Appear's not really the right word there, but sort of. Whatever. Really like the art. The card itself, not the worst thing to be doing, right? Like it's a little overcosted in my opinion for 2/3, but you know, it's not the worst. 5 mana for this isn't terrible given the standards of the time. So, I don't know. It's alright. But let's move on to Shift with a Y. Interesting. It's a summon Shift. So, Shift is a being. Well, now they're shapeshifters, but Shift was a being, type of being. This is a 4/2 for 4 and a blue. So it's a 4/2 for 5 mana. Not the worst rate given the time. Certainly nothing shockingly good. This is a rare, okay, and during your upkeep you may change the color of Shift to any color or combination of colors. Ooh, wow, so we could make this a green-red, or a white, or a blue. Well, that would be wild. Okay, yeah, fun little gimmick, I guess. They really, really are trying at this point in Magic's like design to like make color matter. What with doing color hate cards that are like obscenely good, but like kind of specific, and they're like, yeah, how do we make these even better? Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is fine and interesting. The whole color mattering kind of never did, and without it really mattering, this doesn't matter. But I don't know like what state the color like hate has to be in for this to be like a valuable thing to be doing. And I don't think it's a spot you really want the game to be in. I do like a little bit of color hate here and there, but I don't know. This is at least neat and kind of an interesting take. It's not really, there isn't anything. Obviously, there's like the laces and stuff in Alpha, so like changing color, but like putting it on a body, kind of new take on things. I appreciate that. And the body is fine. 4/2 for 5 is okay. It's not great. It's okay. Yeah, pretty bad card. I definitely would be disappointed to get this as my rare in a limited. Let's just say that. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and it's pretty cool design. This is a weird fucking Magic card from the art perspective, and I like that. I kind of appreciate that. I don't know what to make of it, and I think that's probably my favorite part. It's neat. It's cool. I'm glad not every piece of art looks like that, but I do really appreciate that one does. Let's check out the next card. Sibilant Spirit, or however that is pronounced. Could be wrong on that, don't really care. This is a rare. It is a 5/6 that costs 5 and a blue mana. It is a summon spirit. Whenever Sibilant Spirit is declared as an attacker, defending player may draw a card. Oh, wow. So, this is fixed Mahamodi Jin, right? Mahamodi Jin, 5/6 for 6 mana, flyer. Too good. Way too strong. Not even the terror of King Suleiman can stop Mahamodi Jin from dominating the game. We can fix Mahamodi Jin by giving you a card when you get hit by it. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I guess like even the creatures that aren't like good by today's standards are way too good then. So like fine, whatever. You need to rein back Mahamodi Jin a little bit. This is fine. This is a bomb as fuck card in limited though. Like I would, yeah, in this limited, fuck yeah, 6 mana for a 5/6 flyer. Hell to the yeah. Stop paying on that Phantasmal Force and finish the job with this bad boy. Yeah, Sibilant Spirit is just it's just Mahamodi Jin, and now they draw a card when you hit, which is a very interesting downside. I kind of wish you'd see this more. And I think if you're gonna give them a card, this card needs to be better. Like this card should be 5 mana, 5 mana, 5/6 with flying. If you're gonna give them a fucking card, but whatever. Like I think this is perfectly good and limited. It's easy to splash, but whatever, right? It's an interesting card. I'll give it that. Let's move on. Okay, so next we have Silver Urn. Used to be an urn, now it's a bird. It's a 2/2 for 4 mana. It's an uncommon, and it has flying and trample. So, this is neat. Silver Urn is interesting because it's a 2/2 with trample. So, like, trample is generally better on higher powered creatures, right? Like, you generally don't want trample on anything smaller than 3, for example. War Mammoth. War Mammoth, having trample is kind of okay. Kind of neat. Trample on a 2/2 that is also a flyer is very interesting because one, what are you trampling over anyway? Like a flying man? Sure. Or a scribe sprite, I guess. Nothing in this fucking set because nothing has flying except for Phantasmal Forces, the 4/4, and the fucking 5/6 Mahamodi Jin that's drawing you cards. So, like, I. This is a weird design space. I don't hate it. I think it's kind of interesting. And, like, I guess the idea is, oh, you can bump it up. But that's pretty cool. Get over their other things and trample through. Putting flying and trample on the same card can be very fucking interesting and even pretty good. And I wouldn't even say doing it on a low power creature is necessarily a bad idea because it really gets the gears turning. Like, well, what's the fucking point, right? So this scratches that kind of itch, but I don't know. Like, what's the fucking answer other than Holy Strength, right? I don't know. But it's neat, I guess. Makes you think. Anyway, Silver Urn was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and I really like the art. I think this is super cool. I think the silver beak, very cool on the blue flying creature. I think color-wise, this card is awesome. Sleight of Mind. Sleight of Mind is an uncommon. It's originally from Alpha, and it is a interrupt that costs a single blue mana. Change the text of target spell or permanent by replacing all instances of one color word with another. For example, you may change counters black spells to counters blue spells. Sleight of Mind cannot change mana symbols. Sleight of Mind can be an interesting and fun and good card in very specific situations. Most of the time how it boils down to it is that you're using some cracked, like, fucking, like, life force or something, and then you're changing it to whatever color your opponent's playing and just kind of shitting on them. It's kind of how it usually ends up working out. It's not really good at like a high level of play. There is some interesting gameplay here, and it is a cool aspect of the game. They tried to push early on before kind of figuring out that there really wasn't all that much good design space there. Already talked about this card in Alpha. Maybe I'm coming across as a little harsh. I don't really mind the reprints per se, and I don't even mind them trying to like redo Alpha cards per se. It's just kind of baffling how much of it there is and how egregiously, like, just I disagree with a lot of the design decisions. Like, I don't have a problem with them having, like, Sleight of Mind in this card pool or any other of the fucking reprints they do. But it's just funny just how often it keeps popping up. That being said, I don't really have anything to say about Sleight of Mind. These cards are curiosity, changing stuff. Oh, that's neat, interesting. It's almost never worth a card to do this, and I don't know. I've never seen these decks really work in more than kitchen table jank. But it is cool and interesting idea. This art for Sleight of Mind was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and it's fantastic. Pretty cool art. I prefer the original one just because I think it's funnier, but this one is really good. Pretty cool card, pretty interesting card. I don't really have anything to say about it, and the art's kind of nice. Let's move on. Snow Devil. Snow Devil is a common. It is an enchant creature, or an aura these days, and Snow Devil costs 1 and a blue mana. Target creature gains flying. As long as you control any snow-covered lands, that creature also gains first strike when blocking. Oh, neat, neat. So this is Flight. This is Flight from Alpha, but also they get first strike if you have a snow land. Neat. Very neat. So, you know, benefits you if you are running a snowland, and if not, it's 2 mana Flight. It's a common. You'll see this around. Kind of feels weird to like say we didn't want flying to be another keyword just tacked onto every creature and then make a bunch of cards that give creatures flying. But whatever. Like, hey, fine. You know, your vision. You do whatever you want. This is fine. It's pretty okay and limited, especially if you do have snowlands. Then flying first strike for 2 mana on whatever dumb thing you're doing, pretty interesting. Really funny on something like Polar Kraken, really funny there. But you know, it's fine. Not much to say about it. It's just fucking 2 mana Flight and sometimes first strike. But Snow Devil, I do not mind. Alright, so next we have Snowfall. Snowfall is a common. It is an enchantment. It costs 2 and a blue. It has a cumulative upkeep cost of blue. And islands may produce an additional blue when tapped for mana. This mana is usable only for cumulative upkeep. And snow-covered islands may produce either an additional blue-blue or an additional blue when tapped for mana. This mana is usable only for cumulative upkeep. So basically what this card does is when you have an island, you can tap it for either a blue, or you can tap it for a blue and a blue that can only be used in cumulative upkeep costs. And if you have a snow-covered island, you can tap that for a blue and a blue that can only be used for cumulative upkeep costs, so total of blue, 2 blue, or a total of 3 blue, with 2 of them only being usable in cumulative upkeep costs. Also, I said yours, but it's both players, so if you play this and your opponent is also doing cumulative stuff and has, like, islands or snow-covered islands, they also get this effect. This is Mana Flare, sort of, right? Mana Flare from Alpha, red card, it gives your lands tap for an additional mana. This is only island Mana Flare for cumulative upkeep costs, and it has cumulative upkeep. This is about the most do-nothing card in Magic's history. It's like, yeah, your lands can pay cumulative upkeep costs, and then you have to pay the costs into this. Like, the effect reads really strong, but it's just, this card is just not it. One, as we've discussed and seen with most of the cumulative upkeep costs, you kind of don't care anyway. Like, you don't want to pay, most of the time for most of them, you don't really want to be paying the cumulative costs anyways. You either just let them go or you figure out a way to bounce it if it's that important to you. This is just wild. This is such a cool card conceptually, and why did you put cumulative upkeep on this? Like, if you were afraid of this kind of thing, why did you do it at all? I don't know why you would be afraid of this. If this card didn't have cumulative upkeep, we might be having a different conversation about it, but it would still it'd still probably be like, this card is not worth playing. It's just, don't play cumulative upkeep cards, and don't play them fairly if you're going to play them. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Very cool. I don't know what else to say about Snowfall. Like, the card's not good. If cumulative cards shook out differently, this card might be good. You would still probably want to take the cumulative upkeep off of it. But this design is either one where it's going to be gross and unfair and shouldn't exist, or it's not going to do anything. I don't know that there's a place that you can find this kind of effect and make it fair. Snowfall was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and this art is really fucking sweet. I love it. I've talked about it before. I'm a big fan of this art. It's hilarious, funny, very cool. It makes me wish the card was better. But I think Snowfall is a great art to kind of represent Ice Age as a whole. Super cool. Let's move on. We're almost done the blue cards. Alright, next we have Soul Devi Machinist. Soul Devi Machinist is an uncommon. It is a creature, costs 1/1 and 1 in a blue to play. You can tap Soul Devi Machinist and add 2 colorless mana to your mana pool. This mana may only be used to pay the activation cost of an artifact. Play this ability as an interrupt. So, this is interesting. It is a mana dork in blue that taps for 2 colorless. You can use that 2 colorless to activate the ability of an artifact, which is pretty neat. A couple of things. There are quite a few artifacts in this specific set with activation costs of at least 2 mana, so this definitely can do things. There's things in this set that this thing can do. Are any of those things worth doing? A couple of them might be, sometimes, in a limited game. Yeah. This is interesting, because it's kind of, like, the effect, it's not bad, right? Tapping for 2 mana, pretty big, and activation costs, you know, some of those are really good. There's definitely times and place where this is interesting and good, not very many of them, and not really in this set, I would argue. Overall, this is interesting. I appreciate this because this is a very newish design. There isn't really a blue tap to make artifact mana before this. They've done it a few times since. I think it's well within blue's color pie, as long as you keep it mostly towards artifacts. I think it's fine then. I appreciate this card for being unique and interesting, but it's not strong, and it's not really any like super fun things you can be doing with it, but there are definitely things that you can do with it, so it's definitely not the worst card we could be talking about. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and this is really interesting. It's very different from the stylings that you see in Jeff's cards that came out before Ice Age. It just shows a lot of growth as an artist, I guess. I don't know. I like it. It's definitely not my favorite piece, not even my favorite Jeff A. Menges piece, but it's pretty good. All right, next we have Soul Barrier, another uncommon. This enchantment costs 2 and a blue mana. Whenever target opponent casts a summon spell, Soul Barrier deals 2 damage to him or her. That player may pay 2 to prevent this damage. Whenever an opponent casts a creature, this deals 2 damage to them unless they pay 2. So it just taxes them +2 on any creature that they cast, which they can get out of by taking damage, which just makes it more likely for you to win the game because they have less health. Soul Barrier is interesting. I think this is pretty fucking solid in Limited, because a lot of Limited is just creatures. And, yeah, in any game that is mostly about creatures, this is pretty good. So this is kind of a card that is good against, low power stuff, but as the game gets higher power, this becomes pretty bad. Like, this is a pretty decent mana rate for the effect. Making them pay 2 per creature is pretty fucking meaningful, especially like if they're an aggro, like weenie deck. Paying an extra 2 for your 1 mana 1/1 first striker is pretty rough, On the opposite side, the downside to this is that they get to choose, and they choose between damage and paying mana, and they're always going to pick whichever one is more beneficial for them, right? So like early in the game, they'll be like, yeah, I'll just take the 2 for my fucking Savannah Lion, whatever, that's fine. And then once it's, not fine to do that anymore, then they'll slow down and pay the 2. This can be good, right? But, like, the effect is always going to be as minimal as possible since your opponent is making the choice and not you. Yeah, as far as an uncommon goes, it's pretty okay. It's interesting. I don't know if I would say this enriches the experience or makes it worse. Like, that's, I think, personal opinion. I don't mind stuff like this. Yeah, this one, interesting, not bad. Specifically pretty cool in a Limited. I wouldn't, do this in Constructed, though. This was illustrated by Harold McNeil, and this one is fine. I don't really have any opinion on this one at all. It's okay. It's one of his better works, in my opinion, I guess, but like I said, there are very few of his pieces that I actually enjoy. This one is one of them, I suppose. So, let's move on. Thunderwall. This is an uncommon wall that costs 1 and 2 blue mana. It is flying, and you can pay a blue to give +1/+1 until end of turn, and it's a 0/2. Wow, this is totally not Wall of Water and Wall of Air combined into a single card. What a unique and original game design. Alright, I'm gonna stop picking on... No, I'm not gonna stop picking on Ice Age for just being fucking alpha cards. This is just an alpha card. It's 2 alpha cards, and it's better than both of them because it has flying, and you can pump it, and being a 0/2 wall is a little rough for 3 mana, but, whatever. I am not a huge fan of walls, and generally I don't think they improve gameplay. I do think putting flying on walls is especially egregious. Sometimes it's fine. I don't mind Wall of Swords. I think Wall of Swords is probably the strongest wall in Alpha, and I think that's fine to do a little bit of that, but here there's so many walls that, you have a 7/4 fucking first striker flying wall. It's yeah, we decided nobody is gonna fucking enjoy this game. That's just walls I get you want to slow the game down, and if you want to slow the game down, leaning into your walls is probably a decent way to do that. Or effective. I say decent, I don't mean decent, I mean effective way to do that. Thunderwall is fine. I guess I don't really have any issues with this card. I'm just fucking sick of walls, man. Sick of walls. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas. The art is really fucking sick. I really like this art. Most of these sets that I've gone through, I've been yeah, this set's okay, and then I go through it, and I almost like it more, because there's an appreciation. This is one of the few sets that... Legends was also kind of like this, I guess, whereas, the thing with Legends is there was enough interesting cards to kind of get through all the stuff that was, awful. That's true with this set, too, and there's not so many just fucking awful cards as Legends, but a lot of the same kind of strokes going through it. But anyways, that's Thunderwall. We'll move on. Updraft, another uncommon. This is an instant that costs 1 and a blue mana. Target creature gains flying until end of turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Great. So this is jump, but it costs 2 mana because it's also a cantrip. Slow trip. It's an uncommon. It was illustrated by Alien Williams. Love the art. I don't have anything to say about a card that's just jump, but it draws you a card. It's about as good as jump because it costs more mana, and jump is not that good to begin with. Replacing itself, cool. Well, like, there's only so many times I can talk about the benefits of a cantrip. Like, I can't. Wow, this card's so much good because it's a cantrip, right? No, it's all right. We're moving on. Updraft is fine. Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit is another uncommon. This is a 3/2 creature that costs 4 and a blue for a total of 5 mana. It has flying and menace. This cannot be blocked by only one creature. So a 3/2 flying menace creature for 5 mana is pretty on rate for the time, I guess. And the rate is bad. This is a bad rate. And yeah, it's fine and limited. I don't know. This is just like a limited. Okay, yeah, sure. This might be fucking good. It's a 3/2. Yeah. All right. So this art was illustrated by Kaya Folio. The art's pretty good. This actually might be my least favorite Kaya piece. I like it. It's fine. It's interesting. And I really appreciate the art styling specifically in this set. I do very much like all these. It's a Winter Wonderland kind of cards in the, fucking Ice Age set. So I like the art, but Kaya just has so many pieces that are awesome. So it's hard to say this one's good, but it is good. I like it. It's, just my least favorite Kaya piece. I really do not have anything to say about this French vanilla creature. Let's move on to Winter's Chill, a rare. This rare instant costs X and a blue. Cast only during combat before defense is chosen. At end of combat, destroy X target attacking creatures. X cannot be greater than the number of snow-covered lands you control. For each attacking creature, its controller may pay 1 or 2 to prevent it from being destroyed this way. If that player pays 1, that creature neither deals nor receives damage in combat. If that player pays 2, that creature deals and receives damage in combat as normal. Well, at least this one is interesting and there's something to talk about. All right, so this is blue and an X to destroy attacking creatures. So one, I like that we're really focused on the color pie and making sure all of that matters and then all of that makes sense. So yeah, X blue, destroy attacking creatures. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, so this can only be cast before the defenders are chosen. Makes sense, whatever. A very small window. So you play blue and then X, and X has to be equal to or less than the number of snow-covered lands that you control. So this is a card that in order to play this, you need to be playing with a decent number of snow lands. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. If you're going to do snow, you want to do some stuff like this. For each attacking creature, that player can pay either 1 or 2 mana, right? So if they're attacking with 3 creatures, they can pay 6, or they can pay 3, or they can pay some amount in between that. Each creature where they pay 1, the creature survives, right? So if you pay 1 and they pay 1, that creature survives, nothing happened, you're both out that mana. Fair enough. If they pay 2, then that creature gets to attack, or gets to deal its damage, and receive damage. Or they don't pay it and the creature is destroyed. This is a pretty complicated card on read. It's actually pretty simple about what it does, but there's such a fucking convoluted way to go about this, right? At least it's a rare. So, you're not this isn't this defining the experience, and you're not forcing this down people's throats. This might be one of the better cares about snow-covered lands that isn't, just a fucking stone rain. Because this one actually cares about the lands. It's not really a great card, though. destroying creatures in blue when they're attacking and doing it by taxing your opponent. This is a fucking real roundabout way of getting around the whole, like, blue shouldn't be able to just destroy creatures, right? Because they can do everything else. I don't like this card. I don't think you should have made a card like this. If you were gonna make a card like this, why is this not black or red? Overall, I guess it's an interesting card just because it takes so long to fucking explain what it fucking does. Um, but then you get to the end of it, and it's like like all the complicated cards in this set is like they are just so much like cognitive load for so little benefit, right? It's like why would I spent all this time reading and fucking understanding this card, and what I'm left with is a card that sucks worse than the fucking, than the Stone Rain. Like, why bother? This was illustrated by Edward P. Beard Jr., and the art is awesome. Edward did a great job with this. I like it. Good art. Interesting card. I think it could be cleaned up a little bit. It does not need to be this complicated, and this card should also be black or white, not blue. But whatever. I will give this card, I should give this card credit for being interesting, right? Like, this is not just an alpha card, right? So, credit where credit is due. At least this is an interesting and novel idea. All right. Word of Undoing. This is a common. It is an instant. Costs a single blue mana. Return target creature to owner's hand. Return any white enchantments you own on that creature to your hand. Okay, so this is unsummoned. This is unsummoned, but if you fucking put like a spirit link on it, you get your spirit link back. So I guess it's just strictly better unsummoned. A card that I think is kind of undervalued anyway. Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. I like this. I don't think this is as egregious as other examples. Like, if you want to make Unsummon a little bit better or give it some cool, interesting things, I think in this set specifically, the idea is that your Scarab or whatever is going to go back to your hand and you're going to get it back after you use this on your own creature to protect it from removal. I would assume that is 90% of what's going on here, and they did not want you to get your paralyzed back when you paralyzed their creature, then unsummoned it, and then paralyzed something else, which, fair enough. Pacifism obviously doesn't exist yet, but this is pretty fucking funny with pacifism. This is actually kind of neat. They're trying to show allied colors, right? Like blue and white are allied colors. They are pretty agreeable on a lot of things, and so they wanted those colors to play together better. And this is a small and subtle way to kind of encourage that. And I think that's pretty cool and interesting. I think this is probably one of the best examples of doing that because this does it in such a non-intrusive way, right? Because like 90% of the time, who gives a shit, right? It's a little bit weird, like why specifically white? Well, because white's an ally. I think if you're going to do this, like, black is the other ally of blue, so you should have done this for white and blue, or white and black, if you're going to do this. But whatever. This is pretty interesting. If you are in an Enchantress deck that has some blue, this might be worth playing. It's probably a card that is underplayed in those kind of decks, just because no one ever fucking heard about it, because why would you remember this card? But there's definitely places where this is kind of interesting. Anyway, this was illustrated by Christopher Rush. Christopher Rush, fantastic artist, did so many great pieces for Magic. This one's pretty cool too. Certainly not one of his most iconic pieces, but it's pretty fucking sweet. Let's move on to Wrath of Merit Lodge. Dun dun dun. I don't know how any of those words are pronounced. Whatever, doesn't matter. This is a rare enchantment that costs 3 and 2 blue mana. When Wrath of Merit Lodge comes into play, tap all red creatures. Red creatures do not untap during their controller's untap phase. Neat. Very cool. Fucks with the mono red player. Very blue thing to be doing. Yeah, this is just color hate. It's, as far as color hate goes, it's like the least egregious one. Well, not the least egregious, because once this comes down, if you're mono red, you're kind of fucked. It's also in that just play pattern of being a hate piece that fucks on red while also being an enchantment, which is not something I think you should be doing all the time. If you want, like, at least this you can hit with a fucking red elemental blast, right? And, like, I guess the white ones you can hit with anarchy. Anarchy's out by now, right? No, that might be Alliance's. I fucking don't remember. Anyway, point is like, you can hit this with now a Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast, but you really shouldn't be. You really shouldn't be doing these fucking enchantments that shut down the red player because like they can't hit enchantments. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. This is kind of okay because most red decks are pretty aggressive and like they've probably beaten the game before you bother with this, right? Like, and it also only taps the creatures, so they have a lot of burn. So like they probably have ways around this. Hopefully, at least it's like, you know, it's not the most brutal punishing thing, but I also don't find it cool, but it's whatever. It's certainly not a strong card. Wrath of Merit Lodge was illustrated by Mike Rabe. The art's pretty cool. It's pretty minimalist, I would say, in such a beautiful way. It's also a good use of yellow. I was talking earlier that there's not a lot of good uses of yellow in Magic cards. This is an example of being a pretty okay use of it, in my opinion. Card art is good. Card is kind of meh and not really exciting design space, even if it was better. So let's move on. Zur's Weirding. This is a fucking Magic card. Zur's Weirding is a rare. It's an enchantment, and it costs 3 and a blue mana. All players play with the cards in their hands face up on the table. Whenever any player draws a card, any other player may pay 2 life to force the drawing player to discard that card. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Zur's Weirding is interesting. So all cards are face up, so everybody knows what everyone has access to. And whenever you would draw a card, your opponent can pay 2 life to make it so you don't draw that card. So it is very hard to talk about a card like this because it drastically changes how the game of Magic is even played. I have so many mixed feelings about Zur's Weirding. The card is reasonably powerful. Like, this is not a not powerful effect, especially if, like, you do have to do, like, some level of setup. And, like, it's not, like, the power is interesting because your opponent has as much access to it as you do. So it's not like a Black Lotus where that's powerful because you just got 3 fucking mana for free. This is powerful, but both players have access to the power, so so some level of deck construction and player skill comes into play here. Zur's Weirding is super fun and interesting. I don't think this is something that you want to like be good in competitive play very often, but it is certainly wildly fun and interesting in like cubes and limited and stuff like that. I really like this card. I think it's really funny, and I think cards like this really open the breadth of Magic. Right? Like, so many of these blue cards, all I'm talking about is this is the same idea, but slightly different, and in a way that is, for the most part, less fun for most people. And fun is subjective, right? And, like, I'm sure people weren't, like, there's no way they were like, we need to make these cards less fun. That's not what they were trying to do. They were trying to make the cards more fun because, in their opinion, the game was more fun when it wasn't, you know, Channel Fireball on turn 1. Which, to be fair, I agree with them, but I do think that they, like, missed the mark on a lot of this shit. Zur's Weirding, I think, is perfect. I think this is like, you do not want this card costing less than 4 mana. 4 mana is like, that's the razor's edge. You fucking hit it. But also the effect is just so interesting. I like cards like this and like Reality Twist and Scheherazade and just stuff that are like maybe not the most accommodating like tournament play kind of cards, but just fun and just like. The game is called Magic, right? So cards that feel Magic, just I don't know. I love Zur's Weirding for that reason. Like I said, it's reasonably strong. It's not a bad card. You can misplay this card pretty easily, I would say, because it's not like learning when to play a lightning bolt is a lot simpler than learning every possible interaction under a Zur's Weirding, right? So it's like, well, do I just fucking counter every single card they draw? Well, maybe. Most of the time, probably, but there's some nuance. I don't know. I think this is a little of this goes a long way, for sure. For sure. But I think it's fun once in a while. I think Zur's Weirding is a very cool and interesting card to play. Like I said, reasonably powerful, too. in the right circumstances. Zur's Weirding was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and this is kind of the first chance, I think this is the first illustration of Zur we see at all. Fantastic art. This is just really funny. Zur looks like he does not give a shit about nothing. And I think that goes really, really well with a card effect that feels like nobody gives a shit about anything. Yeah, very cool, very interesting. The cards like this have such a cool way of taking mechanics and like just making it feel like nonsense enough to make it feel like magic. I think this card does a great job of it. Zur's Weirding is pretty high up on my list of cool cards from Ice Age. But let's move on. We are almost done with the blue cards. Zurin Enchanter. Zurin Enchanter is a 1/1 common creature that costs 1 and a blue. You can pay 2 and a black and tap Zurin Enchanter. Target player chooses and discards 1 card from his or her hand. Ignore this ability if that player has no cards in his or her hand. Use this ability only during your turn. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. You do have to be blue-black to play this, but oh darn, I gotta be in the 2 best fucking colors. Shoot. Darn it. 3 mana and tap this to fucking just, your opponent discards their worst card. This would obviously be better if it was a random card or you got to pick the card, but discarding a card per turn is still pretty fucking good, especially if they don't have much access to card draw. You can attrition someone out pretty good with something like this, especially if you manage to get 2 of them out. Just spending your turn spending 6 mana and 2 creatures to take 2 cards from their hand. If you get on top, that'll keep you on top. This is fine. I think the effect is fairly costed. I don't think you want to be doing this effect any cheaper than this. This one is fine. It's interesting. It's probably not what you would call fun for a lot of players, but I think it's modest enough that it's okay. Definitely a powerful effect. Pretty expensive cost for that effect. I wouldn't say it's overcosted though. So, this was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and this art is fantastic. Very hilarious. I like how smug this guy is with his glass bubble of butterflies, or magic bubble, or just normal bubble. Not sure what's going on there. Not sure why the enchanter just has a thing of butterflies, but it brings me some joy. Yeah, overall, not like a good card. In limited, this is probably pretty solid. Anyways, let's get this show on the road. Okay, so then last on the blues, we have Zurin Spellcaster, which is a common. It is a 1/1 creature that costs 2 and a blue, and you can tap it to deal 1 damage to target creature or player. Or any target now. So you could also hit a Planeswalker with this, although those didn't exist at the time. This is Prodigal Sorcerer. This is just reskinned Prodigal Sorcerer, same exact card. So now you can run 8 Prodigal Sorcerer if you wanted to. Prodigal Sorcerer seems like one of those cards that you would consider over-indexed, because Prodigal Sorcerer is really good. Like, you even sometimes see it in old school. Not super often, it's on the low end of good creatures, but it's definitely, you'd be surprised how often that thing's fucking annoying. I don't hate Zurin Spellcaster. I'm a big fan of Prodigal Sorcerer, and this is just Prodigal Sorcerer, and I do actually kind of think the game can use more than one of them, especially nowadays. But they're not that good anymore. Yeah, okay, so we're ending the blue cards on Prodigal Sorcerer. Interesting. It's a good card. It's pretty good and limited, probably, too, with all the 1/1s running around. Yeah, that's the blue cards. The blue cards are pretty rough. A lot of flying, a lot of cards that don't feel blue by modern standards or even by, like, alpha standards. They definitely took the approach of, like, trying to make the allied colors work together better than the enemy colors, but that's like the only thing I think that they achieved of any level, and even that I don't think they did good. The Snowlands and like the snow mechanic is obviously a fluke, but it's hard to like they knew that too, and they were added late in development, so it's hard to punish them for. That's another thing I should talk about, I guess, and I probably have talked about. This set went through a lot of like upheavals. So like originally this set was just going to use all the commons and uncommons from alpha, and so basically they just designed a bunch of rares to like put into alpha because they're like, ah, this will be better for alpha. And then at some point it was decided, well, we can't have just all of the uncommons and commons be. You need to make new cards. So people are going to be mad about all the reprints. And so they're like, okay, well, and they put it up late, and then I guess like a bunch of the cards they just changed some numbers and changed some names and just did it as quick as they could and got new art for it. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make is I think this set probably fell apart at the cracks in numerous ways, and what came out the door was nobody's vision, right? Like people wanted to do something really good, and then just because of everything else, it probably didn't work out. It's really the only thing I can see to like. It's like some of these cards are really fucking cool, and some of the ideas are really noble. Even like a lot of the design ideas that they're going for kind of break down with limited, I guess you've heard that before, and yeah, that's true to some degree, but like I don't know, they shot with the hip on all that the color pie matters shit anyways, because like blue has destroy creatures in this set, and it's like okay, it's so I don't know, it's hard, right? It's hard to form a coherent opinion on what really is not coherent. This set is kind of a mess. Like I would say this set's probably worse than Fallen Empires. Definitely depends on like your perspective though. That's not definitely true, but I think Fallen Empires might have been more fun to go through. There are a lot less cards in Fallen Empires, though. That might be part of it. The fact that it's taking me 4.5 hours just to talk about the blue cards definitely putting a strain on some of these cards. So that's a bias that's a biases that you have to consider. Anyway, that's I guess all I have to say on the blue cards. I'm tired of talking about them, so I'm gonna stop talking about this for a while and then go look at the black cards, and you will continue watching, or you will find this video stupid and give up on it. Whatever, if you want to. But otherwise, I will see you back here soon. All right. Well, next we have the black cards, which means very soon we will be talking about Necropotence. But until then, we have a couple cards to talk about. So let's get to it. All right. First up, we have Abyssal Spectre. Abyssal Spectre is an uncommon. It is a 2/3 that costs 2 and 2 black mana. It has flying, and whenever Abyssal Spectre damages any player, that player chooses and discards a card from his or her hand. Ignore this ability if that player has no cards in hand. Okay, so right off the back with the black cards, we have a re-envisioning of an alpha card. Abyssal Spectre is just worse Hypnotic Spectre. It costs an additional mana, and Hypnotic Spectre discards a random card, whereas this discards a card of the player's choice. I agree Hypnotic Spectre is probably a little over-indexed. I like it, personally. I think it's fine. It's definitely a fucking powerhouse, especially with Dark Ritual. And for a long time, they decided Dark Ritual wasn't the problem. They just had to make black cards kind of suck. This is a 2/3, whereas Hypnotic Spectre is a 2/2, so this does have some advantage there. But beyond that, it costs an extra generic mana, and Hypnotic Spectre hits a card randomly. So Hypnotic Spectre could hit their best card, whereas Abyssal Spectre will always hit their worst card, assuming they know what they're doing. Hypnotic Spectre was a little over-indexed. And there's also something to be said about your opponent choosing the discard is definitely worse than random, but logistically it's a lot easier because you don't have to just do, okay, we got to get out the dice or whatever. There's no system of like having to like logistically handle a random number distribution with Abyssal Spectre where there is with Hypnotic Spectre. That's a small complaint. Like, I don't think having random on it cards is awful, but it definitely adds some to the cognitive load. Not a whole lot, but it's worth mentioning, I suppose. Abyssal Spectre is an uncommon, much like Hypnotic Spectre, and I think uncommon's the right spot for something like this, so I've got no issues with that. This was illustrated by Ruth Thompson, and it's fantastic. It's super cool art, very fun. I like the skeletal horse, but like you can still see its skin. I don't know. It's interesting, right? It's weird in the best way. I also appreciate the fire on the axe. The art's very cool on this card. Super cool. Let's move on. Then we have Ashen Ghoul. Ashen Ghoul is a 3/1 creature. It is an uncommon. Costs 3 and a black mana. Ashen Ghoul can attack the turn it comes into play, so it has haste. And you can pay a black mana to return Ashen Ghoul to play under your control. You can only use this ability at the end of your upkeep specifically, and only if Ashen Ghoul is in your graveyard, with at least 3 creature cards above it. So this is one of those old school cards that makes the graveyard order matter. If you're playing Vintage, Legacy, or even technically Commander, because there are cards legal in those formats that care about graveyard order, technically you're not allowed to shuffle your graveyard in those formats. Now, even in like tournament Vintage, I don't think they actually give a shit about this rule unless there is specifically a card like in any of the deck lists that actually gives a shit about graveyard order, because most of them aren't super good. Shallow Grave, I guess, is pretty solid. From Mirage, I think that one specifically cares about the top creature card, which is, unique and interesting. But most of the cards that care about graveyard order are not particularly strong. This one is just Nether Shadow. Well, it's not just Nether Shadow. Nether Shadow is a 1/1 for 2 mana, and during your upkeep, you can just put it into play if there are 3 or more creature cards above it in the graveyard. So this is very obviously inspired by that. It is a 3/1 instead of a 1/1, which is way fucking cooler. I actually think this one is the better card of the two. But I like Ashen Ghoul. I think Nether Shadow was a really cool design. I actually like Graveyard Order Matters. I guess I could take it or leave it. It doesn't necessarily enhance the game, but I do think there is some level of interesting gameplay that can be derived from those kind of interaction of mechanics. It is burdensome to track, so I understand why they got away from it, and the game is probably objectively better without it, but it was kind of cool. I think if you play this more as like a value piece, whereas then later in the game you just get an extra body once in a while, I think this is fine. Ashen Ghoul is cool. It's cool design, interesting. I like what they were trying to go with here, but it is definitely an outdated design, and not that particularly strong of a card. Ashen Ghoul was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and the art's sick as hell. Ron Spencer did great on this. That's a fucking spooky looking dude. Like the winter theming. It also kinda looks like an Iron Maiden album cover, which is pretty sweet. Let's move on to the fearsome Brine Shaman. Yeah, Brine Shaman. What a fucking metal ass name. Brine Shaman is a common creature. It's a 1/1 that costs 1 and a black. You can tap Brine Shaman and sacrifice a creature to give target creature +2/+2 until end of turn. And you can spend 1 blue and sacrifice a creature to counter target summon spell. Hot damn. What a fucking card. This card is pretty cool. It's not really strong. It's interesting. I think that's a really cool and fun and interesting exchange. Brine Shaman is especially neat because it sacrifices a creature. So you can sack itself to counter something. This is interesting. I think this is really cool. I don't think this is particularly strong. It does, however, force you to be stuck in the 2 best colors, which, is pretty ideal. This was illustrated by Cornelius Brody, and the art is phenomenal. This dude's face is so fucking funny to me. I love it. It's fantastic. I like this card. I think it's fun. I think this is a solid like power level for a card like this to be at. Any more and it becomes ubiquitous. Any less and it's just, why fucking bother? This at least feels like, if you're just playing with a few Ice Age packs and stuff, this might lead to emergent and interesting gameplay. At least in my opinion. So, but let's move on. Alright, next we have Burnt Offering. Burnt Offering is cool. Used to be an interrupt, now it's an instant. It costs a single black mana. and you sacrifice a creature to add that creature's casting cost in any combination of red and or black mana to your mana pool. So this is neat. It is very much just sacrifice from alpha, except that this allows you to make red mana. This card existing in the same set as Dance of the Dead is also pretty interesting. You could do, put a fucking creature in the graveyard, make a bunch of mana, use some of it to like Dance of the Dead it or animate dead it, however you want to say that. There's some fun and cool things you can do with this. And yeah, this is one of the few cards we've talked about that also like can still see some level of play today. It's just one mana, make a bunch of mana, right? You could look at this as a ritual. Obviously, you need a creature worth that mana for this to be a ritual, but like I said, there are combo applications for this. That's really about it for Burnt Offering, though. This is such a cool card, though. I really like it. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and the art is fantastic. I like this a lot. Burnt Offering's pretty cool. Let's move on. Okay, so next we have Cloak of Confusion, another common. This is an enchant creature, or an aura, depending on how you want to say that costs 1 and a black mana. If target creature you control attacks and is not blocked, you may choose to have it deal no damage to defending player this turn. If you do so, that player discards a card at random from his or her hand. Ignore this ability if that player has no cards in hand. This is pretty cool. Cloak of Confusion, way worse than just a Hypnotic Spectre, because now you're getting 2 for 1 if they remove it. Still pretty good, though. If you hit twice with it, that risk is mitigated. But I don't know. I do think this kind of thing is just super in flavor for black. I can see being attracted to doing this kind of thing, because I think it does very much, more than most mechanics, help set a tone, right? Because, like, getting cards ripped out of your hand is invasive and does not feel great and feels pretty fucking evil when it's happening to you. So I think there is a real connection there with like the color pie that like there's a reason they keep making these cards. Part of it is that they're good and people like them, but people also fucking hate them, right? And yeah. I don't know. So I think it's cool. I think it's a cool thing to tap into. I think it makes sense that they do it. I don't personally really hate these kind of effects. They feel a lot better when I'm using them than when my opponent is, but there's nothing wrong with that. Cloak of Confusion, pretty solid. Interesting common. Yeah, I guess my only real issue with this card is I don't know that you want to do this effect at common. I think this is a little intensive for a common, personally, but whatever. The art was illustrated by Margaret Organ Keane, and this is awesome. Super cool art. She has a very interesting style where like the patterns and stuff kind of fold into each other. It's just very cool. It's very unique, and I appreciate that. I really like when an artist has a very unique style, and you see a lot of that in old Magic. Very cool. Good old Dance of the Dead. Dance of the Dead is an uncommon. It is an enchanted dead creature, or these days it's an enchantment aura. Dance of the Dead costs 1 and a black mana. Take a target creature from any graveyard and put it directly into play under your control, tapped with +1/+1. Treat that creature as though it were just summoned. The creature does not untap during its controller's untap phase. At the end of his or her upkeep, its controller may pay an additional 1 black to untap it. If Dance of the Dead is removed, bury the creature in its owner's graveyard. Neato. It's kind of weird they didn't put cumulative upkeep on this. Not that it would actually matter in the grand scheme of things, because most of the use case of this card is World Gorger loops. There's other stuff you can do with it too, right? And even playing it fair is pretty fun. It's interesting that they made this mechanic that makes things that are a little too good have kind of a timer on them, and then they didn't do it for the really good things. It's just interesting. I like Dance of the Dead. I think it's fun. I like it because it like Necromancy and Animate Dead, it just adds redundancy to World Gorger combos, which I think are super fun and interesting. But it's also just cool. I like Dance of the Dead. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty cool card. I don't know that I have anything else to say about it though. You know, oh, it's probably really fucking good in limited if you can get a big creature into the graveyard, and you have a big creature worth putting into the graveyard. Let's move on though. This was illustrated by Randy Galeos. Fantastic work. This is the art on this is great. I love this one a lot. But yeah, Dance of the Dead, great card, funny card. Let's move on. Dark Banishing. Dark Banishing is a common. It is an instant. It costs 2 and a black mana. Bury target non-black creature. Right, destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. So this is a terror that can hit artifact creatures, but it costs us extra mana. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, I have spent a lot of time complaining that a lot of these cards are just basically alpha cards. I am going to push back on that a little bit with this because I do think, you know, you need nuts and bolts shit like removal in your sets, right? So, like, how many different ways are there? Like, eventually it's like, this is about as different as you can get and still be doing the thing that needs to be done. You felt Terror was a little intensive at 2 mana. It's like, I don't personally agree with that, but I can understand the sentiment. And so you're like, okay, 3 mana. But then you also throw it a bone of being like, well, it's 3 mana, so it can blow up a Juggernaut. Very cool card. It was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and this one is okay. It's definitely not one of his better works, in my opinion. I don't particularly care about it either way. So we'll just move on. Dark Ritual. What a weak card. I can't believe they made this cost a whole fucking mana. All you get is 3 mana. It's insane to me how long they were like, just fucking keep it going, bud. Dark Ritual in this set? Hell yeah. Core set? Fuck yeah, why not? Lightning Bolt, that's too much. But Dark Ritual, that is a perfectly balanced card. Oh man. Dark Ritual, why? Why? It's insane how long they thought this was fine, right? Like, they figure out Black Lotus is way too much, but they're like, Dark Ritual's okay. It only makes black mana. It's not even good. What would you do with black mana? What would you do with 3 black mana in this set that might instantly win you the fucking game? Nothing. Yeah, I don't know what to say about Dark Ritual. It's a common, because of course it fucking is. Why wouldn't it be? You need as much of this thing going around as fucking possible. Dark Ritual is an insanely strong card. In this specific set, it is an interrupt. Sometimes it was a mana source, but now it's an instant. None of that really matters. What does matter is this is 2 free mana. This is 3 mana that costs you a single mana. This is a turn 1 Hypnotic Spectre. Not in this set. In this set, it's a turn 1 Necropotence. Wild and outrageous stuff. It's crazy to me that they keep doing this. But I do like the card, so... Man, it's a fun card. Yeah. It's got a new art, which is really cool. I do like the old art, but I do like this art too. So I guess we'll talk about that. This was illustrated by Justin Hampton. I'm generally not a huge Hampton fan, but this one's pretty solid. I know a lot of people like this Dark Ritual art specifically. I prefer the first one just because I'm a dork like that, but this one is really solid too. Very cool stuff. And it's a sick fucking card, so, you know. Alright, Demonic Consultation. Another real magic card. Demonic Consultation, as I'm sure you know, is an instant that costs a single black mana. Name a card. Remove the top 6 cards of your library from the game and reveal the next card to all players. If it is the card named, put it into your hand. If not, remove that card from the game and continue revealing the top card of your library and removing it from the game until the name card appears. So, I guess we'll start with the obvious. This is an uncommon, and it is an attempt to fix Demonic Tutor. This card is very interesting because there are very different ways to look at it. We can look at what it became, which is very, very strong, and in some cases, arguably better than Demonic Tutor, insofar as that this is a combo piece. So the trick with Demonic Consultation is that you can name a card that is not in your deck. And if you name a card that is not in your deck, this is 1 mana, exile your entire library. Now, you might be like, well, why would you do that? The reason you would do that is for Thassa's Oracle, a card that came out relatively recently. I think it is 2 blue mana. It is a creature, a merfolk, and I think it draws cards equal to the level of blue devotion you have, if I remember right. Or maybe it like surveils the cards. I don't remember exactly. None of that actually matters with the combo. All you need to do is exile every card from your deck. When Thassa's Oracle comes down, you draw a card, and if Thassa's Oracle is in play, when you draw a card and you don't have any cards in your library, you win the game. So you, for 3 mana, 2 blue, and a black mana, you can win the game instantly. Not instantly, it's a sorcery speed combo. That is the common use case of Demonic Consultation these days. That's pretty much all you ever hear it used for. You could not do that for a long period of time, and in the early days, Demonic Consultation was basically just a slightly worse Demonic Tutor. That being said, it was a Demonic Tutor for, it was an instant speed Demonic Tutor for a single black mana, so it's not like it was that much worse than Demonic Tutor. This card was, from what I've heard, it was underrated, which makes sense. There is a lot of like there are so many layers of downside to this card, of just like stuff here like, well, that doesn't sound good, and I don't know, it reads pretty fucking intensely. As it turns out, this card is pretty fucking good. As for Unlimited, maybe if you manage to draw like some type of combo or something, it might be worth it to do this, but realistically, it probably isn't. There's not like there's no like Laboratory Maniac or something to win the game when you have no cards in your deck, so the risk just kind of isn't worth it in Limited. Also, because you generally will have a lot of Singleton in a Limited anyway, and Singleton and Demonic Consultation tend not to go together too well. I don't know how I feel about Demonic Consultation. I think it's pretty cool that it exists. Thassa's Oracle and Demonic Consultation is really interesting as a win condition, in my opinion. Obviously, it's not like the most interesting win condition, but it's sorcery speed, it's fairly easy to interact with. It is very mana efficient. You could argue it's not okay for the game. In the places this shows up, I think it is okay for the game and healthier than some other things, right? Like, specifically in CDH, I think this is more healthy than like the Flash Hulk meta, but at the end of the day, a lot of that is opinion based, and it doesn't particularly matter. With like old school and stuff, if you are playing like pre-modern, this is probably pretty okay. I don't know pre-modern well enough to know like what decks are being played and even what cards are. Hell, this is probably banned in pre-modern, actually, thinking about it. I don't know. I don't know that format well enough to speak on it, so I guess I just won't. But I do like Demonic Consultation. I think it's an interesting and fun card in its own right. It's definitely not something you should be doing all the time. I think it's okay to do this kind of thing once in a while. I do kind of appreciate cards that are difficult to like determine the power, right? Like it's commonly said in game design you shouldn't put too much power behind really negative costing, right? Because you get instances like Necropotence where a lot of people are like, wow, this card sucks, and then that card becomes the entire fucking meta. And I agree to an extent, but I do think that most people are just going to like opt out of this situation right away because of how intense it is. I do think that's pretty cool. I think that does kind of increase the magic of Magic, but it does not do much to increase the balance of Magic. So depending on where you line up on what's most important to you, right? Like if you're a tournament grinder and you just want fair Magic, stuff like this is interesting from a tournament level, but not really the fairest thing to be doing. So, at the end of the day, all this is mostly opinion based. I think Demonic Consultation is pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. When you play this fair, if you're like back in the Black Summer days of like when you're running 4 copies of Necro and you're running 4 copies of everything and you're in a standard environment, this card's actually pretty fucking sick. Knowing what they knew at the time, I think this is a perfectly acceptable approach to fixing Demonic Tutor, because Demonic Tutor is a cool and interesting card, right? one thing that often gets left out of power discussions is just like how fucking fun is the card, and Demonic Tutor is about as fun of a card as you can get. I think Demonic Consultation was a good attempt at what they were trying to do, and it's just really interesting how it turned out. I don't think anyone even considered the possibility that when this card was made, you could exile your whole deck, because there was no cards that like won you the game at that point. So there was, why would you do it, right? And it's not until, you know, thousands upon thousands of cards are iterated on where this kind of combo is even possible. And I think that's kind of neat. I think that's really interesting from a game design perspective, and just like the longevity of a game and what kind of weird interactions can happen that were never technically designed. Demonic Consultation is a good example of that. This card was illustrated by Rob Alexander. Great art. Rob Alexander does fantastic work. I'm not super hot on this one. It's fine. Like, I think it's well done. I just don't, like, it's not like, oh, wow, I love this art. I kind of just don't care about it. Still, it's well done. But yeah, Demonic Consultation. Interesting card for sure. Okay, next we have Dreadwrite. Dreadwrite is a rare. It is a 3/4 creature that costs 3 and 2 black mana. At the end of combat, put a paralyzation counter on any creature blocking or blocked by Dreadwrite, and tap that creature. As long as that creature has a paralyzation counter on it, it does not untap during its controller's untap phase. As a non-interrupt fast effect, the creature's controller may pay 4 to remove a paralyzation counter. Hell yeah. Oh, where do we even start unpacking? I guess we'll start at paralyzation counter. So paralyzation counters are just the card Paralyze from Alpha, which, in my opinion, is generally an underrated card. Paralyze is really good. It's 1 mana to shut down a creature unless they pay 4. It's super good in Chandalar if you play that, just because of how the enemy AI interacts with it. But even against a working human brain, it's a pretty solid card. Dreadwrite's whole thing is that anything that blocks or gets blocked by this gets paralyzed put on it. So you just get free paralyzes. That's pretty fucking cool and fairly useful. But at the end of the day, I don't think this effect actually matters. So this has what I would call the Sengir Vampire problem. So Sengir Vampire is a creature from Alpha. It is a 4/4 flyer for 5 mana, I think. Pretty sure it's 5. And it has an ability whenever a creature gets sent to the graveyard that like was dealt damage by Sengir Vampire. So any creature that blocks it or is blocked by it, if that creature goes to the graveyard, you get a +1/+1 counter on it. If you play with Sengir Vampire enough, you know that 99% of the time you do not get that counter, because it's based on your opponent's choice. So look at it from the other perspective. Your opponent has a Sengir Vampire and they're swinging in. You have a 3/3. Would you block it and make the Sengir Vampire a 5/5 later, or would you just take the 4 damage now and see if you can figure something out before it comes to that? Well, you would just take the damage 99% of the time. You never block a Sengir Vampire unless you have no choice. So that ability becomes what is effectively called win more. It's never it only comes up when you're already winning the game, because they're not going to block you if they have any other options, because why would they give you something? And that's just a +1/+1 counter. That's a +1/+1 counter is almost nothing. I believe I spoke on this a little bit when we talked about Seraph, the kind of like fusion of Serra Angel and Sengir Vampire for more mana. And that has the same problem. Like, that's even worse than Sengir Vampire, because they're certainly not going to let you take their creature. That's not going to help them win the game. Whereas a +1/+1 counter is kind of meaningless at the end of the day. The point is that you would never block this if you had any other option. So this kind of effect is actually pretty bad. And so 5 mana for a 3/4 that does nothing else is actually pretty shit. It kind of just reads that this is unblockable. That's effectively how this reads. To be fair, unblockable is pretty good. And this also reads, I guess this reads unblockable and also you can't attack me. Because if you leave this up to block, they can't really attack into it unless they can overpower it, because they'll just get paralyzed counters. And that's pretty devastating. Having to pay 4 for your creatures to untap is not an ideal situation. It's not where you want to be. And so in most instances and most interactions, this just does not come up. This kind of thing is really interesting, and they did a lot of this early on, and they don't really do this kind of thing now so much because it doesn't actually come up. It just doesn't, like, this doesn't do anything. Well, like I said, it doesn't not do anything because when this comes down, they won't block it and they can't attack into it for fear of the paralyzation counters. So it does do some stuff, but it's just when you read an ability like this, you read it and are like, oh, think of all the fucking paralyzes I'm going to get. And the answer is none. You're going to get none. But you might still win that game. And you aren't going to get attacked into blindly. So there is value to this kind of thing. It doesn't, like, the value you get from it is not what you would expect to get reading the card, if that makes sense. Still kind of cool, very interesting. It's a fun idea. I like it. I like that it's different. This isn't a card that you can point to and be like, oh, look at an alpha card this is. Now, granted, this just generates an alpha card, right? So, like, this just makes a bunch of paralyze, assuming your opponent plays the game, which why would they, right? Because your opponent has to opt into this situation. That's, I guess, the easiest way to say what I was trying to say earlier. Your opponent has to opt into this. So why would they opt into this unless they didn't have a choice? Yeah, otherwise, it's interesting. Like I said, this card's pretty bad. It's not the worst thing in the world. You can, like, once you get this down, you're quite a bit safer, which is nice. And cards like this do kind of force removal, just because, like, well, they can't attack into you while you have this, or you're just going to paralyze everything. And if you attack into this, they can't block it unless they can kill it. I guess that's my piece on Dreadwright. It's an interesting card, but it's not very good. It is a rare. I think I mentioned that. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and the art's awesome. This is fantastic. Super hilarious art. Very cool. Very classic Magic. I like the art a lot. But let's move on. This card's really not that interesting. Next, we have Drift of the Dead, a uncommon creature that costs 3 and a black. Its power and toughness are variable, and it says Drift of the Dead has power and toughness each equal to the number of snow-covered lands you control. Alright, snow support. Oh yeah, and it's a wall, so this cannot attack. These days, has Defender, just means this creature cannot attack. This is interesting because if you have only snow lands, you're playing basics, this is a 4/4 for 4 mana, which is pretty sweet. And if you have 5, 6, 7, 8 snow-covered lands, then this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 wall. Pretty decent in very specific situations. There isn't really a reason to play a shitload of snow lands. Even in this set, there's a couple of cards where it's worth caring about, but for the most part, the snow punishing and snow benefiting effects are all kind of pointless and don't really matter that much. And this is a good example because theoretically this could be pretty decent, but at the end of the day, it's just a wall. It doesn't do anything. 4 mana for a wall that, like, depends on you specifically having snow lands. It's like whatever. This is one of those cards too that when you talk about limited, it's like, well, what are you doing with the basics? Are you doing an actual sealed where you're opening actual, like, sealed either starter decks or packs of Ice Age? Are you building a cube out of these cards and then putting snow basics into the cube that have to be drafted? Or are you doing where instead of picking just basics while drafting or cubing this, or instead of picking basics while you're drafting this, are you giving people snow basics? Because all 3 of those are going to have a very different amount of basics available, and because of that, Drift of the Dead will be of varying power levels. If players can play with all snow basics in their land, or a decent chunk of them, Drift of the Dead is actually pretty powerful in the right circumstances and probably worth considering. But if you're just opening, like, sealed decks or just packs or something like that, there's actually not a whole lot of snow in these packs. There's a decent amount, but it would be like the amount of dual lands you would get in anything else. So, like, you would have to, like, you would maybe have 4 or 5 snow basics at the end of a draft cycle, and that's, like, if you were focusing on that. So depending on how you're playing the limited, cards like this, it really depends just on how many snows people have access to. If everybody has a shitload of snows, this is actually pretty solid. If they don't, then you're likely gonna have a fucking 2/2 wall for 4 mana. What, like, no. Pretty bad card in most situations. I don't like this card because I think when this card is good, it's miserable. This, like, I don't like walls being powerful in these kind of sets. And to speak to their design philosophies, this kind of shit does slow the fucking game down, so kudos to that. But yeah, I'm not a fan of stuff like this. I'm not a big fan of this card. The art was done by Brian Schnotty, and the art is actually really fucking sick. Very cool art. Again, love the Winter Wonderland shit. The frozen skeletons here, super, super sweet. The story of this card is that this is just like a fucking glacier filled with bones. And I think that's really fucking cool. But yeah, not a fan of how the card plays out, personally. Fear. Fear is a card ripped straight from Alpha. It's a enchantment aura, I guess, these days. It's a common, it costs 2 black mana, and target creature cannot be blocked except by artifact creatures or black creatures. Fear is pretty good. It's a pretty strong card in, like, lower power environments. It can effectively be unblockable, depending on what you're playing against. Yeah. In this limited specifically, there's, like, 5 artifact creatures, and those are probably all at minimum uncommon. Obviously there's more black creatures. There's a few of those. But if you're playing against a deck that doesn't have any black in it, they likely, all of their creatures can be hit by this. Or rather, none of their creatures can block the creature that isn't enchanted with this. So Fear is pretty decent in specific matchups. It's kind of just reads as unblockable, assuming they don't have artifact or black creatures. And if they're not in black, they likely do not. I am not, like, super impressed with this card. It's probably better than I personally, like, rate it. I just never really play with this card all that often in most situations, even though it's, like, an alpha card, and I play with a lot of those cards. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not super impressed with the effect, especially for 2 of the same color pip. It's just, I don't know. It's probably better than I give it credit for, but I don't generally play around with Fear. This version of Fear was illustrated by Rick Emond, and it's pretty cool. It's kind of neat. Like, it's a dude terrified. Like, that sounds like Fear to me. Pretty cool card, overall. But kind of a boring card, too. Next, we have Flow of Maggots. Flow of Maggots is a rare. It is a 2/2 creature that costs 2 and a black mana. So it's kind of a gray ogre. This has a cumulative upkeep of 1, oh good, and cannot be blocked by non-wall creatures. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. This is a bad card because cumulative upkeep on a 2/2 for 3 is not worth it. This is not, it's just not worth it. With Summoning Sickness, that means you'll have to pay 1 before you get any attack. How many times is this worth it? Yeah, I don't know. I think this kind of sucks. I don't necessarily hate cumulative upkeep on creatures, but you gotta give them something better than a gray ogre that can't be blocked if you're gonna do this. Yeah, this is pretty fucking bad. The longer that it goes on, the worse it gets for you, and it doesn't start that good, so... Yeah, I am really not impressed by this card. It's okay. No, it's not. It sucks. This is a bad rare. Don't play this. It's a shame because I really like the flavor of this card, and the art is fantastic. This was illustrated by Ron Spencer, and it's disgusting in the best way. Super cool card. We don't have enough, like, bugs in Magic art, and when it shows up, it's so cool. But yeah, let's move on. This card sucks. Foul Familiar. Foul Familiar is a 3/1 that costs 2 and a black mana, cannot be declared as a blocking creature. Oh darn, I can't block with my 3/1. That's what I wanted to do with it. You can pay a black, pay 1 life to return Foul Familiar to owner's hands. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Ah, neat. So you can sort of flicker this. So you're getting a 3/1 for 3 mana, and whenever it gets targeted, it goes back to your hand. You can also do, like, well, no, you can't block, so you can't. Oh, that's why they put you can't block with this. So that you can't chump something and then send her back to hand. Fair enough.
That's I guess fair enough. I don't know that that would be powerful enough that you need to be concerned with that, but I can see, uh, hard to complain about a guardrail, I guess. So this is a common, so you'll see it around. As far as commons go in a limited environment, I think this is actually pretty sick. I think this is pretty cool. This very much feels similar to Blinking Spirit, but Blinking Spirit was a 2/2 that you had to pay 4 for, and that one could block. This one is a 3/1, and you have to pay a black mana and a life to bounce it. That one you don't have to bounce. I guess they balance these two pretty fairly, in my opinion. Fall Familiar is kind of interesting. Let's just say that. It's kind of interesting. There's some fun things you can do with this. Makes limited more exciting, in my opinion, so this is pretty cool. Nice to see it at common, too. I think this is a solid common card for the time. Illustrated by Anson Maddox. Big Anson Maddox fan. This art is pretty good. Definitely not one of my favorites of his, but it's pretty solid. It's a funny... I like the grinning, like, kind of menacing look. It's a very human expression on that very not human thing, which I think is kind of neat. Gangrenous Zombies. Gangrenous Zombies is another common. It is a 2/2 for 1 and 2 black mana for a total of 3, and you can tap and sacrifice Gangrenous Zombies to have it deal 1 damage to each creature and player. If you control any snow-covered swamps, Gangrenous Zombies instead deals 2 damage to each creature and player. This is pretty cool. It functions as a board wipe against lower power stuff, which is really interesting and fun. I like this card. I really like this card. I think it's great in Limited because it is versatile. Part of the issue of Limited is you have a limited card pool, so like oftentimes you're playing a couple of cards that you really want to play, and then cards that you have to play in order to like have a full deck. And so anytime that you can put effects that are like very nuts and bolts and just kind of important to the game engine, like removal and stuff like that, then it's very cool. I think this is an awesome design. I think this is a really cool card. And it's like not embarrassing on rate alone. Overall, I think this is pretty cool. This is actually a card that might, like, maybe this should see more Commander play than it does. Obviously it's not like vintage playable or anything, but I think this could see more play in kitchen table-y stuff. I think it's pretty interesting, and I think it's pretty solid in Commander specifically, depending on like what your Commander pod does. Every Commander group, it does things differently, so like you'd have to look into your own group and be like, yeah, does this actually work there? But I think there is a lot of potential for this to be fun and interesting in Commander. Illustrated by Brian Schnotty, and the art is awesome. It has sort of a humorous kind of vibe to it, but also it's very disgusting and gangrenous, gross zombies, and there's pustules and slime and intestines popping out. Like, it's gross, but it's gross in like a haha kind of way, I guess. I don't know. It's fun art. I like the card a lot, actually. I think Gangrenous Zombies is pretty cool. Gaze of Pain. Dun, dun, dun. This is a pretty unsettling art. We'll just start there. This is a common. It is a sorcery. It costs 1 and a black. For each creature you control that attacks and is not blocked, you may choose to have it deal no damage to defending player this turn. If you do so, it instead deals damage equal to its power to any target creature. This is very, very good in a very niche, specific situation that may or may not come up during your games. As far as a limited card goes, I like the concept of this, and I really like the optimism of this card. In the design rules, they stated they really wanted creature combat to like matter, right? So like a lot of these cards are having creatures do some kind of interesting thing. And in a world where you're trying to make like combat tricks and make the decisions in combat matter a little bit more, which was a big problem with early Magic, is oftentimes none of this actually mattered. And in a world where you think that you can fix that, Gaze of Pain is pretty cool. I do think the card is really niche. I've seen it a bunch. Like the art is very iconic, and I've just never seen it actually do anything. So yeah, it can come up, and it is pretty powerful when it does, but it won't come up most of the time. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and the art is really awesome in a very kind of grotesque way. His eyes are cut open,
And the details are not completely gruesome, but they're gruesome enough that this is a little unsettling to look at. Not too bad, but pretty powerful art, I would say. Alright, next we have Gravebind. Gravebind is a rare. It's an instant that costs a single black mana. Target creature cannot regenerate this turn. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Yeah, this is pretty bad. There are situations where this would be incredibly valuable, and those situations are exactly when an opponent is regenerating a creature that you really can't deal with again. But other than that very specific situation, all this card does is replace itself, and it takes a turn to do so. There is no reason to run a card like this, pretty much ever, especially in a set like this that gives you some other card draw cards we'll be talking about. Gravebind is not good, but it's interesting. So yeah, overall, bad card, wouldn't play it in limited, but there is something to be said about cards like this existing. This one was illustrated by Drew Tucker. This one is pretty cool. I kind of like this. The details on the dude's face is kind of horrifying. Like, there's a lot of terror there. And I like the splatters and the various colors and the droplets. This is cool. I like Drew's work. This is a rare, if I can't remember if I mentioned that, but it is a rare, and I would be very sad if this was my rare. Alright, now we have Hectotome. Hectotome is a rare. It is an enchantment. It costs 1 and 2 black mana. When Hectotome comes into play, sacrifice 4 creatures. Ooh, wow, that's a lot. Tap target swamp you control to have Hectotome deal 1 damage to target creature or player. Well, these days it's any target, so you could also hit a Planeswalker if you wanted. Hectotome is really fucking cool. I like this card. This is actually a pretty powerful card in the right circumstances. Very cool black burn kind of thing. Sacrificing 4 creatures for this effect does hold this back from it ever actually being, like, good. 4 creatures is just too many creatures. Like, it's hard to do that. That being said, this card is really cool because as limited games go on, especially like these earlier sets and especially limited, the boards kind of just clog up with all these creatures and like, what the fuck do you do? It gets to a point where you are no longer able to profitably attack. A card like this can come down late into the game. If you got 4 creatures to sacrifice, they have like 8 life, and you have like 8 lands. In 2 turns, you could have them gone. I do think it is a little modest. I think 4 creatures is a lot, but also at the point in time when this would be most valuable, the creatures you're sacrificing have the least value, so it's kind of okay. Yeah, I like this. I think this is interesting. I do think that a deck has to be very specific for this to work, right? Like, if you're not mono black, there's just no chance. Being mono black is really good, but also those cards are going to be heavily contested in this limited, so I don't know. I think this is awesome if you can make it work, and I think it's a cool design. I think it's really interesting and unique, and I think there was more. I wish there was more stuff like this in limited or in Ice Age. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about it. It's really cool. I like the card. It was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and fantastic art. I think it's very cool. Yeah, I like it. I guess I don't really have anything of note to say about this specific art, but it's cool to look at. Good old Horror Shade. Horror Shade. That's H-O-A-R Shade. Horror Shade. Fantastic. I'm sure this card name was made with the noblest of intentions. Horror Shade is a 1/2 creature that costs 3 and a black mana, and you can pay a black mana to give the creature +1/+1 until end of turn. So this is Frozen Shade, which would have been a cool card to just plant directly into Ice Age because of the name. This one is going off the same kind of flavor, but they had to choose a different name because Frozen was taken, and so they went with Horror. Good choice. Good choice. So the difference between this and Frozen Shade is that this is a 1/2 and Frozen Shade is a 0/1. This costs 4 mana and Frozen Shade costs 3 mana. So effectively they're basically the same card. This comes down a little bit later, but it has a little bit more survivability. It's just Frozen Shade. I don't know what to say about this. It's a common. It's fine as a common.
I don't have much else to say about it. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and the art is really fucking cool. I think he did a great job on this one. Very cool. Like the purple and green juxtaposed with the almost entirely white background. Very cool stuff. Howl from Beyond. Howl from Beyond is a common. It's an instant, costs X and a black mana, and target creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn. Howl from Beyond is a sweet fucking card. This is from Alpha, and I love this card. I play with this card a lot. This is a very fair Magic card, in my opinion. Some people might disagree, but I think those people are sticks in the mud. Howl from Beyond is just so fucking cool. I don't mind losing to this. I like winning with it. It's just a fun card. I am completely okay with this being reprinted wholesale from Alpha. I think the game needed to do this more, personally. Howl from Beyond is super cool. I like this card a lot. Being at common is really interesting. This is a super cool combat trick because it scales pretty well. Howl from Beyond isn't necessarily super efficient, but it is super versatile. Because you can, like, if you have a buttload of fucking mana and nothing to do with it, you can just dome your opponent with this. You can use this as a combat trick to, like, if you swing in and they block with your 1/1 and they block with a 2/2, you can pay 2 mana to pump your creature by 1 and make it a trade, which, you know, isn't the greatest use of a value, but the point is Howl from Beyond might be a little bit more versatile than it looks, because all it does is pump power. But you can use this card in a few different ways, and it's very fun and interesting, in my opinion, when it is used. This version was illustrated by Mark Poole, and it's pretty sweet. I'm a way bigger fan of the original art from Alpha. I love that art so fucking much. That being said, both of those arts were done by Mark Poole, so that's kind of neat. And I do like that this is... I do think, like, I don't think this art doesn't add to the game. Howl from Beyond, I'm very happy both of these arts exist, because I think it speaks to, like, the different types of Magic players and the different appreciations of art. So this little doggy just going, oh, is really cute. This is a very fun and cool art, so I think I really like just the kind of extreme ends that Mark Poole went with both of them, and I think they're both great, but I do prefer the original. This one is fantastic too, though. Oh wow, look at that. That's a word I say all the fucking time. I know that one. Watch as I say this word flawlessly. Don't look it up. Just trust that I'm right, because I am. Hyalopterus. Hyalopterus. Yeah, we'll go with Hyalopterus. Hyalopterus lemur. 10 out of 10 points on the name. Even just being a lemur, 10 out of 10. Fantastic. So this card is an uncommon. It is a 4/3 creature that costs 4 and a black mana. You can pay 0 to give this flying and -1/-0 until end of turn. Okay, that's kind of neat. So for 5 mana, you can either have a 4/3 or you can have a 3/3 flyer. That is about the expected rate at this time, so yeah, that's fine. Obviously, you would, like, maybe play this in limited and not play this anywhere else, which is a goddamn shame because it's a lemur and this art is adorable. But yeah, this card is pretty unimpressive. There's not much to say about it. It is cool. I do like the modular nature of cards like this. I think that's interesting. I just wish they didn't, like, you did not need to add a mana on this just because it's modular, right? Like, this 4 mana for this would have been fine. 4 mana for this would have been cool. But it is what it is. It was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and as I've said, the art is a banger. Look at this thing. This is amazing. It's just a lemur with, like, fairy wings. It's fantastic. The details in the eye are so good. It's just such a cute little eye. And the claws gripping the rock, man. This art's fantastic. I really love it. It's a great art. All right, Icequake. Yeah, Icequake is an uncommon. It's a sorcery. Costs 1 and 2 black mana. Destroy target land. If that land is a snow-covered land, Icequake deals 1 damage to that land's controller. Finally, balancing mechanism for snow lands. Yeah. So this is basically Stone Rain, and then if they just happen to have a snow land, it also pings them for damage. So you could call this snow hate. It's really not. It's just land hate with, like, a little dash of spice. Yeah, Icequake is fine. It's decent enough. It's probably seen some level of competitive play if, like, Sinkhole wasn't legal. 3 mana destroy a land is about the rate you kind of want that effect to be at. Land destruction, I like it. Other players don't. A lot of other players don't. Not all of them. Some of them like it. Yeah, I guess I don't know what to say about Icequake. It's pretending to be snow hate, but it really is not. Like 90% of what makes this card good is that it's a sinkhole. The damage is whatever. Who cares? Sinkhole was a common, so they did actively make the decision, hey, maybe we should have a little less land destruction rolling around the environment, which I do appreciate. I do think that's maybe correct to not have like multiple land destruction spells at fucking common. Uncommon's probably a better spot for those. I like cards like this. I think it's fine. They did do a fucking lot of them though. I guess I got nothing else. In limited, these aren't all necessarily that great. Like, blowing up a land can be good, but it's not like they're going to have a perfectly tuned mana base with, like, really good cards to, like, blow up. Usually you want to save your, like, Stone Rains and Sinkholes and stuff like that for not basics. You want to hit their dual lands or their fucking Library of Alexandria or whatever dumb bullshit. Maybe a Maze of Ith, right? This was illustrated by Richard Kane Ferguson, and I don't particularly care about this art at all. It's fine. Like, it's not upsetting or bad or anything. It just doesn't really look like anything, right? Cool in the Winter Wonderland set, but that's really all there is about it. Let's move on. Infernal Darkness is next. Oh, I like this card. Infernal Darkness is a rare. It costs 2 and 2 black mana. It is an enchantment. It has a cumulative upkeep of a black mana and 1 life. All mana-producing lands produce black instead of their normal mana. Talk about a fucking 1-2. This card is really fucking cool. I was soured on this card a little bit. I played this once in a Commander game against some close friends. And I think we were on, like, Untap or Cockatrice or something. It wasn't even an in-person game because we were all living in different areas. And we were just testing different commander decks and different things we wanted to be doing. And I'd found Infernal Darkness, and I'm like, oh man, this is a really cool card. And it's kind of fair too, because it's like a cumulative upkeep. It's not like you can keep it going for too long. And so I was like, yeah, this is pretty cool. And so we're playing the commander game, and I fucking slammed this thing down, and all 3 opponents immediately conceded. And I was like, well, I wanted to play with this. I wanted to, like, see the puzzle. And they're just like, nah, dude, not playing. I was like, it's got a cumulative upkeep. It's not even going to be around. They're like, no, ain't happening. So it soured me a little bit on Infernal Darkness because I wanted to play it. I wanted to see what would happen. And I was denied by my jerk friends who didn't want all of their mana producing lands to produce black for like 3 turns. Funny card. This is interesting. I like cards that are interesting. Is this really powerful? Sometimes. Some amount of the time it is. Is it lockouty? Yeah, sure, some amount of the time. I do think the problem solves itself with the cumulative upkeep. This is a card that I think is great with cumulative upkeep. This is super cool. I like this. Yeah, I don't know. I really like this card. I think this is fun. I think this is cool. And I think Magic was in more magical place when they did crazy shit like this and Chains of Mephistopheles and fucking Tackle Maggot and just wild stuff. Anyway, Infernal Darkness is interesting. It's not too powerful. It is certainly strong in some situations, and it feels very powerful. It feels very black, very invasive. I think that's very cool. It was illustrated by Phil Foglio, and the art is fucking awesome. I like, look at this fucking thing. Super fucking cool. It's got that cartoony Foglio sense to it, but there's a level of intimidation here you don't normally see in his art, and I think it's well done. I think it's fun and cool. I also like the creature's eyes. I like it all. I think this is just a really cool art. Love this card. Infernal Denizen. This is a rare. It only costs 7 colorless and a black mana for a total of 8. It is a 5/7, which is pretty big. During your upkeep, sacrifice 2 swamps. If you cannot, Tap Infernal Denizen, and target opponent may gain control of target creature of his or her choice you control. The opponent loses control of that creature if Infernal Denizen leaves play. Tap, gain control of target creature, lose control of that creature if Infernal Denizen leaves play. Okay, I was hoping that there'd be something there to make all this worthwhile. Holy shit, I forgot this card existed. This is interesting. So this kind of speaks to the same problem that you see with Demonic Hordes, where this is a high mana value creature with big powerful stats that also has a tap ability that is powerful. So this card has its own tension, right? When you play this, do you value the 5/7? Do you want to like get the game over with, or do you want to take things that are in your way? This is cool because it takes creatures, so if they have creatures that can block your Infernal Denizen, then you just take them, and then they don't have that creature that... During your upkeep, sacrifice 2 swamps is pretty fucking intensive, so you can't keep this going for too long, but if you're taking a creature per turn, because you don't lose control of that creature if this untaps. Most of the tap to take a creature things, you have to keep the thing tapped. This, you can take a couple things and then swing in with all those things and win the game. I think this is super cool for limited specifically. Like, this is a limited bomb kind of thing. I don't think it's all that particularly good. It is a very extreme drawback of sacking 2 swamps, gaining creatures from your opponent, really fucking powerful. So I think this is cool. I also think this is a great design with the stated design goals, right? If you want to make combat more interesting and you want there to be some level of tension and you want there to be turnabouts and you want there to be... Like, if you want turnabouts, you do need people to put a lot of their eggs in one basket, right? Like, that if you want something to easily side sweep something and just completely shift the dynamic of the game, there has to be high variance in the fact that these cards, like, you need them to put a lot of resources into something and have that thing be relatively easy to take away. Which I think this design space does that pretty well in a lot of regards, because, you know, one, you can easily take their shit with this, and then they just fucking, like, blow this up somehow, and they get all their shit back, and you're out a bunch of swamps. There's a lot of potential for a huge turnabout with a card like this. I actually think this design is brilliant. I think this is probably... I've said this a couple times, but this might be, based on the design goals, one of the better designs in this set. This is actually really cool. Illustrated by Drew Tucker. This is another Drew Tucker piece that I kind of really like. I could see people not liking this so much, but it has just enough detail in it that it's really cool and interesting. When you look at it, it takes some time to just appreciate it, I think, and I like that. I think that's cool. Yeah. Interesting card. It's not a good card. Like, you wouldn't play this in Constructed, but I think this is awesome in Limited. Kadoran Dead. Kadoran Dead is a common. Hell yeah, baby. This is a 3/1 creature, holy fucking shit, that costs a single black mana, no fucking way. This is the best thing they've ever printed, right? When it comes into play, sacrifice a creature. Okay, there it is. That's what you gotta do. But then it has pay a black, regenerate. This thing might be the best single mana black creature in, like, all of Old Border. Maybe not. Depends on what you value. There's a couple that are also really good. This is pretty interesting with Ashen Ghoul. And it's a 3/1. It's a 3/1 with Regenerate. I like this. This is really good. It's also a creature you kind of don't want out too early, because this is pretty tempting to remove, because you had to sacrifice a creature for it, and it's above rate, and it has Regenerate. So, like, if your opponent has an opportunity to remove this, they probably will. I really like this design. I think this is super cool. This card really speaks to building around it to some degree, and it's just very magical, and I don't know. I fucking love it. Obviously not really powerful by today's standards, but it's still pretty decent. I think, like, I think this was probably underrated, I would guess. This was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson. I love this art so much. Fantastic. There's just so much soul and personality in these skeletons. It's a joy. I love this card. Every aspect of it. I like that it's common. I like that it's a 3/1. I like that you got to sack a creature for it. I love that it can regenerate. And I love the art. It's fantastic. This is a great card. Alright, next we have Knight of Stromgald, which is the black version of, what was it, Order of the White Shield, I believe.
So, when talking about Order of the White Shield, I mentioned that this was basically a revamp of White Knight and Black Knight. I don't believe that I mentioned in that section, but this is also just the exact same card as Order of the Ebon Hand from Fallen Empires. Now, I don't know if these were designed first, were then given to Fallen Empire. I don't know exactly what happened there, whether these were designed first or later, or what. Maybe it was an accident and they were designed simultaneously without being realized. I don't know what happened here, but this is the exact same card as Order of the Ebon Hand and very similar to Black Knight. Now, these aren't strictly worse than White Knight and Black Knight, despite being a 2-1 instead of a 2-2 and having to pay for the first strike. They also have the ability to pump themselves, which is pretty neat. Black Knight and White Knight were pretty pushed as it is. Those cards are pretty strong by the standards of Old Border. Knight of Stromgald is a uncommon, which was the case of Black Knight. Uncommon, I think, is a good spot for this kind of card to sit at, but I guess I don't really have anything else to say about this. I've talked about this exact same design like 4 other times, so it's pretty cool, but it's nothing new. This was illustrated by Mark Poole. I suppose I could talk about that. The art on the background is kind of chess inspired. There was supposed to be like a cycle of cards that referenced the various chess pieces, and it got cut for various reasons, I guess. But you can see aspects of that in the art that is still in the set. There was supposed to be some level of chess theme. And this art, I would assume, was part of that cycle or grouping of cards. Illustrated by Mark Poole. I like it a lot. Pretty cool art. The chess thing is the most interesting thing about it. Otherwise, it's very stylistically similar to other armor sets that he's made. Not that different from like Keldoran Knight or Keldoran Soldier or whatever it was. Pretty cool, but not really anything else to say about it. Next up is Krovokian Elementalist. Krovokian Elementalist is an uncommon. It is a 1/1 creature that costs 2 black mana, and it has 2 abilities. You can pay 2 and a red to give target creature +1/+0 until end of turn, or you can pay 2 blue mana and target creature you control gains flying until end of turn, and at end of turn bury that creature. Neato. A few things. One, flavor-wise, I really like calling this an elementalist when its abilities are going to be red and blue specifically, because at the time those are the elemental colors. You know, like earth elemental, fire elemental, air elemental, water elemental, those kind of things. That being said, the abilities are fairly modest. I think the flying ends up being the more useful of these 2 abilities, at least in a limited, but it is more difficult to cast. Costs less mana though. 3 mana for 1 power is a pretty terrible rate when you're trying to pump something up to like win the game. This is interesting because it costs 2 black mana to cast, and then it also asks you for 2 blue and then to also be in red. This is pretty ambitious. It's probably best in limited if you restrict it to blue-black, if you can get the good blue-black cards. I do think that'll be pretty contested in any limited of this particular environment. This card sucks, like, realistically, but it is kind of interesting. This was illustrated by Douglas Schuler, and I'm a big fan of Schuler's work. This one is just okay. It's not anything special. Let's just move on. Next, we have Krovokian Fetish. What a fun name. Krovokian Fetish is an enchant creature. It's a common. It costs 2 and a black mana. Draw a card at the beginning of the upkeep of the turn after Krovokian Fetish comes into play. Target creature gets +1/+1. So this is actually a pretty cool design, or at least like a prototype of a type of design. One of the major problems with auras, they are basically just asking you to be 2 for 1. So you have to do like some level of extreme, like make Bogle exist where it's hexproof so that like that's way less likely to happen. And another way to kind of like soften the blow of like the upfront cost of, okay, this costs a card, and if they blow up my creature, this also just goes away. one of the ways you can kind of offset that is have it draw a card when it enters. Krovokian Fetish here is very modest power level wise. Like, this card really sucks. It's 3 mana to like get a card in the next upkeep, so it's a slow trip, and then it is +1/+1 for 3. This is just terrible rate, not a good card. But the idea behind it is actually pretty cool. I wish they would have like pushed this a little bit harder, but they were very afraid of cantrips. Anyway, this card is interesting. It's a cool concept. It sucks it doesn't really do anything in play. It's fine, like, if it ends up in your deck, because it's, you know, you just need one more black card or whatever. But yeah, anyway, it was illustrated by Heather Hudson, and the art is pretty fucking sweet. Well, it's gross. It's a little unsettling, but, like, that's the point, so good job. Alright, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about Krovokian Fetish. The name's funny. Krovokian Vampire. Krovokian Vampire is a uncommon creature. It is a 3/3 that costs 3 and 2 black mana. At the end of turn in which any creature is damaged by Krovokian Vampire and put into any graveyard, put that creature directly into play under your control. Treat the creature as though it were just summoned. If you lose control of Krovokian Vampire, or Krovokian Vampire leaves play, bury that creature. So this is the same card as Seraph. It is 2 mana cheaper than Seraph, but you lose flying and 1 power and 1 toughness. Seraph is probably the better card, but these both kind of actually suck. I explained why this is pretty shit in when I was talking about Seraph, but it's like the Sengir Vampire problem. You're just kind of looking at a 5 mana 3/3 that has unblockable for all intents and purposes, except when you would win the game, in which case you don't win the game and instead get a creature. And when you look at it like that, it's kind of, ugh. So the only time this actually like would come up is when it would not benefit me. And yeah, because your opponent chooses to block. This is an uncommon, which, you know, makes sense. It's basically Sengir Vampire, except different. Uncommon is a good place for something like this. It's an interesting enough card. I think this is probably fun in Limited, I guess. I don't know. I don't really like these kind of abilities because, like I said, they end up in practice not really fucking ever doing anything. But at the time, they didn't know that. I guess that's what I got. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. The art is pretty fucking sweet. I like the eyes of the vampire as it's like staring at you. Very, very vampire-y picture. Very cool. Let's move on. Legions of Limduel. Legions of Limduel is a common card. It's a creature. It's a 2/3 for 1 and 2 black mana, and they have snow-covered swamp walk. Hell yeah. So we aren't going to spend too much time here. This is just a Heirloom Minotaur that is unblockable if your opponent has a snow-covered swamp. This is fairly good, I guess, if that's likely to happen, and otherwise it's a Heirloom Minotaur if that is not likely to happen. It's okay. It's fine. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox, and it's okay. It's not my favorite Anson piece, but it's not bad. I don't really have anything to say about this card. It's pretty mediocre. So then we have Leshric's Right. This is an uncommon. It is an enchant creature, or an aura these days. It costs a single black mana, and target creature gains Swamp Walk. Huh, that's kind of neat. This is good if they're playing, it's good if they have a swamp, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. This is not enough of an effect in most situations to be worth a mana and a card. Strange this one doesn't cantrip. That'd be pretty cool, but I guess that would be too good. This was illustrated by Richard Thomas, and the art is really cool. Yeah, that's all I got about Leshric's Right, though. So next we have Leshric's Sigil. This is an uncommon. It is an enchantment. It costs 2 black mana, and you can spend 2 black mana. When any opponent successfully casts a green spell, look at that player's hand and choose a card. He or she then discards that card. Use this ability only once each time a green spell is cast. And then you can pay 2 black mana to return Leshric's Sigil to owner's hand. So that's neat. You can pay 2 mana and put this back in your hand so it doesn't get blown up. That's super cool. Very interesting. And then just fucking thought seizing your opponent every time they cast a green spell is pretty fucking wild. uh Man, the color hate, they don't make them like they used to. Yeah, this is bad. You should not be doing stuff like this. This is not fun for anybody. This is just kind of dumb because these cards aren't good. I like it's interesting, but like it's very specific. So this only works in very specific environments. Like I guess this is probably okay in Commander, but you're probably pretty rude if you do this. I don't know. It was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and this art is phenomenal. Like, this is really fucking good. This is really interesting from Drew specifically. It does not look like most of his stuff. Like, you can tell that it's the same style, but like, there's writing in this that he's never done that before, and the seal, and yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Very cool art. The card is kind of funny, I guess. But next we have this common, Limdu's Cohort. This is a 2/3 creature that costs 1 and 2 black mana. Creatures blocking or blocked by Limdu's Cohort cannot regenerate this turn. Wow. Fancy. What a weird way to punish regeneration. It's like, yeah, don't block this. I'm fucking sick of you, Will-o'-the-Wisp. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Will-o'-the-Wisp is pretty fucking annoying. I'm with it. Limduel's Cohort. You're pretty cool in my book. Super cool. There's a little bit of regenerate going on in this set, so I think it serves a purpose even in limited. This is pretty cool actually. I like it. It's funny, and it's nothing. Like at the end, like this doesn't mean anything, but it is pretty funny. It does allow you to get past a Will-o'-the-Wisp, which was desperately needed at the time. Funny stuff. It's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. It's at least something to think about, even if it's like not really anything. Illustrated by Douglas Schuler. Very, very cool art. They look kind of like Martians in a weird way, which is fun. I think they're supposed to be zombies, so but they kind of look like Martians to me. I don't know. That's all I got for Limduel's Cohorts. They're just a common 2/3. With a semi-quasi interesting ability. Alright, next we have Limduel's Hex. Limduel's Hex is an uncommon enchantment that costs 1 and a black mana. During your upkeep, Limduel's Hex deals 1 damage to each player. Each player may pay black or 3 to prevent the damage to himself or herself. So that's pretty neat. I like this because it's like, okay, anyone can prevent the damage, but you, being the person who has black mana because you cast this, can pay 1 mana, and unless your opponent is also in black mana, they have to pay 3 to prevent it. Very cool. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. I think one damage is a little weak for what it does here, but it is pretty cool. It was illustrated by Liz Danforth, and the art is fucking sweet. Very, that hex is fucked. This is... You look like you are having some problems with your skin, you know? Very cool art. Next we have Mind Ravel. This is a common. It is a sorcery. It costs 2 and a black mana. Target player chooses and discards a card from his or her hand. Ignore this ability if that player has no cards in hand. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. So I kind of like this. It's... You want to do discard, but you're very afraid of Mind Twist and Hymn to Torak, and understandably so. Those are bad. A little, they're... So I kind of like those cards, and I don't personally think they're bad, but they are definitely a little fucking over-indexed for what the average player would find acceptable. Mind Ravel is really bad. This is 3 mana, and they pick their worst card to discard. This is technically card advantage because it minuses a card from them and it replaces itself, but it is their worst card and you get a random card, which might be good, might be bad. Given that you're probably not even playing this unless you're playing limited, it's less likely that the card that you get will be really good. Yeah, I don't know. It's an unimpressive card that didn't do anything anywhere, so I don't know what to say about it. It was illustrated by Mark Teaton, and the art kind of goes hard as hell. I really like this. This is just super unsettling in the best way. I kind of wish the card was better just because of the art, so I could put this in more decks without being like, wow, we really got a fucking Rainer back. But the card is pretty bad, so it is what it is. And speaking of Mind Twist, we'll be talking about it a little bit more when we talk about Mind Warp. Mind Warp is an uncommon. It is a sorcery that costs X, 3, and a black mana, for a total mana cost of 4 plus whatever X is. Look at target player's hand and choose X cards. That player then discards those cards. If the player does not have enough cards in hand, his or her entire hand is discarded. So, this is obviously fixed Mind Twist. Couple things about this. One, it is better than Mind Twist in the regard that Mind Twist randomly removes cards, and this is targeted, so you can remove the best cards. That being said, for 5 mana, you get to remove 1 card. With Mind Twist, 5 mana removes 4 cards. So, is this really better? No, it isn't. In pretty much any amount of mana put into this, you would have been better off putting that much mana into a Mind Twist. And that's basically every circumstance. This is not terrible. A lot of the value of Mind Twist is getting fast mana like Dark Ritual and just ripping a shitload of cards from them, but that's not all the value of it. You can also just do it to hit 1 or 2 cards for 3 mana or 2 mana, which is pretty good. Mind Warp this is just so, you gotta really mean it. It's so much fucking mana. I would call this card not good, but I would say I am glad that they did not just reprint Mind Twist. And I do appreciate them trying to fix Mind Twist, because Mind Twist is an exciting and fun card to play. So while I think this card is kind of garbage and not really worth playing, it is perfectly fine. So yeah, I guess that's what I got to say on Mind Warp. It's not good. It's definitely a healthier game piece than Mind Twist. But if you think Mind Twist is cool, like I do, and like the designers obviously did, you want to kind of come up with a solution. This was a good attempt. Didn't quite get there, but is what it is. This is an uncommon, and I think that's fair making this an uncommon with how bad it is. Illustrated by Liz Danforth, and the art on this is super cool. I really like the background is very Dan Fraser-esque, and I think that's pretty cool. And it's just kind of a neat perspective on getting your mind warped. Very cool art. I like it. It's a very cool card. But it does suck. Then we have Mind Whip. How many black cards need the name Mind in them? Mind Whip is a rare. This is an enchant creature that costs 2 and 2 black mana. During target creature controller's upkeep, he or she pays 3, or Mind Whip deals 2 damage to him or her. If Mind Whip deals damage in this way, tap that creature. Yeah, so I guess it's sort of like Power Leak. That's the one that's pretty bad. Except this costs more mana. Power Leak is pretty forgettable, and this I think is worse. It's interesting and limited, I guess, but it's a bad card. 4 mana for this is rough. Mind Whip was illustrated by Drew Tucker, and this is pretty sweet. It's kind of got a horrifying look on the dude's face, very Mind Whippy, like, very, very cool. Really describes what's going on. It's interesting to see Drew Tucker take kind of a stylistic shift here, which is kind of neat. I think his stuff like this is a little bit more popular. I like it, but I do like some of his old stuff too, so. Then we have Minion of Leshrac. Minion of Leshrac is a rare. It is a 5/5 creature that costs 4 and 3 black mana for a total of 7. It has protection from black, which is not useless, but a lot of the black creature removal spells are non-black creature anyway, so this is not like the most useful protection to have, but it's not bad. During your upkeep, sacrifice a creature, or Minion of Leshrac deals 5 damage to you. If Minion of Leshrac deals damage to you in this way, tap it. You cannot sacrifice Minion of Leshrac to itself. Tap to destroy target creature or land. Oh, interesting. So this is Demonic Horde and Lord of the Pit slammed together into one card with protection from black. So this is kind of interesting for a few reasons. Well, one, this card is really bad. I just want to put that out there. This card is a bad card. Probably not really worth playing in any point of time. But This card is interesting because it has a tension to it. Tapping to destroy a land is pretty powerful, and tapping to destroy a creature is also very powerful. So you can either attack with this and progress the game, put pressure on their life total, maybe destroy a creature when they block it, maybe two if they double block it to kill it or whatever. There's a lot of different ways to go about and gain advantage with the fact that it is a 5/5. It's also a 5/5 with protection for black, so if they have black creatures, you can just swing in and they can't do anything about it. So it has tension put on it, because do you want to tap this to destroy a land, or do you want to swing in and win the game? It's not necessarily like real tension. You feel it sometimes, but it does also often just come down to, well, if they have creatures in the way, I'll tap it to destroy those, and if I can't do that or don't want to do that for whatever reason, I'll blow up a land if their land is really super valuable. But otherwise, I'll swing it. So you could also just say it's versatile. But I think it's worth noting. I find that to be an interesting aspect to like putting really powerful tap effects on big powerful creatures. I feel there's a tension there that I kind of like. Yeah, otherwise it's a 5/5 for fucking 7 mana. Protection for black is pretty nice, but it doesn't, other than that, there's no real evasion on this. I mean, I guess you don't need evasion if you can just tap and blow up all their creatures, so that's kind of neat. But it comes down late in the game. You have to sack creatures to this. It's pretty decent in Limited specifically, but I wouldn't play it anywhere else. It was illustrated by Alan Williams, and I don't particularly like this art. It's okay. It's just kind of a weird bat creature, which, sure, that's the minion of Leshark, but I don't care about this art, so we're just gonna move on. It's well done though. Like, I don't mean to dismiss Alan Williams' work here. I just don't care. All right, next we have Minion of Tavesh Svat or whatever. I don't know. Made up names. Who cares? This is also rare. It is a 4/4 creature that costs 4 and 3 black mana. So this one is also 7 mana. During your upkeep, pay black or Minion of Tavesh Svat deals 2 damage to you. Uh-oh. Big scary. And you can tap and target creature gets +3/-2 until end of turn. Alright, that's neat. So this is very kind of in line with the previous design. It's less grabbed from alpha, but it's still very much there's a, big mana for a decent sized thing with an ability that's kind of interesting. The ability to give +3/-2 means that this can be used to tap, destroy creature, but if you're going to do that, why not get the one that also destroys a land? You don't have to sack a creature to this, so that would be one reason to do it. You can also give a creature, like, not this one because you're tapping it, so why would you do it to this one? But you could give another 4/4 +3/-2, make it a 7/2. That's pretty good. The ability is very versatile. Its usefulness is slightly negated by the fact that it's on a 7 mana body, and the upkeep is nothing on this. To be fair, I mean, there is some land destruction in this, so if you're pretty tight on your black sources, it could be a problem. But as long as you have like 4 or 5, you're probably going to be okay. In Limited, this is kind of interesting. Anywhere else, this is just slow and bad, right? Like, I don't know. This was illustrated by Julie Barrow. And the art is pretty cool, pretty interesting. I don't really have anything to say about this art. I guess I appreciate that it's got like it looks like a skull, right? But it's green. I got nothing to say about this art. Let's move on to Mole Worms. Mole Worms is an uncommon. It's a 1/1 creature that's a worm, and it costs 2 and a black mana. You may choose not to untap Mole Worms during your untap phase. Tap Mole Worms to tap target land. As long as Mole Worms remains tapped, that land does not untap during its controller's untap phase. I like this. This is fun. This is a funny little guy. Wouldn't play this outside of Limited, but in Limited, I could see this being kind of a game within a game. Not a really fun one or engaging one, but a little bit of one. I don't know. This is funny. And I also like worms in Magic. I just think it's cool. I really like the art for this one, too, because it's a mole and a worm. It's fucked up. This is a bad card, but it brings me joy. I like it. I'm a big fan. 10 out of 10. This was illustrated by Daniel Gellin, and it just nailed it. Look at that thing. Absolutely hilarious. This is an uncommon, so, you know, you'll see like one, maybe two, but it's pretty fucking cool. All right, next we have More Fiend. More Fiend is a 3/3 swamp walking creature for 3 and a black. And I'm sure there's no reason in particular they called it More Fiend. This is a cool card. It is 100% just Bogwraith, which, you know, from Alpha. Bogwraith was an uncommon, so this is a common, which, to be fair, Bogwraith I think could have been at common. I think that would have been cool. So I like that this is common, and I think Bogwraith is a cool card. I think it's 3/3 or 4 mana 3/3 with Swamp Walk, super cool. Especially in a set with like Evil Presence and stuff. Very cool in Alpha specifically. Here, I like it too. It's pretty cool. It's a good card. Not a great card, but a good card. This was illustrated by Anson Maddox. I like Anson Maddox's work. This is okay. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's just Bogwraith. Okay, Necropotence. Sure, everyone's been waiting for this one. Necropotence is a rare, costs 3 black mana. It is an enchantment. You skip your draw phase. If you discard a card from your hand, remove that card from the game. So you exile your cards instead of discarding them. And then you can pay 1 life to set aside the top card of your library. At the beginning of your next discard phase, put that card into your hand. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Pretty good with Chains of Mephistopheles, because it doesn't draw you cards. Hell yeah. That's what you like to see. Alright. Necropotence. Where to even begin? This card is it's so iconic, it's so powerful, it destroyed an entire standard format. Well, unless you really liked the Necro deck, then it was wonderful. Especially if you appreciated the Necro deck mirror. Point is Necropotence. Strong card. Very, very powerful. Banned in Legacy powerful. Restricted in Vintage powerful. Just a very, 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 very good card. So I'm probably going to leave this kind of brief and talk more about Necropotence in its own video, but I will go over it a lot more than I did most of the cards. I think Necropotence is trying to be a fixed version of Lich, or a version of Lich that is playable. So Lich from Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, inscrutable card. It's a very interesting card that turns Healing Salve into Ancestral Recall, which is pretty good. So you'd think the card would be really good, but it is very hard to make it not bad. Necropotence, however, it's not that hard to make this card good, especially since Dark Ritual is here, so this can be turn 1. Necropotence is interesting because it's a card that has so many downsides, right? You skip your draw phase. Already, that's a huge red flag, right? It's worth it, but that's a hell of a fucking place to start when you read a card. Skip your draw phase. Then when you discard a card, it gets exiled, so it doesn't go to your graveyard. You can't get it back with Time Twister. You can't animate dead it. You can't. It's gone. Like, there is no, at this point in the game, there is no way to interact with the exile zone. That wouldn't come for much later. So at the time, that was also a real downside. Granted, the graveyard wasn't quite as easy to make use of, but there was still ways to do it. This was still very much a downside. Pay 1 life for a card is a hell of a fucking rate. Like, you cannot do better than that rate. That is insane. And you don't even draw the card. You put it in your hand, meaning that interaction really only matters with Chains of Mephistopheles, and that was not standard legal at the time, so, like, it's a pretty rare card. Even at the time, it didn't really come up all that often, but it's really funny that you could play both of those cards and be okay with it. That's kind of fucked up. Yeah, and the last downside of the card is that you don't even get the cards these turn. You have to wait until next turn. Now, if whatever you're getting is all instant speed, you could just do that at your opponent's upkeep or whatever, and it doesn't fucking matter. But even if it's sorcery speed, this is an insane amount of cards at an insane speed at a time when nothing else could remotely keep up with this. Like, this card is insane. This card is so fucking good. It's The only other card like in the set that's like even close to as good as this is just Demonic Consultation. Those are like by and far the two best fucking cards in the set, unless I'm missing something, which I don't think that I am. This is wild. It's a wild good card. It's an interesting card. When you read it, it's just a fucking roller coaster. The first time I read this card, I was blown away. I love this card the second I read it. But I'm a fucking sicko, but I read this, I was like, holy shit, this is so cool. What a fucking card. InQuest magazine famously rated this 1 out of 5 stars. And that just was not true. Yeah, fucking Necropotence is crazy. Wildly good card. Ah, I really like Necropotence. I can see why they made this, and I can see why they made black cards terrible for fucking years so that they could keep this in standard along with Dark Ritual. Because this is just so fun. But this is powerful. You should not, like, this is not okay. But I love this card. I would make this card. I would print this card for sure. But it's kind of crazy. I don't know that there are that many cards that have had such a profound impact on the way other cards are designed as Necropotence, just because of how powerful it was, what was around it at the time, and their desire to have it legal and fair. And it drastically changed how black cards were designed for a couple years. And that probably snowballed even to today. It's just interesting to think about. Necropotence is such a cool card with such a storied history. Like, we could go over so many competitive lists that ran this. But yeah, Necropotence is fucking good, but you guys knew that. But it's a hard to understand card that's way too fucking good. Best card in the set. Yeah. This was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and it's amazing. It's fantastic. This art goes so fucking hard, and it's so cool that this art that's so well done is on such a powerful card. I really, really like super cool art on powerful cards. It's just the best. What an iconic piece. Absolutely fantastic. Banger of a piece. But yeah, love me some Necropotence. I can't believe they made Necropotence. To go from Necropotence to Norrit. So Norrit is a common, which is funny. Norrit is a 1/1 creature. It costs 3 and a black. It has 2 abilities. You can tap it to untap target blue creature, and you can tap it to force target non-wall creature to attack. If creature cannot attack, destroy it at end of turn. Use this ability only during target creature's controller's turn before the attack. Cannot target creatures brought under their controller's control this turn. Well, that's a mouthful. So this is just a 4-mana Nedling Imp, really. They can also untap a blue creature. The untap a blue creature is interesting. I guess you could untap a Prodigal Sorcerer to do 2 damage. And in this set, a Zurin Spellcaster. I'm sure there's stuff to do that's... I'm not thinking of anything off the top of my head that's too particularly busted, but yeah, you could do some fun stuff with this. The Force ability is pretty good in the right circumstances. You force, like, whatever, their creature that is a 1/1 that has an awesome ability that's really fucking annoying. You force them to attack with it, and you kill it. Really nice, really handy. Super cool and limited, otherwise it's pretty bad. Like, this is not a card you run in Constructed. But Norrit is pretty funny. The art is fantastic. Love this. Mike Rabe illustrated this card, and it's so compelling and interesting. Very fun card. What else? Norrit is, I think, if I remember correctly, it is the most common card of Ice Age by a considerable fucking amount. Norrit was one of the cards that was given out, I think, in Inquest. It might have been one of the Duelists. I can't remember for sure, but they gave Norrit out in some fucking magazines, and there are just stacks and stacks of extra Norrits that got printed. There's a lot of them around, which is pretty funny. That they would, like, take a common and then make a shitload more of it, but yeah, whatever. So you've probably seen this card sitting in some random binder somewhere, even if you're relatively new. But yeah, that's why this thing is fucking everywhere. Because Ice Age was pretty heavily printed anyway. Not like overprinted, but there was a decent chunk of it. And then they printed even more of this. which is pretty funny. Yeah, Norrit, funny card. Oath of Limduel. Oath of Limduel is a rare, and if it was in any other set before this, we would probably have a lot more to say about it. Oath of Limduel is an enchantment that costs 3 and a black mana, and for each 1 damage dealt to you or 1 life you lose, sacrifice a permanent you control, or choose and discard a card from your hand. You cannot sacrifice Oath of Limduel in this way. Ignore this effect if you control no permanents other than Oath of Limduel and have no cards in hand. Pay 2 black mana, draw a card. If this card was not in the same set as Necropotence, this would be an interesting card to talk about. This is also this is the part of Lich, right? Like we talked about how Necropotence seems like it's inspired by Lich. This card feels like it is too. For every 1 damage dealt and 1 life you lose, sacrifice a permanent you control. That's part of Lich. Of course, you don't then take the damage with Lich, whereas with this you do. So they're different, but they're taking the downside of Lich and attaching it to this to let you draw cards for a pretty reasonable rate. 2 black mana per card, not terrible. Really fucking weird to do this in the same set. You let people get cards for 1 life. With this card out, if you get lightning bolted, it's like lightning bolt head fucking Annihilator 3. It's like, okay, sure. That's rough, but you know what? I can spend 2 black mana to draw a card. I don't understand. Did like these 2 cards did nobody see that both of these cards were in the set? This is so funny to me. Or they're like arguing like, no, this is how we fix it. And they're like, no, that card sucks. It's so wild to me that this is in the same set as Necropotence. I know I keep saying the same things over, but it's 2 black to draw a card, and you have the downside of Lich. Like, every time you take a damage, you sack something. It's a permanent, too, so that's your lands. Like, at least you can also mind twist yourself once your lands are gone. So that's cool. What a shit card. This is also funny because it's shit with Necropotence, so it's like you can't even play both of them. But let's move on. I'm done laughing at this. Pestilence Rats. It's a common. Can you guess what card this is inspired by? Anyway, this is a star 3 creature that costs 2 and a black, so 3 mana. Pestilence Rats has power equal to the total number of other rats in play, no matter who controls them. For example, as long as there are 2 other rats in play, Pestilence Rats has power and toughness 2/3. So, this is you can play this with your Plague Rats, and we're sorry that you can only play 4 Plague Rats, but this is good with your Plague Rats. So you can play this with your Plague Rats. This is cool. I do wish that at some point they just would have had the balls to reprint Plague Rats with the errata. You can play as many number of these as you want. But I guess there's arguments not to as well. But this is a cool, if you're not going to do that, Pestilence Rats is a cool kind of olive branch to the Plague Rat players, right? So I really appreciate this, even in a set that's, just a bunch of alpha cards that are, like, fixed. I think this is pretty cool. Yeah, very cool card. I mean, the card sucks. I do want to make that clear. It's not a good card, but I do think that this card serves a purpose, and I think it's really cool and kind of sweet to cater to the Plague Rat players. Very cool. This was illustrated by Jeff A. Menges, and the art is fantastic. Look at these little guys. That one in the background that's holding his hands together, kind of like very fucking funny. He's like, yeah. But yeah, this art brings me some level of joy. Oh, I did forget one card when I was talking about the strongest cards in this set. Pox. Pox is pretty powerful. Definitely not Necropotence level, but Pox is pretty fucking good. Pox is a rare. It is a sorcery, and it costs 3 black mana. Each player loses 1/3 of his or her life, then chooses and discards 1/3 of the cards in his or her hand, then sacrifices 1/3 of the creatures he or she controls, and finally sacrifices 1/3 of the lands that he or she controls. Round each loss up. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. What a fucking card, right? Hell yeah. This card is crazy. This introduces some head scratching situations for sure. It's actually not that strong by today's standards. It's powerful, especially back then. But it's not like Negropotent's powerful. It is probably worth mentioning in the strongest cards in the set conversation, though. Yeah, Pox is pretty cool. This is pretty fucking intense. This is not an experience that everyone is down for. But if you like this experience, this is pretty fucking cool. I kind of like this experience. Not every game, obviously, but I don't know that you should really be doing 1/3, but I do think this is flavorful and kind of cool. It's a very interesting take on a card. And I also like that this is kind of unique and interesting, right? Not too many cards in Ice Age you can look at and be like, yeah, this is a pretty new idea. It is a bit of a brutal card, though. It was illustrated by Cornelius Broody, and the art's pretty sweet. It's a neat card. Neat art. Yo, then we got Seizures. Seizures is a common. It's an enchant creature, or an aura these days. It costs 1 and a black, so 2 mana total. Whenever target creature becomes tapped, that creature's controller pays 3, or Seizures deals 3 damage to him or her. Okay, so that's kind of neat. It's a, prevent them from attacking with this creature, or they will be taxed or lightning bolted. Good for like drafting and stuff like that. It's pretty decent on early game creatures, because if they want to like be super aggressive with it, this is pretty nice on like a Hypnotic Spectre or something that they're really incentivized to attack with. I think this is pretty cool. I mean, Hypnotic Spectre's not in this set, but talking about like if you were going to play Kitchen Table or just random cards at the time. Illustrated by Julie Barrow, and the art's okay. The art's pretty cool. It's well done, I guess. I don't really have an opinion on this one, so we'll just move on. Oh, I forgot Songs of the Damned. This one's also really fucking strong in the right circumstances. Songs of the Damned is an interrupt, or, well, it's an instant these days. It's a common. It costs a single black mana, and you may add a black mana to your mana pool for each creature in your graveyard. Good. That's good. On the plus side, this plays really shit with Necropotence. So, it's got that going for it. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that level of game balance that a card like this is just awful with the best black card in the set. I actually think that's really cool. This card is pretty strong in some circumstances. You can make you a lot of fucking mana for 1 mana, if that's the thing that you're doing. It's not the most egregious thing, and it is a lot of setup, so it's like generally there are better ways to do this. It's not like this is like a tier 1 card. It's been printed a couple times, and it's still pretty cheap. But it is definitely not that weak. If you're doing a graveyard thing, this can be really cool. And making a lot of black mana can be very good for various reasons. You can use this to pump up your Knight of Stromgald. Yeah, you can use this to pump up your Knight of Stromgald, whatever. I don't know. This is really cool. It's a fun design. Feels a little dangerous. Honestly, surprised this card isn't more cracked than it is, but, I guess it is a lot of setup. This is a cool card, though. Well designed, because it reads really powerful. It's really exciting. This is the card you can imagine doing such cool things with. This is the type of card you think about, when you're walking home from school, waiting to play with your friends, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna drain life them for 5 billion. No, this is a fun card. I like it. I think this is a really cool card, a fun and exciting card, and I think the power level is reasonable, honestly. It's a cool card. Well done. Surprised to see this at common, but, it's fine at common. I mean, they're throwing Dark Ritual at common, right? This is worse than Dark Ritual. Songs of the Damned was illustrated by Peter Venters, and this art is pretty sweet. There's a lot of cool and interesting details going on in this art that I find kind of fascinating. It's a cool one to, look at for a while. But, yeah, that's Songs of the Damned. Let's check out the next one, shall we? Okay, next we have Soulburn. Soulburn is a common sorcery that costs 2 and a black mana.
Soul Burn deals 1 damage to a single target, creature or player for each black or red you pay in addition to the casting cost. Gain 1 life for each black you spend this way. You cannot gain more life than the toughness of the creature or the total life of the target player. In the errata, it has an X because it should have an X because this is basically just black fireball, kind of. Well, Drain Life is basically just black fireball, but also with lifelink. And Soul Burn is just Drain Life, but you can also spend red mana on it. Drain Life, it costs 1 and a black, and with an X in the errata now, and then you drain 1 life from whatever target, creature, or player, equal to the number of extra black mana you put into it. Soul Burn does the same thing, but you also have the option of putting red mana into it. You don't gain life from the red mana, but most of the times you're casting this spell, the life gain is not really what you care about anyway. It's basically just drain life. Again, like so many of these other cards, it's just a slightly different take on a card that already existed. That being said, I like Soul Burn. I think Soul Burn is cool. It's pretty solid. It's probably really good in limited, so because you can remove shit if you are making red or black mana. Soul Burn, cool card, interesting card. It just drain life, but I really like drain life, so I like this one too. This was illustrated by Rob Alexander, and the art is fucking sick as hell on this one. That is definitely someone who looks like they had their soul burnt, as well as some other stuff. And again, you know, we're in the Winter Wonderland set, so let's put them on some fucking ice and shit. 10 out of 10, super flavor win. But yeah, that's Soul Burn. Let's move on to Soul Kiss. Soul Kiss is another common. This is an enchant creature that costs 2 and a black. When Soul Kiss comes into play, choose target creature. Pay a black mana and pay 1 life to give creature Soul Kiss enchants +2/+2 until end of turn. You cannot spend more than black in this way each turn. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Yeah, okay. This is kind of interesting, and it's kind of different than other stuff. I wouldn't, like, you can be like Heart of Har, Fire Breathing, but it's different enough from Fire Breathing, I would say. 3 mana is a little pricey for what you're getting. It doesn't even, like, draw you a card. If this drew you a card and it was 2 mana, I'd say, hell yeah, brother. But at 3 mana, I don't know, like, there isn't too much, like, enchantment removal, and I guess there's a decent amount of creature removal, but you can, like, respond as long as you have black open. If they, like, do damage to your creature, you can be like, okay, I'm gonna take a life and to prevent that from... So this does kind of keep your shit alive. It's okay. I am not impressed with this, but I guess it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It is pretty bad, though. Anyway, Soul Kiss was illustrated by Nicola Leonard, and the art is pretty cool. It's nice, it's neat, it's kind of got a, it kind of, like, feels Renaissance era as far as the, like, art styling, which I think is super cool. I think it fits Magic well, and there should be more art of this kind of style. Spoils of Evil is a rare, it's an interrupt, and it costs 2 and a black. For each artifact or creature in target opponent's graveyard, add 1 colorless mana to your mana pool and gain 1 life. Ooh, that's pretty neat. You don't really have control of how many artifacts and creatures are going to be in your opponent's graveyard. Like, you can blow their stuff up, of course, but if they don't cast the stuff to begin with or mill the stuff or whatever, right, like, they have to put those in their deck for them to end up in their graveyard. 3 mana means that there has to be at least 3 for you to get your mana back, because otherwise, why fucking bother? And that'll be like a healing salve on top of that. The gain 1 life is nice, but it's not like anything you would really consider. It's just kind of extra spice. And it's kind of okay in, like, this limited. There is a pretty decent chunk of artifacts, and there's a lot of creatures and stuff that goes into the graveyard. Like, this might be okay in limited. Like, I would be pretty bummed if this was my rare and not Necropotence, but it is quite a bit better than some of the rares you can get, so, you know, you take what you can get. It's interesting. It reads like it could be super fucking powerful, but so much has to go right for it to be that. It's probably more reliable in Commander, but even then I wouldn't say, like, this thing is a guaranteed, and you could probably have way better options. This was illustrated by Quentin Hoover. The art is pretty cool.
This is a it's a good way to show artifacts from a graveyard, just bloody artifacts in this evil dude's hands. Super super cool art. I think the art's really cool on this card. It's an interesting card. It's very niche. Spoils of War. This is a rare. It's a sorcery, and its casting cost is X and a black. Put X +1/+1 counters on any number of target creatures, distributed any way you choose, where X is equal to the number of creatures and artifacts in target opponent's graveyard. X is equal to the number. It's not equal or less than. It's equal to. So if they have 20 fucking creatures and artifacts in their graveyard, this is X equals 20. There's no, like, you don't have any. So the does it make sense what I'm saying? Like, obviously it's not going to happen that way, but you have like no control. I was going to say very little, but you have no control over what X is. So you have to, like, there's so many aspects of this card that are controlled entirely by your opponent. This card is just bad. The effect isn't even really worth it. Like, you also made Spoils of Evil, and that one also kind of sucks, but can make you a boatload of fucking mana. Yeah, this card sucks. Alright. This was illustrated by Pete Vendors, and the art is hilarious. It's fantastic. Pete does great work. Kind of sucks that it's on a card that sucks so bad, but hey, you know, you win some, lose some. Alright, up next is Stench of Evil, an uncommon sorcery, costs 2 and 2 black mana, destroy all planes. Nice, good start. Hell yeah. Stench of Evil deals 1 damage to each player for each planes he or she controls that is destroyed in this way. Each player may pay 2 for each 1 damage he or she wishes to prevent from Stench of Evil. Alright, so Stench of Evil comes in, blows up all planes. Let's say they had 5 planes. Then it would deal 1 damage to them for each planes they lost, so 5 damage. Then they could pay 2 mana per damage, so 10 mana total, to prevent that 5 damage. Hell yeah. What a hate card. Good old Stench of Evil. Fuck yeah. Fuck you, planes person. Yeah, Stench of Evil is funny. This is pretty good if your opponent has a bunch of planes. Otherwise, it's not. Pretty good and limited for a sideboard card. It's not cool to do. But the extra damage, it's a nice touch. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's all I got to say about Stench of Evil. They do like these color hate stuff. Anyway, Stench of Evil was illustrated by Mark Teeden, and like most of Teeden's work, this one is pretty awesome. Very cool. Cool art. Like it a lot. I don't know much to say about it. We'll move on. Alright, next we have Strongarm Cabal. This is a rare. It's a 2/2 creature, human knight, if you will, that costs 1 and 2 black mana. You can tap it and pay 1 life to counter target white spell. Effects that prevent or redirect damage cannot be used to counter this loss of life. Play this ability as an interrupt. Yeah, so this is kind of similar to White's Order of the Sacred Torch, right? Those are basically the same card. This is really interesting because they actually formatted this one correctly to say counter target white spell, whereas with the white one, they said destroy target black spell. Kind of weird. It's really weird, actually, that they would get that wrong on one card and not on the other in the same set when they're just carbon copies of each other. It's interesting. These were probably inspired by Northern Paladin, would be my guess. But they're kind of interesting, kind of neat. They also obviously take some inspiration from White Knight, Black Knight, and all the other of those cards. I like them. I think they're cool. I think these are really interesting. I've had some fun playing these in various things through the years. Pretty cool card in Commander just because you drop this and no one's ever fucking heard of it before. As far as like in limited, it's fine. These are okay, you know, right? The sideboard cards, it's a color hate card. Like if your opponent is in the color that this just fucks on, it's pretty good. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything. Then it's a 2/2 for 3 mana. It's a gray ogre that's harder to cast. It is kind of interesting that you don't hear much about the white one ever being played during Necropotent's era. I guess you just could. It wasn't like you couldn't do it. It wasn't fast enough. Because like they're all like, oh yeah, these are yin and yang, and then all the black ones are supported by Dark Ritual. So it's like, okay, yeah, I guess. But yeah, Stromgald Cabal was illustrated by Anson Maddock. The art is pretty cool, kind of interesting. It's not really my favorite Anson Maddock piece, but it's kind of neat. Anyway, interesting art, interesting card. All right, next we have Touch of Death. Touch of Death is a common, it is a sorcery, and Touch of Death deals 1 damage to target player, and you gain 1 life. Draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Very funny. Very funny. It's 3 mana, drain 1, draw a card at the next upkeep. Okay, sure. Yeah, if you don't have enough black cards in your limited deck, this one's pretty okay, I guess. What else are you doing with that turn? Yeah, it's just a bad underrate card. I don't know what else there's to say about it. It's a common. It's probably worth playing in limited, especially like if you just don't get enough black cards and you're trying to play black. The filtering of this is like not the worst thing that you could be doing. Like it's better to play this than to try to splash a color with just a couple of lands that you really don't have good cards for. But outside of that, this is not like worth playing, not worth thinking about or talking about, which is a shame because I think this art is metal as fuck. I really like this art. I really wish this art was on a card that I could very regularly play and not get laughed out of the game store. I really like this art. It's this was illustrated by Melissa A. Benson, and it's super cool. Very fantastic. It's just so funny. The light shining on the finger of like, haha. It's funny. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Let's move on. All right. We're on our last black card. It's an uncommon, Withering Wisps. Ooh, I wonder what this is a reference to. It's an enchantment. It costs 1 and 2 black mana. At the end of any turn, if there are no creatures in play, bury Withering Wisps. Oh, it's Pestilence. The wisps. I don't know why I thought this would have something to do with Will the Wisps, but it doesn't. It's Pestilence. Sweet. It's 3 mana Pestilence. That's pretty fucking cool. You can for black mana, Withering Wisps deals 1 damage to each creature and each player. You cannot spend more black in this way each turn than the number of snow-covered swamps you control. Okay, all right. You had me. You had me in the first half. Not gonna lie, I was pretty excited about this card. Way to rein her in. So Pestilence is a little extreme. Pestilence shows up at common in alpha, and beta and unlimited. And that's pretty extreme. That's a lot of Pestilence, especially when what you're expecting people's decks to look like is 5-color gray ogres and cast and ship by turn 5. In those environments, Pestilence is, well, I guess Pestilence kind of fixes itself in those environments because like what are they gonna do? Activate it twice? But it's also pretty brutal when somebody figures out, oh, I'm just gonna play black cards. It's just gonna play 4 Pestilence, 4 Sinkholes, and I'll have all the 4 Hypnotic Specters, and I'll have all the fun. Fuck you. I can definitely see a desire and even a necessity to try to come up with a way of making Pestilence maybe not quite as extreme. Because Pestilence is pretty good. You like. When the first time I read Pestilence, I was like, this is nothing. Who gives a shit, right? And then you play with Pestilence a few times, and you have someone play Pestilence against you, and you're like, ah, fuck, all my creatures are dead all the time, constantly. Fuck. It's a good card. So I can see wanting to, like, make it, fix it up a little bit. And assuming we accept the conceit that we're going to fix Pestilence and that we want to do this, I actually think this is pretty cool in that regard. I think this is kind of interesting. One, you lower the mana cost. You're like, how? What? But it's too good. Yes. But this makes it more exciting than Pestilence. People want to play this over Pestilence because it costs less. And then as they're reading, you hit them with the, oh yeah, you need snow-covered swamps to do this. And now they gotta buy more Ice Ages because they need the snow-covered swamps. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this is kind of an interesting approach at this. You kind of just, is it weaker? Is it stronger? It's hard to say. Kind of depends. That's pretty cool. It's a good approach to trying to fix it. Snow-covered swamps was kind of a miss, so that's not really this card's fault. And I think this card is probably one of the better iterations of like trying to make snow matter in a way that's interesting and cool. In the end, it didn't do that. So yeah, Withering Wisps. Pestilence is a cool card. I do. Once again, it's the whole. This is not a new idea. It's just an alpha card they changed, and that's true. I do appreciate this change for being kind of interesting. I don't know that it necessarily speaks to the whole problem, but it does speak to some of it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting to like say I want to fix a card and then to make the fixed version have a lower mana cost. I think that's a really good way to go about it. If you can make that work, this is like a failed example, right? It didn't. This didn't work, but I think this is a really, really novel idea. It's an interesting way to attempt to fix Pestilence. Now, you can argue whether Pestilence needed to be fixed. I would say no. Personally, I think Pestilence is fucking sweet. It's a very cool card. Um, but if you're of the mind that it's too much and that it needs to be fixed, and you'd like your bad creatures that you think are too good, and so you're going to print worse creatures, and if you want those creatures to be meaningful in a world where you keep printing 1 and 2 mana removal and counter spells and just cards that are way fucking insane that are instants and sorceries, yeah, sure, I guess Pestilence is too much. I don't know that you're really speaking to the problem though, personally. I'm being pretty harsh with these cards, but these guys made some pretty awesome cards. These guys helped with alpha, and I think some of the cards that came out of this set are really really cool. Withering Wisps was illustrated by Nene Thomas, and this is awesome, very cool. I love reflection pieces, and this one is cool, very very cool. And I like that you actually see more of the reflection than the actual art, so I think that's a cool way to do that. But that's Withering Wisp, and or Withering Wisps rather. All right, yeah, that's all the black cards. Uh, the black cards are interesting because some of the most powerful cards in the set are in there. Some of the only cards whose context matters to any degree today, whether you're talking about Commander or Vintage or Legacy or Pre-Modern or any of these things. There's only like 4 or 5 cards that are like even worth talking about in any sort of like actual play. That's a fair number per set. And in that context, the high end cards are interesting, right? Necropotence is a very interesting card. It's pretty brutal in the time, and it was way too good, like comparatively to everything going around. But it's been interesting at various times in like Vintage and CEDH and all that kind of shit. And it's yeah, and demonic consultation is really really interesting with like the context of Thassa's Oracle. If you're into that kind of thing, I guess it does get the joke gets old after a while for sure. But the point is that the high end cards are actually pretty interesting. Fire Covenant is kind of a banger. A lot of people don't really talk about that one as much as the other ones, but I think that one's really, really good. Pox, I think, has fallen off, but it has points where it's good. You can. Pox is really fucking funny in Commander really want to make a group of people pissed. It's crazy how many of these cards are just cards from Alpha that are just different. But those were the black cards. Pretty cool. I don't hate this set. It might sound like I'm complaining about these cards a lot. I do not hate this set. I like this set a lot, actually. Maybe I like it less than I thought I did before I started this, but we'll see. But I do appreciate some stuff. There's a lot of stuff we haven't gotten to yet that's just super fucking cool. But also some of the stuff we did get to that's really fucking cool. Next, we're going to talk about the red cards, which are pretty exciting in their own way. So, on to that. Hey, Sorry about the bad angle. Apparently the limit for a YouTube video is now 12 hours. I thought it was longer than that if you kept it relatively compressed. Turns out not the case, so despite my best efforts, I had to split this into 2 parts. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, fucking 14 hours. I couldn't get 2 hours out of it. I talked too much. Sorry about all that. Anyway, this is the end of this video because of technical difficulties, and the next part will continue in the next part.